In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight's story has a definite destination. I hope you're still with us when we get there. The play is called Welcome to Homerville.
It's a long way to go, and the road ahead is troubled. But this old brig and me, we're gonna make it. Through the wind and rain and thunder, till the stormy skies are blue, and the sunrise lights the highway heading home. It's a long, lonesome road through the lifetime of the trucker. But this old truck and me, we're gonna make it. Yeah, me and this good old friend, we're gonna make it.
Hey, my friendlies, that was good old country boy C.W. McCall, just a moving and grooving on down that long, lonesome road, shaking the time to just 20 minutes on the shy side of midnight right here on WQRN, the big voice of country music in the Wolverine state. By the way, baby, if you are driving by a church, you just slow down, you hear, because you just might see a bunch of folks building an ark, because we are in for a motherload of rain early this a.m. And while I'm warming up motherloads, here's a little mother I would just dearly love to get loaded with. Miss Tammy Wynette running us up to 18 minutes on the line.
Yeah, this is the one Georgia Straight. I'm at the back door of an 18-wheeler with big apple plates. You got your ears on there, good buddy? Come on.
This is KXR 0461. I hear you back there, Georgia Straight, and I've got you in my mirrors. Go.
Yeah, that's 4 for sure there. Just wanted a jaw there, good buddy. What's your handle? Come on.
This is Paper Pusher, Georgia Straight. Where you headed? Come back.
I'm on the rebound from the Nickel City hauling stale air there. Left a load of Texas strawberries, took a busted sidewalk to Motown, rub eyeballs with a snuff dipper. First sergeant finds out all Big Reese's side up. Come on.
Georgia Straight.
You go, good buddy.
What the hell are you talking about? Over.
Damned if I know. I think I said I left my shoes in Kansas. Come on.
I tell you what. Why don't we just talk straight? Over.
I won't tell anyone if you won't. You been out long there? Come on.
Yeah, it's my 3rd day. You know this neck of the woods at all? I've never been up this way before. Over.
Yeah, I've been known to cruise these boonies. Smoke can get pretty thick up here. Come on.
Hey, I asked for straight. Go.
I do apologize, Paper Pusher. What I mean is that the Smokies, the cops come down pretty hard on speeders hereabouts. Come on.
No sweat. I'm in no hurry. I got a load of newsprint on. It can't go bad. Listen, is there a stop hereabouts? Go.
Why, you gotta shake hands with Shorty? Come on.
I hope you don't talk to your mother with that mouth. I'm trying to tell you I'm hungry. Come on.
Yeah, that's definitely a 4 for sure. There's a chew and choke in about 10 miles. Sorry, I can't join you for a cup of road tar, but this is my exit coming up. Where'd you say you were headed? Come on.
Oh, I didn't say. I'm headed for Homerville. Have I got the best route? Over. Georgia Straight, do you read me? Over.
Did you say, Homerville? Come on.
Right, Homerville. Over.
Homerville? You gotta be crazy. You heard them stories?
Stories? What stories? Go.
Hey, listen, turn back right now before you get there.
What?
You ain't never gonna get there in one piece.
Come in, Georgia Straight. Over.
You gotta turn back now while you can.
What the hell was all that about?
Sure, that's what the police say, but it don't make sense to me.
Well, somebody told me one of his front tires was bald as a baby's bum. Must have blown out.
No way, I rode with Norm for 2 years. Nobody took better care of his rig than him. Ask me.
Roy, did you have the special?
No, that's me, Bet. Thanks.
You get the cabbage rolls.
Yeah.
Sorry to keep you waiting. What'll it be?
Well, what's he having? Looks pretty good.
Cabbage rolls?
Yeah, I guess.
Anything else?
Well, bring me a coffee, hon. Make it black.
It's on its way.
Say, Roy, does Norm have any family?
Oh, a wife, no kids, separated.
Oh, yeah?
You know. Too many hours on the road, usual.
Sounds familiar.
I don't know. Still doesn't add up.
Here you go. 1 cabbage rolls.
Thanks.
Say, buddy, you sure you want to eat those things?
I think I can handle them.
Earl, just let the man eat.
Oh, sorry, mister.
No problem.
I seen you here before?
No, never been up this way. Oh, by the way, my name's R.C.
Hi, I'm Roy, and the food expert here is Earl.
Glad to know you. Which way you headed?
I'm hauling newsprint up to Homerville.
Homerville. Wasn't that where they found Norm?
Yeah. Homerville, huh? That's quite a ways from here.
Bad road up there.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Well, there's been a lot of accidents up that way.
Bad ones.
Well, I'll take it easy. I'm in no rush.
No one waiting back home?
Well, yeah, my wife, but I've been driving a long time. She's used to waiting.
Take it from me. I never get used to it.
Anything else here?
No, that's fine. God, look at the time. You got a phone here? Said I'd call home hours ago.
Yep. It's over in the corner.
Yeah, well, thanks.
That'll be $2.95.
Oh, right. Well, listen, here's 10. I'll be right back. See you guys in a few minutes.
Sure.
Tell her you miss her cooking.
Operator.
I want to make a collect call to area code 555. The number is 486-7934.
What is your name, sir?
Just say it's R.C.
1 moment, please. I'm sorry, sir. I am not getting an...
Hello? I don't know. It's 1 o'clock, for God's sake.
I have a collect call for anyone from RC. Will you accept the charges?
RC? Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Did I wake you, honey?
Yeah. Oh, no. No, I was just watching Johnny Carson. Hey, why are you calling? Something wrong?
No, I'm okay. I just thought I'd give you a call, see how you're doing.
I'm fine. You on your way home?
No, it's going to take longer than I thought. Probably won't make it back till Saturday.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Why don't I pick you up after work and we'll go to a show or something?
Won't you be too tired, honey? Last time you went to a show...
No, really. I want to.
Well, sure. That'll be just fine.
So, what'd you do today?
What? Oh, not much. Slow day, you know. I knocked off early.
Hey, Rosie. Are you okay? You sound a little... I don't know.
RC, I'm tired. It's late, you know.
Sorry, I meant to phone you earlier, but I was making good time.
Oh, damn it.
What was that?
Just something on TV.
It didn't sound like...
It was the TV.
Okay.
Look, RC, it's late. I gotta get up early.
Sure. Okay.
We'll see you Saturday.
Yeah, I'll pick you up, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, look, you You have a good trip.
Okay. Rose, miss me?
Hey, mister, here's your change.
Oh, forget it. You keep it. Breaker 19, this is KXR 0461, the paper pusher. Anybody want to give me a shout? Come on. This is the paper pusher. Anybody out there want to give me a nickel's worth? Go.
Breaker, this is NSU 2496, Grand Falls Beacon. I got you wall-to-wall, paper pusher. Want to chew the fat? Over.
Roger. Where you headed, Beacon? Go.
Well, I was heading to the kitchen for a sandwich till I heard your call. Come on.
Now, that must be some kind of rig you're driving. Over.
Yeah, it's a 2-story split level. Good on gas, though. Over.
Base station, huh? That's great. I don't get much chance to talk to many of you desk jockeys, just other high riders. You done any driving yourself, Go?
Oh, sure have, but not lately. Where you headed, paper pusher? Over.
I'm bound for Homerville. Over.
Where? Throw that back at me again. Go.
Homerville. Ever hear of it? Over.
I'll never forget it. Listen, good buddy, how long you been on the road today, Go?
I guess I'm looking at 15, 16 hours, but traffic's light, so I've been trying to push through. Over.
Where are you now, paper pusher? Over.
Route 25, just past 113. Why? Come back?
Well, you're heading into a bad stretch of road.
What do you mean?
You got about 100 miles to go. What I mean is it might be easier to take after a night's sleep. The mind can do strange things when you're on a long haul. It's a lonely life. Sometimes we need someone riding beside us, someone to talk to, someone to turn to when danger threatens. Find you're not alone.
Breaker, Beacon, are you reading me? Over?
Since Homerville, I put my life in God's hands. Honey, you took away my sight and let me see.
Breaker, Beacon, I'm losing you. Over.
Don't be led into temptation. Don't listen to that voice.
Beacon, didn't copy that. Please repeat. Over. Hey, is anybody out there?
Hey, by golly, it's Miss Dolly Parton. Yeah, and her big 2 doors down. Anybody don't like that little lady just don't like chicken on Sunday. It's coming on 3 in the a.m. right here on WQRN, the big voice of country music in the Wolverine state. And time for one last look at the weather. I'll bet you're just hoping for a nice day today.
Oh, it better be.
Yeah, warm and sunny with a big blue sky.
Yeah, I'll take a dozen.
Yeah, well, you better move it on down to Florida, my man, because the rain's gonna come down like a son of a gun, with temperatures in the low 50s.
Damn.
You know, baby, I sit here and wonder just who's out there listening to WQRN at this hour. Up late, can't sleep, out on the road. Yeah, man, hey, take a look at the car up ahead of you, baby. I'll bet you he's listening to WQRN too. You got something in common and you don't even know it. Tell you what, my man, why don't you just give him a little honk?
You gotta be kidding.
Come on, baby. Don't be shy. I'm gonna give you a couple of seconds here.
What the hell?
Now, don't that feel better?
I feel like a fool. There's nobody out here.
You are with WQRN, top of the charts in country music.
So play something, will you?
WQRN now concludes its broadcast day. Our studios are located at 1063 Lombard Street and operate at an assigned frequency of...
Damn it. Breaker 19, Breaker 19. Anybody out there? Come on. Anybody out there? Over. What's the use?
So, good night until we say good morning at 6:30.
RC. RC, honey.
What?
It isn't much further now, RC. Why, you're almost there.
Jesus!
Hey, you okay?
Huh? Yeah, a bit shaky. Well, that's better.
Fill her up?
Yeah, should take about 40.
You got it. You scared the fenders off that guy up there.
Huh?
There wasn't enough daylight between you two to light a match.
Oh, yeah, I guess it was kind of close.
You're close. You get that close to a woman, you could get her in trouble. What, you doze off?
No,
I
I
was
just...
listening to the radio. Yeah, that's how it usually happens.
Well, as a matter of
fact.
fact...
Yeah, I know. I've heard it all before.
It was the damnedest thing.
Yeah. Now, trouble with your old lady? Too much time on the road? And maybe she's playing around and you wish you were? You check your oil?
No, it's fine. How did
Heading
you...
for Homerville, aren't you?
Yeah, how did you know?
All in newsprint.
Yeah?
And now, don't look at me cockeyed, boy. You can smell that stuff a mile away. You got quite a drive ahead of you, 200 miles. There you go. Didn't take that much after all.
How much do I owe you?
Read it and weep.
Now, hold it. Did you say 200 miles?
Well, it's been 200 miles to Homerville as long as I can remember. Unless they moved it. Hey, you want a receipt?
Yeah, okay.
Seems kind of a waste to fill her up.
200 miles? How the hell does that go, anyway? Two doors down, getting drunk and having a party. 2 doors down. Breaker, this is KXR 0461. Anybody home? Come on. Anybody there? Go. Stand by your man. And that was the paper pusher heading down that long, lonesome road. It's 25 minutes on the far side of 4 o'clock on KXR 0461. Voice of country music here in the Wolverine state. There's a Wolverine. It's request night here on Route 40, so give us a call and we'll play your favorite tune. Any requests, neighbors?
You all come to me, RC. It's really not much further now.
What? Who the hell is that? Come on now. Answer me.
Oh, you're almost here. Hurry on now, RC. Just a little further.
Who are you? What do you want?
It's taken you so long to get here. And I'm waiting on you, sugar. I'm waiting.
Waiting? What do you mean, waiting for me? Where are you?
I'm close, RC. Why, I'm almost close enough to touch.
What are you trying to do to me? Oh, my God. What the hell am I doing?
You want to step out of the cab, please?
Are you there? Are you still there?
Come on, pal. Get out of that cab.
Sure, right away. Look, officer, I know it looks like I've been drinking or something.
It had crossed my mind.
I guess I was moving at a pretty good clip.
For a plane, no. For a truck, yes. Like to have a look at your license.
Yeah, well, here you go.
Thanks. Now, Mr. O'Connor, would you mind standing with your legs apart and your arms out to the side, please?
Oh, but you don't understand.
Mr. O'Connor, you'll make it easier on both of us if you just do it.
Okay.
Would you place your right index finger on your nose, please? Now your left.
I wasn't drinking.
Is this your vehicle?
Yeah, I lease it.
Do you have the papers, please?
Yeah, they're in the cab.
May I see them, please?
Look, I'm trying to tell you, I was getting a signal on my CB.
On your CB? What kind of signal? What did you hear?
Well, it was a woman's voice.
Was it? Look, you looked like you could use some sleep. Were you planning to take a break?
No. I was trying to push on through tonight.
O'Connor, I've seen a lot of guys in your condition. Take it from me, you'd be better off getting a little rest. You find a motel 2 miles up the road. If I were you, I'd stop there and get some sleep. You got more than 200 miles to go. If you ever want to see Homerville...
Homerville? Oh, wait! How did you... If I ever want to see it... Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Hey! Are you okay? You hurt bad. My back. Can you make it to the truck, buddy? We'll get you to a doctor.
Back. I can't move.
Can you hang on? I'll go get help.
She was here. She was right in the car.
She... Was there someone with you? Where?
Yes. Someone.
Hang on. I'll go get help. Break, Channel 9. We've got a 1034. Mayday. This is KXR 0461, over. Mayday, a 1034. Can anybody hear me, over?
I hear you, R.C.
No, get off this channel.
Oh, my, you're close, sugar. You're so close, R.C.
Stop it. Stop it. Leave me alone.
You're almost here.
Leave me alone.
Here we are. Welcome to Homerville. Welcome home.
You have just heard Welcome to Homerville by Alan Gutman and Don Dickinson. Neil Daynard was featured as R.C. O'Connor, with Jimmy Morris as the announcer, John Stocker as Georgia Strait, Frank Perry and Robert Christie as Roy and Earl, Corinne Langston as Betty the waitress, Marion Waldman as the telephone operator, and Elva Mae Hoover as Rosie. You also heard Ron Hartman as Beacon, Arch McDonnell as the gas station attendant, Bud Knapp as the highway cop, Gordon Thompson as the injured motorist, and Lynn Darragon as the siren. Our recording engineer is Ray Falsick, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. The senior script editor is John Douglas, and our production assistant is Doris Buchanan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. The handling of volatile chemicals has always struck me as an occupation that I would prefer others to undertake. Tonight's play, featuring a less than fragile performance by Colin Fox, is called Hands Off.
There. That'll hold them. For a while. They can't get in. But I can't get out. It's a cage! All my life I've kept animals in cages. Now I've put myself in one. Here. By my own hand. My hand. Oh, God, my hand. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin. How can we know what we're touching? It was just an ordinary experiment. How could I know? How could I have known? Go ahead, Sylvia. Touch the cat. She isn't dangerous. Yet. Why are you so nervous? Touch her.
I'm sorry, Dr. Stryker. I'm not concentrating.
Lab assistants should not get engaged.
I always wanted to get married in May, but Jim says it'll interfere with his bar exams. But it's so fresh in the spring.
Delightful. No doubt Jim will welcome the break.
He works too hard, if you ask me.
Nothing wrong with work. Speaking of which, is the observation sheet ready?
All set. Control experiment 361.
Fine. Now, if this solution has the desired effect on that cat's relationship with its kitten, it should also succeed in the operative environment.
I'm still not sure I understand.
It's quite simple. This solution should function as a negative bait.
Negative?
A bait which arouses the desire to kill.
Oh.
If we now observe that our test solution produces a high level of hostility between so intimate a pair as this mother cat and her own kitten, then think of the effect it will have on the primordial savagery of a shark.
But why sharks?
As a control factor, to distract them from human prey. A diver, for example, could launch a decoy saturated with this compound, and every shark for miles around would ignore him and attack the decoy. Now, just a few drops in that kitten's ear, if you please.
What a lovely fragrance.
I'm thinking of calling it rose water. A trade name, perhaps. But be careful. It takes effect through the sense of smell. Keep your mask on. I think you'll be surprised by its potency.
How's that?
Should do it. Now, let's pass Junior over to his mum and see how they get along. Good primary response.
She's highly disturbed.
Excellent.
My God, she's going to...
Better than I'd hoped for.
Doctor, she's mauling the kitten.
Terminate, Sylvia.
Ow! Oh! Oh, my God.
Sylvia, what have you done? The solution is all over the floor.
I'm sorry, Dr. Stryker. I was grabbing the kitten.
For God's sake, be more careful. This is a dangerous substance. Quick, let's clean it up. We cleaned it up, and I told Sylvia to go home for the rest of the day. Even then, I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. At the front gate, George, the guard, always had a smile for me when I signed out. But not today. I suppose I was too proud of myself to notice. But humans are more devious than cats. When I got home, my wife Doris was there, of course. Her continued support has always made the long hours worthwhile. But today... I'm home!
Oh, what kept you? Oh, it was all I could do to keep from phoning.
Doris, I've done it. I had to write it up immediately while it was still fresh. The project's a success.
Ah, good for you, dear. Hey, dinner's in the oven.
Hey, give me a kiss. You know, that was the best part of a very exciting day.
Was it? I wish I could say the same.
What's the matter?
What isn't the matter? That's more to the point, isn't it?
Oh, well, perhaps we should go out tonight.
No. I think perhaps we should let sleeping dogs lie.
Sleeping dogs lie? You're not making yourself very clear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not making myself clear. Dr. Stryker likes everything clear. How's this for clear? I am tired of sitting around like a lonely slob, watching Mary Tyler Moore, while you play God in your lab.
Doris, this isn't like you.
Oh, don't tell me what's like me. I can smell that cheap perfume from here. What's she like, Andrew? She must be a real prize.
Cheap perfume? Oh, it's my hand.
You're laughing.
Calm down, Doris. Look, we had an accident at the lab today.
Can't you ever stop talking about your stinking lab?
Well, just hold on a minute. I'm going to wash my hand.
We're talking about being clear, and you go off to wash your hands.
You don't understand.
Oh, I understand, all right. Look, if this is all our marriage means to you, that's fine with me.
Doris, our marriage means a great deal to me. Now, believe me, you're merely suffering a biochemical aberration.
I am not.
Now, let me explain. This is just...
No! Let me explain. You know what this is? This is sick and tired of lying in bed at night while you describe how many rats died.
Doris, please control yourself. You'll regret this later on.
That's where you're wrong, Andrew. I'm tired of always regretting everything. Goodbye.
Where are you going? Oh, wait. Doris.
Get your hands off me.
Oh, okay. I'll let you go.
I'm not betting on it. Get out of my way.
I'm not stopping you. Not that I could have stopped her. I've never seen anyone like that, let alone Doris. By the time she left, she was white as a sheet, pumping enough adrenaline for a small army. If I'd stood behind the car, she'd have gladly run me down. Well, after all, that's what the drug was supposed to do. But to human beings? I washed my hand with carbolic soap several times, but the rosewater odor wouldn't go away. I burned myself with lye, scrubbed the hand raw, but nothing seemed to work. The chemical crawled into my pores, and the more I worked at it, the more I sweated, and the more I sweated, the more it stank. A sick, sweet smell that apparently intensified. Worry does that to you sometimes. It distorts your perceptions as much as it sharpens them. A temporary solution finally occurred to me. Simple. Just put on a rubber glove to cover the contact area until the effects wear off. I put on Doris's kitchen gloves and congratulated myself. Then it hit me. If chemical residue on organic tissue could have this effect, what about the traces back in the lab? The night cleaner, the watchman, anybody who happened through that room could be in for it. I had to get back there. I was halfway out the door when I grabbed the receiver. Doris?
Dr. Stryker, it's Sylvia. I'm sorry to bother you, but I had to call someone.
Sylvia, what is it?
Oh, I don't know. First, the cab driver was rude, and then the doorman and the people on the street. When I met Jim, it was horrible. He was so cruel. I had to get away, and he followed me. Oh, he was like a madman, calling me names and pounding the door. I wouldn't let him in, and he said... He said...
What?
That he was coming back with a gun.
Listen to me, Sylvia. You did the right thing calling me. Now, I want you to smell your hands.
My hands?
Yes. Is there anything unusual about them?
They smell a bit perfumey, like this afternoon. The rose water.
Exactly. We were probably contaminated when we cleaned up the lab spill. Now listen carefully. A lot could depend on it. There's nothing to worry about if you do exactly as I say.
I'm listening.
Have you any rubber gloves?
No. No lab gloves. But I've got the ones I use for the dishes.
Good. Put them on. Tie them tightly around your wrists. They'll contain the effects until we can get to the lab. We'll run some test solvents. I'll pick you up immediately, but don't let anyone in until I get there, okay?
Okay. But hurry, please.
Sylvia! Sylvia!
Jim, you don't understand. Put it down, please.
Sylvia! What's going on in there?
Don't hit me. I can't stand it. No. No more.
Oh, my God. Open up. Sylvia! Are you all right?
Help me. Help me.
What happened? My God. Jim.
He wouldn't go away. I had to let him in.
He's dead, you know.
He wouldn't even talk to me. He just kept attacking me. What shall I do?
Nothing.
Dr. Stryker, you told me these gloves would contain the effects.
Give me the gun, Sylvia.
No. No, I don't think I will.
Why not?
Because I don't feel like it.
Give me the gun.
Stay where you are. You really wrecked my life, haven't you?
It's only the rose water making you feel this way. Try to be reasonable, Sylvia.
Reasonable? You expect me to be reasonable after this?
Sylvia, if we're going to get out of this, we've got to cooperate. Give me the gun.
Oh, nice try.
The neighbors have probably reported the shots already. And when the police find you, reeking of shark bait with 2 bodies in your room, look, don't be stupid. Now come back to the lab with me, and we'll get this under control. If you kill me, you're killing your only hope. Now give me that gun.
If I give it to you, how do I know you won't use it? On me.
Then just throw it out the window. We've worked together for more than 3 years, Sylvia, and I've always valued your common sense. Be reasonable. I'll open the window. Now. Well?
All right. There.
And that's that.
Oh, let's get out of here.
No, Sylvia. I've changed my mind. Things are going to be risky enough tonight without you.
No!
Without you! There was a chance, just a chance, that no one had seen me. Certainly there was no one in the corridor or in the lobby. But I could still see her face all the way to the street. I had to get to the lab before anybody blundered into the contaminated area. The responsibility was mine alone. When I got to the compound gate, George was on duty. Good old George. George? George?
Who's that? What's going on there?
It's me, George. Stryker. I've got to get in.
Oh, Dr. Stryker. What are you doing here at this hour?
Something very important's come up. It's got to be taken care of right away.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid you'll have to wait. You know that between 2400 and 0600 hours, absolutely no one's allowed in the compound.
For Christ's sake, George, I wouldn't be here unless it was vital. I've got to get in.
This isn't a playground. You should know better than anyone why we have these safeguards. There's highly toxic materials in there.
Damn it, George, let me in. Look, I'll give it to you straight. There was an accident in the lab this afternoon, and unless I can get in and do something about it, the whole place is in trouble.
You expect me to buy that? I always thought you were an arrogant son of a bitch. But you must really think I'm stupid.
Please, George, believe me, it's my last hope.
Get out of here before I call the police.
That did it. If the rosewater got to George, it would get to anyone. I stumbled around for more than an hour, avoiding anything that moved. I kept circling the fence, looking for a way in, but the place was locked tight. I had to have help. Some way away, under a streetlight, I saw a payphone. If I called Bob Ladowski from Chemical Warfare, he'd know what to do if anyone did. Then the dogs picked up my scent. They cut me off and chased me here. Here, to a tool shed 50 yards from my lab. What? What's that? Sounds like rats coming through the floor. Jesus. Must be a dozen of them. Gnawing through. I need a weapon. Something. Where did I... Yes. Yes. An axe. God. Just plug up the hole. That'll hold them. How long? God, if I run for it, the dogs will get their turn. Damn stuff won't wash off. Can't even cover it up. Only thing left is... God, no. No. There has to be something. No, it's got to be. I can't cut it off. Ah, my God! The lab. There's a light in my lab. Someone's gotten in to the rose water. Listen to them. Haven't got much time. And the police, the neighbors. I can't take them all on at once. How can I distract them? How can I ever escape myself? Well, it's a good play. Don't faint. Pick it up and throw it out the window. Look at it! Smell it! That thing!
Officer, what is it?
Stay right there, ma'am.
What's the matter? What's happened?
It looks like somebody, well, suffocated, I guess.
Suffocated? In that shed? How?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Officer, what is going on?
Some poor guy chopped off his hand.
His own hand?
Yeah, I'm afraid
but
so.
You said suffocated. What did he do? Try to eat his own hand?
Look, lady, back off, will you? You're getting on my nerves.
What's that? Where?
The research lab. What's the light doing on over there?
You have just heard Hands Off by John Graham. Featured tonight were Colin Fox as Stryker, with Jennifer Brown as Sylvia and Marion Waldman as Doris. Also in the cast were Murray Westgate as George, Ruth Springford as the neighbor, and Ken James as the policeman. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. The senior script editor is John Douglas, and our production assistant is Nina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall.
True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous. I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. Now then, am I mad? Observe how healthily, how calmly, I can tell you the whole story. I was wandering on my way to nowhere. Away from... that's my secret. We all have secrets. And I came to the old man's place on the edge of this town and asked for a dipper of water.
There you are, fella. Best spring water around here.
Oh, that's good and cold. I needed that.
Shall I fill the dipper again?
I could drink another.
Have you come far?
Yes, far.
Much further to go?
Don't know.
You're thin, fella. The sun's burnt your skin to a bark. Here, but don't drown yourself drinking it.
That's good.
I should give you something solid, a meal. I eat late after the chores, if you don't mind waiting.
I'm used to long waits for meals. I'll give you a hand.
Oh, there's no need.
I'm not afraid to work for a meal.
All right, if you wish.
It'll feel good to have a hay fork in my hands again.
I've been needing a man around here.
You need a man?
I can do a full day's work, but toward night it gets heavy. Still, the man's wife dead and buried last winter, and his 3 daughters married and gone to their husbands' farms. His 2 sons off to seek more than this small farm can promise. A man needs work to keep his thoughts from growing heavy.
Yes, I know.
What's your name?
Alfred Bain.
Weatherby's mine. The pigs and chickens haven't been fed, nor the team, and I've 6 cows to milk, and the 7th freshening shortly. Come along then to the barn.
I stayed on and worked for the old man. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain. But once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. For his gold, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture. His left eye, a pale blue eye with a film over it.
Shall we cut hay tomorrow, Alfred?
Hay? Yes, we can cut hay, but doesn't the sky say rain?
No, that's not a rain sky for around here.
It is where I come from.
That'll clear by the morning. I can feel rain when it's on its way. I have a way of feeling what's ahead.
Do you? Of what's ahead? What is? No, I don't want to know. And you can't know everything.
Far from it.
The weather's enough.
Go sharpen the sides.
Whenever his pale blue eye fell on me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. It was an evil eye, but Weatherby was very kind to me. No one had been this kind. It was too much to bear. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him.
Let me carry those horse collars and harnesses, Mr. Weatherby. I'll hook up the team.
Oh, no. Why should you?
Yes, let me. Here, let go the traces.
You've more than earned your keep today, and your wages.
But not your kindness.
Ha! How else should one treat a hired man? My sons thought I was a tyrant.
A tyrant?
Perhaps I do treat you better than I treated the boys. Now, that is strange.
Why do you?
I don't know. Because you're not afraid of work. My sons thought they were too clever to work. But I didn't treat them so badly.
Some people should be treated badly.
Scoundrels? I've never met a real scoundrel.
Some innocent people should be treated badly, too.
What an idea.
They should be treated the worst of all.
Why do you say that, Alfred?
Isn't that the way life is?
Then toss that line over. No, I'll snap the buckle on here. I'm not an invalid, Alfred. I'm not that old yet.
I'd hate to see you an invalid. I wouldn't want that for you.
Nor I.
I'd like to do something for you would like, Mr. Weatherby.
What for?
You've admired this knife. Could I give you this knife?
No, keep it. There's no reason you should give it to me.
I've been insulted by people I respected. You haven't insulted me yet.
Oh, why should I? I must get on to the elders' meeting.
There, the horse is all hooked up. Up you go.
How did I manage without you, Alfred? Gee up. I hope I persuaded you to stay on.
Every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of Weatherby's chamber door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. When I was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, so that it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him.
Good morning, sir. Do you want the shutters open?
What manner of day is it?
Fine day. Warm sun and a little breeze from the east.
Yes. Open the shutters.
You slept well?
Yes. I slept well.
Happy to hear that. We start repairing the stone wall to the west field this morning?
Yes, I suppose so.
Porridge is ready. And the coffee.
Hand me my boots, sir. Oh. Alfred, I do not understand you.
Understand me?
A hard-working, reliable man like you, drifting about. Oh, my back. I'm an old man, I fear. Not long, I feel.
You're not feeling up to yourself?
I don't know. More than likely, it was only a bad dream that left me liverish.
What did you dream?
Oh, it is gone now. It's good I have you around, Alfred. When Amelia went to her rest last winter, I was willing to go to mine. But lately, her face has grown vague to me. We had a long life together, she and I. And it was good till these last few years when some mold crept in. Which way should I face? Toward rest or restlessness? What am I waiting for? I wish I knew.
Breakfast. Get up and everything will look different.
No, it is easy to make the days look different. The nights are always the same. The same.
Upon the 8th day, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own power, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feeling of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now, you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, and so I knew he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on, steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern.
Who's there? Who is there?
I kept still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. I did not hear him lie down. No, he sat up in bed, listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. It was not a groan of pain or grief the old man made. Oh, no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul. A groan of mortal terror. I knew the sound well. Many a night when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart.
Is it the wind? No, there's no one. What is it? Who is there? No, there's nothing to see but to hear. But I feel a presence. I've known you were coming for me. Death, the dark shadow. It's the wrong time, before the crops are in, and while I've still some business to arrange with people in the town. My house is not in order. Do not surround me this way!
I opened a very, very little crevice in the lantern. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it, all dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. Have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage.
Why do you wait, Death? Why do you wait? You didn't hesitate with Amelia. She had a shawl half knitted. I have much half done and less than half.
I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried to see how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor.
Stop it. Stop it.
Stop it! What? Go away! No!
I threw open the lantern and dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. For many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there. Many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Old man under the planks. You were a good man. If I could have plucked out the evil eye without killing you, that is what I would have done. Don't think badly of me, Mr. Weatherby. I did you a good turn, too, ridding you of that evil eye. But if I've done any wrong, it's because of that evil eye looking at me, giving me thoughts no man should have. But I haven't done wrong. I've done good. A great deal of good. And everything is... Who? At the door. At 4 a.m. But what have I now to fear? Nothing. The eye is closed, and the heart is still.
Sorry to bother you at this hour.
Yes?
We're officers of the town's night watch.
Is something the matter?
We'd like to speak to Mr. Weatherby.
Mr. Weatherby? You would like to speak to him, but he is not here.
Where is he?
The old gentleman has gone visiting in the country.
Where?
That he didn't say when he left. Perhaps to one of his daughters, but he didn't say.
His buggy is in the yard, and his horses in the barn.
Oh, yes, he took a ride with some friends of his who were traveling the same way.
What friends?
That I don't know. I don't know all his friends. Mr. Weatherby has so many.
You're his hired man?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen him about the town. What brought you here?
A rainbow.
What's that?
Isn't everyone looking for a rainbow?
Yeah. One of the neighbors heard a shriek that sounded like trouble and came to the police office to tell us about it, and we've been ordered to investigate. And search the house.
The shriek? Yes, the shriek was from a dream. A nightmare I was having. I dreamt a light from a lantern was shining in my eyes. But do come in. Mr. Weatherby will be pleased to learn the police give him such good protection. He has some valuable plate and coins in his cupboards. Come in.
We shall. Why is it you're dressed already?
I start my chores soon.
Your name is Alfred. Alfred what?
Bain. Alfred Bain. Search everywhere. Go ahead. I don't know what you're looking for or what you expect. Robbers? Then you must make a careful search. Let me show you Mr. Weatherby's treasures. Perhaps you'd like to see his chamber, too. Come with me, I'll show you. I'd hate to have trouble here while Mr. Weatherby's away.
There is nothing wrong here. Everything seems in order.
I'm glad you came and looked around. And is there anywhere else you'd wish to look?
No, I think not.
Well, sit down. Don't go yet. Rest yourselves. Sit there and here. I'll fetch a chair for myself. How well you've done your duty. I must commend you. No, the light of that lamp will be in my eyes. There. I'll put my chair here. How fine it must be working as a police officer. Protecting the townspeople from theft and robbery and violence.
Oh, it's a living.
I've often wanted to be a police officer.
Have you? Well.
My senses are very acute. I hear the most minute sounds around me. I'm very sensitive to everything. Perhaps I shall still end up as a police officer. That would suit me admirably.
When will Mr. Weatherby be returning?
I don't know. Shortly, I hope. There's the oats to cut if this hot sun stays with us.
The crops are good this year hereabouts.
Excellent. Mr. Weatherby is very pleased with his. He says I brought him luck.
A hired man does that sometimes.
Oh, but I can't take credit for that.
Mr. Weatherby speaks well of you, I hear.
Oh, does he? Does he?
And Weatherby in the past has been hard to please. Here, take a pipe full of tobacco from my pouch.
No.
Yes, please do.
Oh, thank you.
We are not supposed to smoke on duty.
But the full watch without a pipe is a long time?
We'll have to trust you not to inform the captain, huh?
The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease, with my chair upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers sat and chatted of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distant.
Right. The new street lamps in the town have made our job a little easier and more pleasant, especially on very dark nights.
Oh, I'm sure. But out here, on the edge of town, there are not many lamps. And there should be more. Several more, at least.
Oh, someday.
People are always stumbling into holes and hurting themselves. One day, someone will break a leg.
But these things take time.
The town has come a long way.
Indeed.
Yes, I like this town. I hope I can settle down here.
Well, why not?
Yes, well, why not?
Mr. Weatherby certainly needs a good man. He's grown too old to do much of the work around here himself.
That's exactly what I feel. Exactly. Mr. Weatherby needs someone, and why not me?
He and his sons couldn't get along. Oh, the fighting that went on.
A difficult man.
I don't understand that. He and I have never had an argument. We've gotten along very well. Scarcely a cross word.
You must be a rare fella.
No, it's Mr. Weatherby who's the exceptional man.
He's had his troubles. His whole family leaving and his wife dying, the aches and pains of old age, and losing the sight of his left eye.
His left eye? He's blind in that left eye?
You didn't know?
No, I did not.
That's why it stares that way, and sometimes wanders on its own.
He can't see out of it? His left eye?
Not a speck.
No doubt I grew very pale. I realized the noise was not within my ears. It increased. It was a low, dull, quick sound, such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I rose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gestures. Why would they not be gone, those officers? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased.
Down, Mr. Bain, sit down. I'm not going to argue with you over which line of thoroughbred has produced the better horse.
No, don't give in. Argue with me.
Argue what?
Whatever. You made a statement, and now you won't stand by it. You won't back it up.
For my life, I can't remember what the statement was I made that started this whole thing.
Nor can I.
The two of you? Then I'm being made a fool of.
No, we're simply talking. Can't we talk?
Talk? Yes, talk. Say anything you like, and I won't disagree with you. I can be as sociable as anyone else and agree no matter what is said. You do not need to convince me either. What do you wish to say?
Oh, come now. One doesn't go at talk as boldly as that. One slips into it. I like talk to slide in of its own accord, don't you?
Do I?
I don't like talk that's too careful either, or touchy. Easy talk is what I like.
Easy talk and a fire and smoke.
Oh, stop it. This chatter and the smiles, those smiles, yours and yours. Is it possible you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Listen to it. Louder, louder, louder.
What?
You hear, both of you. You suspect. You know. You're making a mockery of my horror. I cannot bear your hypocritical smiles any longer. I must scream or die.
What's taken hold of you, man?
What's wrong with you?
Villains! No more pretense. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here. It's the beating of his hideous heart. It has stopped.
Here. Let's see what is under those planks.
It has stopped.
Tonight, CBC Radio Drama's Nightfall series presents Future Fear, where a couple sees a future it doesn't like.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. What would happen if you turned on your television set to discover a newscast from 1984? Tonight's play is called Future Fear.
Want some chips?
Nah,
Can't you get it to work?
I'm doing my best, damn it. It's an old set. It's picking up interference from somewhere.
Never happened when we had cable.
We can't afford it. I didn't ask to get laid off, you know. Give me that screwdriver, will you?
Take it easy, Ralph.
Just give me the screwdriver. What the hell do I know? Damn thing just doesn't want to work.
You can't say the old tube owes as much.
Well, it could have something to do with that big satellite reception dish the McLeods put up over the weekend.
Where did they get the money for that?
Well, how the hell would I know? I wonder what happens if you turn this.
Ralph, you've broken it.
No. Hey, look, it worked.
Turn up the sound.
All expense paid, trip for two to the Cape of Good Hope.
And that's not all.
Tell them about their grand prize, Lilicia.
Right, Daryl. The Hendersons have just won, all by themselves, a brand new, all-electric 1984 Datsun Banzai.
Oh, what?
1,000 miles between charges.
1980.
Speaking of charges, we'll see you again tomorrow night on It
Sure Beats Welfare.
Hey, what happened? How come we lost it? Oh, the damn picture was perfect.
Ralph.
What?
Ralph, did you see...
Hey, I can't change the channel.
What channel?
13.
Where's the TV guide? Ah. Ralph?
What is it?
Channel 13? There's supposed to be a newscast on there, not
some kind of a game show. It's funny we never saw it before.
That car. They didn't really say 1984, did they? Did they?
Yeah, they did. Well, there's no such thing as an electric car. At least in the market now.
Their clothes. Even that Henderson couple.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way it could happen.
Ralph, the set, it was showing us the future.
There's only one way to find out, isn't there? We're going to get that channel back if I have to work all night.
Ralph, no, please don't.
I could try. Here it is. It's coming back.
It's all those flags and an open coffin. It's somebody important.
Camera's moving in closer. Oh, God. Jeez, he looks old.
No.
Look at him.
It's Trudeau.
Welcome to the future, Janet.
Threaten strike action if their demand for more armored vehicles and helicopter gunships is rejected by municipal authorities. The deaths of more than 270 police officers in pitched battles with organized criminal elements during 1986 have led to an increasingly tense situation in law enforcement.
I'm not sure I like this.
Huh? What's the matter?
The TV, Ralph. It's just not right to see the future. Let's get rid of it.
You kidding?
Well, I don't like it. It's almost sacrilegious.
Oh, come on, take it easy, Janet. It's a joke. You know, it fades in and out, and we get some weird pictures of the way it's gonna be.
But there's no rhyme or reason to it. It goes backwards and forwards from baseball games to Christmas to 10 years from now.
So what?
I've got something really good for you this morning.
Look at this.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, look at this.
3.
A naked broad. A naked broad doing a fitness show.
3.
Ooh, a nudie fitness show. Woo-hoo. Hey, touch your toes, sweetheart. Come on, please.
Ralph, you're disgusting.
I didn't put it on. Hey, don't turn it off.
Well, we have to. There's Rick coming up the walk.
Now,
don't be too hard on him. He's got Linda with him.
That punk. His probation officer said it, you know. He's got to grow up. Look, he gets a job or he gets out. That's all there is to it. Rick? Rick!
Yeah. Hello, Linda.
Hi there, Mumsy, old girl.
So, what's your problem? Did you get the job?
What's it to you?
Did you get the job? Answer me.
No, I didn't get the job. I was gonna, but started getting in the way, you know?
Getting in the way? You mean they wouldn't take you? I told you to get that diaper pin out of your ear. How are you going to get a job looking like a friggin' cannibal?
Hey, look, I was up front. I like to let them know where I'm coming from. That way maybe I don't get laid off first time it rains. Know what I mean, Dad?
Rick! I've had enough of your smart-ass mouth. Now, like I said, straighten up, get a job, or get out of here.
Okay, so don't sweat it. I'm checking out this afternoon. Linda's found us a place.
Sure did.
Sure. Who's paying the rent?
Rent? What's that?
Where is it, dear?
It's a couple of blocks. Close.
How nice.
Yeah, it's an old garage. More like home, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna get my junk together and get out of here.
So, well, Linda, you and Rick seem to be getting on pretty well these days.
Getting it together.
Moving in together. Neither one of you got a job. What are you kids trying to prove anyways?
I got a job.
You do?
Yeah. I got a spread in Skin.
The girly magazine. And it wouldn't be an article.
Sure it is. The genuine article.
All spread out in living color.
I'm sure it'll be very tasteful.
Tasteful? What happened to disgusting?
Ralph, you can't just...
How's Rick taking this?
It was his idea.
What?
Yeah. Said it would give his image a lift. Get him noticed.
Linda, get up here, will you? Do this stuff by myself?
Hey, nice talking to you.
Yes. Bye now.
You realize she could end up marrying that punk?
She's a very nice girl.
Sure. They deserve each other.
He's got a lot of imagination, dear. He'll do all right.
Imagination, sure. Dyeing his hair blue, lying, stealing. Yeah, I give up. Let's go back to the tube. Who knows? Maybe we'll start getting cartoons from Mars.
There was good news from the Economic Summit in Paris today. In response, gold topped $1,200 an ounce. Market sources also indicate a rising demand for silver. Some authorities predict the base price will at least double within a month.
That does it. Have I got an idea?
If this is another chain letter, forget it.
It's so obvious. It's been staring us in the face. Our TV tells us what's going to happen. So we can bet big and never lose. Sports, stocks, gold, silver.
What are we going to do with a baseball score 10 years from now?
Listen, they're always yakking about old games now, and they will then. That's all they talk about. That's how we find out who's going to win this year. But we're going to have to watch it 24 hours a day, so we catch everything that's coming our way.
24 hours? How?
We'll take turns.
Well, where are we going to get the money to bet?
The finance company.
I'm afraid, Ralph. It's just not right.
That's the problem with people like us. We're too afraid. That's why we stay small. But now we got it sewn up. We're going to be bigger than General Motors.
Ralph, I just get the feeling that we're asking for it. Good morning.
What happened overnight? Any sports scores?
No.
Horse races? Stocks?
No, Ralph, do we have to go on like this? Can't we have one night in bed, alone?
I missed something? Pass the dip, will you?
For breakfast?
Why not?
Ralph, what if somebody finds out about this? What'll happen to us?
Jan, look at the money we've been making. Out of debt for the first time. Just one more bet in the game. Get in on one more stock, and we'll never have to work again.
We have been lying here for weeks. It's not right, Ralph. We can't go on living in front of this TV and ordering it in junk food. What's the world coming to?
Who cares? We're all right.
We've got to be careful, Ralph. It's not right to be so greedy.
Now listen, the old set could conk out any time, for good.
It's not healthy. It's not normal. We never get out of here. What did the neighbors notice?
Oh, take it easy. Take it easy, will you? We're getting out tomorrow night. Goodbye party for the McLeods. They're going north on Friday, remember?
Yes, thank God. It'll be good to see Herb and Loie again.
Sure will. Say, this clam dip ain't half bad.
Ralph.
Oh, look, go to sleep, will you? Here are your earplugs. I'll take a look.
Oh, good night. I mean, good morning, I guess. It's hard to tell these days.
Here is a news bulletin. The first flight of the Arctic tourist season ended in tragedy early this morning. Northland's flight number 1632 crashed on landing at Frobisher Bay, Baffin Island.
Listen.
48 people were reported to have been on board. There were no survivors. Stay tuned. We'll have more details shortly. We now return you to our program in progress.
Did you hear that? We've got to do something.
Hold it.
Ralph, they said Baffin Island. There's no time to lose.
We can't.
Can't what?
Tell anyone.
Why not?
Because if we tell anyone about this television set, the game is up. No one can know.
But the McLeods, Herb and Loie, they're on the first flight to Baffin Island.
So they say. Jan, it could be years from now. We don't know.
We know it's going to happen.
Yeah, we do.
48 people are going to die. And we're going to do nothing at all?
That's right.
Oh, think of those people.
Jan, it happens all the time.
That gives us the right to play God.
We'll just have to get used to it, won't we? I'm sorry.
Sure you are.
They weren't going to live forever.
You smug bastard.
Don't start.
Did you enjoy the funeral? Herb and Loie sure had a lot of friends, didn't they? I share your loss. I share your loss.
Oh, Jan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm throwing out the TV.
No.
Huh?
We can't change it now.
No.
At least we don't have the worries we used to. I just hope it's going to be worth it, that's all.
Well, sure it will. You bet. Just like I said, we got all the answers now. We're going to go to the top, you'll see. Right to the top. I bet you we pick on a big game today. It'll be worth it. Don't you worry.
Citizens! This traitor you see before you thought he could get away with it.
What the?
He was better than all the rest.
Isn't that Rick?
But he will now learn.
It is Rick. In a uniform.
The hard
He's older,
way.
but it's still him.
Stay tuned. You can handle it. And watch what subversive thoughts will get you.
He's become an actor. Ralph, he's on TV. What? Oh, my God. What's that naked man tied to?
Some sort of machine.
Oh. What was that all about?
I don't know. It's some sort of torture scene, it looked like.
Real enough. As if his arms were pulled right out of his body.
Sure was realistic. I wonder how they did it.
can't watch this anymore.
Just a little longer.
I've never seen anything so gruesome in my life. It's the most violent movie I've ever seen. How can you keep watching it?
Because he's done it. The little bastard's really done it.
What do you mean?
Shut up and watch.
It's Rick. There he is again.
Like a Mexican general.
From our Supreme Magistrate.
Citizens! You've just witnessed rough justice. But necessary justice. There are ambitious traitors everywhere. And I want them to know that for every one of our northern guards killed, 100 of their collaborators will die.
Slaughtering them by the hundreds.
Think about it, citizens. End this suffering. Be merciful. Surrender during repatriation week, and you will enjoy our generosity.
And now to Parliament Hill and Canada Day festivities.
Must be millions of them, all in ice blue uniforms.
And blue hair. That statue. Did you get the statue? The big one in front of the Peace Tower?
Rick?
Would you look at that? 30 feet high in bronze. The little bastard. Well, that's enough for me.
Oh, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this before. It's crazy. All that blood and suffering and Rick like that. What kind of movie is this?
It's no movie.
What is it then?
It's for real.
For real? No, Ricky's not that way. He's no gangster.
Oh, no two-bit gangster. He's going to be a goddamn Hitler.
Rick? How?
I don't know.
What can we do?
What can we do? There's one thing we can do. We can kill him.
You're not hungry?
No, we got to work this out. Hey, 6 months ago, this meal would have set us back a month's rent.
Ralph, now, there has got to be another way. Rick, now...
He's got to die. We've got a responsibility to ourselves, to the country. Janet, we got no choice.
Stop talking like that. I can't believe Ricky's going to be...
That bad? Mass murders, concentration camps? Don't bet on it. That's not going to be easy. But we've got to have the guts to do it.
I don't want to believe it. I don't have to believe it.
Have you been watching that tube with me for the past 2 days or what? Hey, I think I understand.
What?
That's how he did it. That's how he's going to swing it. He's going to get a hold of the TV set.
The TV?
Well, don't you see? Somehow he's going to get the set office. And use it.
How can you be so sure?
How else could a crazy like him end up top dog? But he's not gonna. Not by me. No way. Not if I get him first.
Ralph, all we have to do is smash the set.
No. Why should I sacrifice for a sick old punk, a maniac?
You'd kill your son before you'd give up your greed. You're the maniac.
It has to be, Jan. We only saw a few pictures on a snowy screen. We can only guess how bad it'll be. Do you want to live with that? There's only one sure move we got. Destroy him.
Do we have to do it right away?
We don't have time not to.
But suppose we get caught.
I got it all worked out. Now look, we invite him over for dinner. To make things up, you know. feed him liquor and pills, and then slip him in the freezer overnight. No weapon, no evidence. And tomorrow we go for a drive in the country. Let's go. Hey, why is the door unlocked? Somebody's broken in.
You sure?
Why, locked the door when we went out? I know I did. Look, where's the stereo? We've been robbed. My God, the TV!
Oh, my new candlesticks, my silver candlesticks. Oh, not the serving tray, too. Oh.
Gone. It's gone. The TV's gone. Gone. Of course it's gone.
Why aren't you mad?
Don't you see? It's out of our hands. No more future fear. No more knowing.
But what about Rick? He's still going to
Don't you understand? He's only a punk. Without our TV set, he won't be top dog of anything.
Then we don't have to...
Rick? Of course not. We're not going to do anything. Things are as they are.
Oh, Ralph. Oh, Ralph. What we could have done. What could have happened.
Better not to think about what could have happened. God help us. Besides, we still have lots of cash in the bank.
I'm so happy. So happy.
God help us.
Oh, so happy.
You're a brutal dude, Ricky. Real brutal.
They had it coming, always dumping on my head.
But it's too much, Rick. Your own parents' house.
Yeah, they made it easy. The joint was cased already, you know what I mean?
Rick, why didn't you sell the TV with the silver and the stereo?
I couldn't get any bread for it. It's too old. Anyway, I want to watch the game. Turn on, will you? And get rid of that radio.
Sure.
Yeah, those phonies make me sick anyway. I mean, I've always been that way. I mean, more or less, I'm at war with the world. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got you on that one, Rick.
And, you know, one of these days, I'm really going to get even. I mean, like, for real. I'll get them. I'll get them all. I want to see them all those sucky little bastards, and I want to see them suffer. And I mean, like, for real.
Rick, that dude on the TV. He looks like you.
Pull the carpet right on out. Give them the shaft like they never had it before. But there's only one thing that counts, and that's me. I own tomorrow. It's mine. And they better catch on pretty damn fast. I own tomorrow. One hope, one destiny, one world. It's mine.
Refuse to be free. And surely as I stand here before you now, I promise that freedom is yours. Today.
Do it.
Tomorrow. And forever.
You have just heard Future Fear by John Graham. Ralph and Janet were played by Frank Perry and Aileen Seaton, and Rick and Linda were Neil Monroe and Jeannie Elias. Additional voices on the television set were by John Stocker and Elva Mae Hoover. Our recording engineer this week is John Hollinger, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. The senior script editor is John Douglas, and our production assistant is Nina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight's play is a new adaptation of the classic short story by Robert Louis Stevenson, the original Body Snatchers.
Down the close and up the stair, Bud and Ben with Burke and Hare. Burke's the butcher, Hare's the thief, Knock's the man that buys the beef.
It is 30 years since I last saw that kind of beef, lying still, oh, so still on its slab. But the rain brings back the sights. 30 years since I was a student of medicine in the schools of Edinburgh. The greatest ornament of all the town was a certain professor of anatomy, a Dr. Knox. You'll call his name to mind, perhaps. When all was done and known, the very children cried it in the streets. And he, God help me, he picked me for a likely lad.
A very pretty dissection, Mr. Fettis. It's a rare delight when a student can not only find the brain, but has one.
Thank you, sir. I cannot tell you what an honor it is.
Oil of clothes is for the toothache, Mr. Fettis. You may spare me your compliments. I have decided to appoint you second demonstrator, which is to say sub-assistant for the anatomy class.
Well, thank you, sir.
You'll be responsible to Mr. Wolfe McFarlane here, our demonstrator. The two of you are acquainted, I believe.
We shall know each other better, sir. Congratulations, Fettis. Thank you, McFarlane. I swear I'll give you no cause for regret, Dr. Knox.
You'll be moving your lodgings, Mr. Fettis, to nearby here in the close. We sometimes have night business, and you'll need to watch sharp for the call.
Night business, sir.
Come now, Mr. Fettis, you're not a bairn dribbling milk on his chin. You know as well as I do that our only legal cadavers come to us from the public hangman. Be he never so busy, he couldn't supply the half of our needs. But there are always the poor.
Some old body in a hovel down an alley breathes her last.
By God's own providence, of course.
Oh, of course. There she is, friendless, without relations, penniless, dead. Now, what's a poor landlord to do?
Come by in the night and turn Providence to a small profit.
Good lad.
Yeah, I've sometimes noticed in class, the subjects are not always fresh and show traces of earth.
Then cut the price. Oh, McFarlane, you must teach him the cash box and the accounts. They must balance. For every cash debit, a credit cadaver, quid pro quo.
Corpus pro quo, sir.
I like your ambition, Fettis. I was just such a one myself. But ask no more questions for conscience sake. McFarlane, instruct your assistant.
Yes, sir.
You'll move here tonight, Fetus, and remember...
Sir?
Be ready for visitors.
Visitors. Did you hear old Knox say visitors in the night? And I not ready for them, does he think?
He'll be as ready for them as ever you were for a wench, Fetus.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, observe.
Our fair serving maid, the succulent Jane Galbraith.
Oh, Jane? Everybody's Jane. Observe Miss Galbraith as she negotiates her way among the tables laden with tankards and bottles.
I observe a fine behind her.
Imprecise, lad, imprecise. You actually observe the relation of her gluteus maximus muscles to her sacrum and coccygeal bones. How is the latter shift vertically?
Yeah, the former flex and bounce horizontally.
Bravo, laddie. You have observed how Latin may decorate a tart, eh? Take your degree. Oh, take your degree.
Oh, Marie, Fetus. Oh, what are you doing with such black company as McFarlane there? And talking about me before my very face.
On my soul, Jane, we never mentioned your face. Did we, Fetus?
Devil run away with you, McFarlane.
Oh, you're too hard on him, Jane. He's a good fella at heart.
Oh, Fetus, he gives me the cold glue to look at him. One look at his viper eye, and I feel somebody's footsteps walking on my very grave.
Well, I'd rather walk to a warmer place for laying you down, Jane.
Come be sexton in my churchyard when you will.
Well, all right, I'll do that.
Resurrection men.
Hmm? What you saying?
Grave robbers. You know, Fetus, our Lord's remains would be precious little use to us.
What are you saying, man?
Aye, man. Those remains were only available on the third day.
McFarlane,
Hmm?
has it ever occurred to you that God might strike you dead in the street?
But God and his angels slept, and so did I, until one night, in the blackest dark before the dawn, the promised visitors arrived at last.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dr. Fetus, is it?
Mr. Fetus, since you know my name, you must know I'm only a student. Well, get in here, both of you, and what you have with you.
My friend here, sir, my living friend, is Mr. Burke.
Your Honour's servant.
No servant of mine.
And I'm Mr. Hare, sir. My other friend, the silent one here, was poor old Sally. Your Honour will be wanting her unwrapped, of course, before you be naming a price. Mr. Burke, the fixings, if you please.
Right.
Good. She still stinks of gin.
She died with her last glass still in her hand, God bless her, and all the world a rose of light. Sure, God is kind to his poor, sir.
She's fresh. How much?
Fresh, did you say? She's still warm.
A poor old soul we gave a bed to, sir, to keep her from the streets. She was took of a sudden in the night.
Yeah, we keep a lodge in the
I can do without your explanations. £7.10.
For such a fine, fresh cadaver, Your Honour. Surely now.
Take the money or go whistle for it. I don't bargain with resurrection men.
That's a hurtful name to be saying, sir. And it's blasphemy, too.
Mr. McFarlane was giving us £1 a pound when 'twas fresh like this. She's worth more than you're offering.
£7.10.
Well, seeing as you're new, sir, we'll take the offer.
Good. Here, then. Burke, here?
Sir?
Are you, then, butchers that you price your meat so nicely?
Oh, why, sir, 'tis you that's the butchers.
I beg your pardon.
Sure, we only deliver the meat.
'Tis you that slices it up.
I barred and bolted the street door behind them. Then I went and was sick below the stairs. My accommodation itself was lofty and spacious, but as the weeks went by, the very walls closed in about me, breathing complicity with empty graves, and more. And then, one night...
Over here. Here on the slab, and be quick about it.
You be quick yourself. It's almost dawn, and it'd be a bad thing for you if anyone saw us with this one. Pay up and let us out.
Now, Mr. Burke. You surely know Mr. Fettes will be wanting to examine the merchandise. Now be a good man there and let him see. Oh, it's a fine one tonight, Mr. Fettes. A lovely young woman, not a day over 30, and fresh as an August apple.
The face, man. Uncover the face. How can I tell her age if... Merciful God. Oh, merciful God.
He knows her. You know her.
Surely not, sir.
That's Jane Galbraith. She was alive and hearty yesterday. It's impossible she can be dead.
Sure, sir, you're mistaken entirely.
I know her, I tell you. And what's wrong with her neck? It's impossible you should have got this body fairly.
Well, now, Mr. Fettes, that's a dangerous accusation to be making. A very dangerous accusation indeed.
We dug her up. 6 feet under she was.
It's you that's so firm they be fresh, Mr. Fettes. A body you ordered, a body you got. A bargain's a bargain. And, you'll notice Mr. Burke is between you and the door.
So best you pay up straight now.
Here, there you go. Here's your money. Now go.
How much?
£10 now. Get out of here.
There now, Mr. Burke. Wasn't it myself told you he was a real gentleman?
Fettes! Fettes!
And there's Mr. McFarlane wanting you, Mr. Fettes. We'll be off now. The world and his wife will be up and about any minute.
Good day to you, Mr. Fettes.
You'll be wanting to be quiet as usual about this, Mr. Fettes. Remember how quiet they are on the castle gallows.
Fettes, Dr. Knox wants that preparation of spirits of alcohol ready for the morning class. Did I hear the street door close?
It was a night delivery.
Good. And now, as for this morning's class...
McFarlane, look at her face.
No, are you not? Oh, I see. Jane Galbraith.
You take it very coolly.
Well, should I not?
There's a mark on the base of the neck. Look.
Second cervical vertebra. Shattered. Aye, it looks fishy.
Well, what do I do?
Do? Well, why do you want to do anything? Least said, soonest mended, I should say.
Well, someone might recognize her.
We'll hope not. And if anybody does, well, you didn't, you see, and there's an end.
But there's the law, the police.
Oh. As to that, I should like to know how any of us would look, or what the devil we should have to say for ourselves in any Christian witness box. For me, you know, there's one thing certain, that practically speaking, all our subjects have been murdered.
McFarlane!
Come now. As if you hadn't suspected it yourself.
Well, suspecting is one thing, but...
And proof another. Aye, I know. And I'm as sorry as you are poor Jane should have come to this. But the next best thing is not to recognize it. And I don't. I think a man of the world would do as I do.
Would he now? And what kind of a world would he be a man of, then?
Fettes. We Fettes. Why do you suppose Knox chose us two for his assistants? And I answer, because he didn't want old wives.
Old wives! Old wives!
There's my lad. A man of the world must take his humour where he finds it, eh?
God in heaven, who's that?
Quick, cover her up and take hold of your nerves.
Who is it?
It's me, Richardson.
What the hell do you want? You know anatomy class doesn't start for 2 hours yet.
Let him in, man. Let him in.
What?
Little Richardson won't bite. And we are here to help the students.
It's 7 a.m, Richardson. What do you want?
Well, I want, that is, I need...
Speak up, damn you!
I need a head.
Are you mad?
No. That is... body. You've got a new body. Oh, wonderful. Here, let me look.
No! Hands off, you bloody fool. Hands off, I say!
Sorry.
Intruding bloody fool.
Now, Fetis. Poor Richardson's just a trifle over-eager, that's all. We must not censure zeal.
I only wanted...
Of course. I'm afraid this head is out of the question, unfortunately. It's already spoken for.
Oh, yes. I see. I do understand.
Richardson, I beg your pardon for losing my temper. I am a man of the world again.
And none too soon. Richardson, I call Fetis here to witness. You shall have our very next head.
I shall.
As I am an honest man.
Oh, Mr. McFarlane, thank you. A head all for myself. My very own head.
In a day, in but one day, Jane Galbraith was disposed of in the usual way. And I hardened my heart and drank o' nights as hard as ever I worked by day. In our tavern, there was another girl to serve us. And one night, beside McFarlane, there sat a stranger, a small man, very pale and dark, with coal black eyes. He did not improve upon acquaintance, but he exercised a very remarkable control over McFarlane.
Leave already? But the pup, Toady dear, the night is but a pup. Come along now. Order your friend Fetis here another nip of whiskey. Order up, Toady.
Gray, don't call me that.
Affection, Toady dear, a mere term of affection.
My name is Wolf McFarlane. Use it.
Isn't he a naughty toddy, Mr. Fetis? Landlord, another rum and water for me and a hot toddy for Mr. McFarlane here. And bring him the bill.
Aye, sir.
If you use that name again...
Mr. Fetis, you mean to say that darling Toddy here has never mentioned me? Never once?
Well, no, sir, not that I recall.
Toddy dear, I'm hurt, worse than hurt, offended. After all we've been through together.
Hold your tongue, Gray.
He and I share certain common pleasures, Mr. Fetis. At least I provide, and he enjoys them. Huh, Toddy?
Shut up, damn you!
Never told you about those, I'll wager, has he, Mr. Fetis? Juicy little...
McFarlane, for God's sake, man.
Do not fret yourself, Mr. Fetis. He and I often exchange these little love taps, but he finds them costly. Yeah, Toddykins? Landlord, your lamb and venison dinner with all the trimmings and the best wine in the house. The bill to my purple-faced friend here.
Aye, sir.
Look at him, Mr. Fetis. He hates me, you know. See how my little darling hates me. Have I spoiled your appetite, Toddy?
Why, no, Gray. As a matter of fact, you've just given me one.
By the time we separated, Gray was incapably drunk, and I tottered home myself with devious footsteps, dimly wondering that McFarlane was still cold sober. Next day he was absent from class, and I chuckled to myself. Yes, I actually did that. To think of poor Toddy still squiring the intolerable Gray from tavern to tavern. By evening I was still a wee bit fragile, d'ye see. So I went early to bed and slept the sleep of the just. Until... I'm coming! Damn you! Coming! Please, dear Lord, let there be honest earth on this one. McFarlane, you?
Me.
Have you been out alone?
You might say I have. Now stop still and give me a hand.
Digging up a grave by yourself? In heaven's name, did you manage it?
Never mind, damn you. Up on the slab. Here, I'll get the door.
But where and how did you come by it? I'm as strong as you, but I'd never...
The bolt, you bloody fool!
I was just going to snap at McFarlane. What in the hell's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Fetus. My nerves are playing me up. I'm much better now.
Well, you'd best be home to bed then, and let me get back to mine.
I think first you'd better look at the face.
Well, why should I do that?
Because you know who it is, dear Fetus. But you'll never sleep until you're absolutely sure now, will you? Look at the face. Look at the face.
Oh, God. Oh, God. God.
You see, Fetus? You did know. You're weeping for such scum as Gray?
To see him naked, in rigor mortis, on a slab. The man I left well clad and full of meat and sin, on the threshold of a tavern.
Fetus, what a bairn you are after all. The wee kirk of the heather got its clutches on you yet. Enough of that. We must to business. See that Richardson has the head. The poor fool will probably kiss you. And talking of business, you must pay me. Your account, remember, must tally.
Pay you? Pay you for that?
Why, yes, of course you must. By all means, and on every possible account you must. I dare not give it for nothing. You dare not take it for nothing. Now, where does old Knox keep his money?
The cash box. There.
Well, give me the key, then. That's better. Now, look here. Here's the payment made. First step to your security. You now have to clinch it by a second. Enter the payment in your book, and then you, for your part, may defy the devil. All right, Fetus. And by the way, it's only fair that you should pocket the lucre.
I?
This second little matter flows clearly from the first. Mr. Gray is the continuation of Miss Galbraith. You can't begin and then stop. If you begin, you must keep on beginning. There's the truth. No rest for the wicked, you see.
My God. What have I done? And when did I begin? To be made a class assistant in the name of reason, where was the harm in that?
My dear fellow, at the first, of course, you staggered. But you're clever. You have pluck. I like you. And Knox likes you. You were born to lead the hunt. I tell you, on my honor, 3 days from now, You'll laugh at these pale scarecrows like a schoolboy at a fuss.
You'd better go home to your bed, Mr. McFarlane. I'll get Gray ready for the students in the morning.
Above all else, Mr. Fettes, the head to little Richardson. Did you see his eyes when I promised it? Do you think anyone will recognize Gray? Not 5 minutes after Richardson's first cut.
Hours passed. The class began to arrive. The pale members of Mr. Gray were dealt out to one and to another, and received without remark. Richardson tasted at last the joys of heaven.
Such a head, Mr. McFarlane. The supraorbital cavity, the occipital...
The pleasure is mine, Richardson. Entirely mine.
On the third day, a dreadful process of disguise was complete. I had outlived my terrors and forgotten my baseness, but the supply of subjects never met the demand. Richardson and all his tribe were insatiable. And so, at last, it came to the point that McFarlane and I must turn resurrection men ourselves. Like vultures on dying lamb, we came down in rain and darkness on a coffin in the lonely rustic graveyard of Glencorse. The old wife of a farmer, who'd been known for nothing but good butter and a godly conversation, was to be rooted from her grave at midnight and carried, dead and naked, to that faraway city she had always honoured with her Sunday best. The place beside her family was to be empty till the crack of doom. Her innocent and venerable body to be exposed to the last curiosity of the anatomist.
Almost there. A little more. Damn it to hell! The lantern's gone out. How are we going to get that corpse up in pitch darkness? To hell with the darkness. The less to see, the better. We don't need light to break her open. Damn it. Now let's get her out into the carriage. Poor Biddy'll catch her get the cold in this rain. What the hell's got into the dogs? Never mind the dogs. Get her under the shoulders. I'll take care of the feet.
God, she's heavy for... McFarlane,
what is it now?
This is not the body of a woman.
Superstitious fool. Feel it, you can... The chest is flat as any table. Feel the width of the shoulders. I have matches here, Slider. Uncover the face. I'll get a light under my coat. Here. Now let's get a good look at the pit. So... There. Against all reason, staring up from the coffin, his cold black eyes fixed on us like a knife in a wound, lay the one face that we now knew could never decompose or be disposed of. The face that would henceforth belong to any corpse we should ever encounter. The mocking face of the dead and long dissected Gray.
You have just heard The Body Snatchers, a dramatization of the Robert Louis Stevenson short story by Frank McEnany. Featured tonight were Neil Monroe as Fetus, the narrator, and Graham Haley as McFarlane. Robert Christie played Dr. Knox, and others in the cast included Richard Donat and Sean Mulcahy as Burke and Hare, Wendy Thatcher as Jane Galbraith, Michael Wincott as Richardson, and Eric House as Gray. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. The senior story editor is John Douglas, with the production assistance of Nina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, I would advise you to make certain that all of your escape routes are clear. The play is called No Admittance, No Exit.
Sheila, on the bill here, you forgot the oil filter.
He didn't need one.
How many times do I have to tell you? You change the oil, you change the filter.
Barney, if that oil had been any cleaner, I could have taken it home to cook with.
That's not the point. The guy asked for full service, we give it to him.
Whether he needs it or not.
Look, he says he wants it, I say he needs it, you do it.
Whether it needs to be done or not.
Get out there. I got work to do.
Oh, my Lord and Master. He's a darling boy.
I never should have done it. Hiring a woman for a man's job. You're just begging for trouble.
Hi, Mr. Borden. Got a loose fan belt, eh?
Is that what it is?
Well, it's either loose or worn out. I'll check. Would you be needing gas?
No, Sheila, just fix that noise. It's driving me crazy.
Well then, shut off the engine and open the hood.
Hey, Barney.
Mr. Borden, what's up?
Ever since you serviced the car last week, the engine's had a funny noise.
What kind of noise?
Chirping noise, you know, like a gerbil.
You mean like a chipmunk?
Yeah.
Huh. Sounds like the water pump. Start up the motor.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, you stupid bitch!
Oh, my God, what's she...
Turn it off!
Sorry, Barney.
God.
Hand. Let me see it.
Get her in the car.
No.
Get a cloth, towels, anything. We've got to stop the bleeding.
Oh, right.
Hang on. We'll get you to the hospital. That's it. Now, lean on me. All right, just ease yourself in. Lean your hand back. There.
Take me home.
Here. I got him.
Now press it on the wound. Not like that. Firmly. Get in, I'll drive. Close the hood.
I can't leave.
You have to. I can't look after her and drive too. Get in and close the door.
I don't know what you expect me to do.
Keep the pressure on.
The towel's already soaked.
If anything happens to her...
Oh, she's all right. You all right, Sheila, honey?
Cold. Oh.
Put your arm around her, Bonnie.
Hey? Oh, sure.
Where's the nearest hospital?
There's a new one. It's just open and close. But they wouldn't take us. I think it's special.
They'll take us. They'll have to. Where is it? What's it called?
Well, they call it the Future Clinic. over the place.
Where are we going?
We'll be there in a minute.
How much blood does a person have?
Enough.
Well, how much can you lose before you need more? They're bad luck, you know, women. Who ever heard of a woman mechanic? She talked me into it. Should have known. Fishermen won't even go out in the water with them.
Hang on, girl. This is
Me? Oh, yeah. She made me think she could do it.
Okay. You ready to get her out?
She looks awful white. Place is empty. Where is everybody?
Ready to stretch her. Find an orderly.
Where are we?
Attention, please. Welcome to Future Clinic. Place patient in wheelchair, please.
What? Where are you?
Where's the wheelchair?
Observe, please. Enter the elevator and utilize the indicated wheelchair. An attendant will meet you at the appropriate lower level.
Emergency! We need emergency!
Enter the elevator, please.
Come on,
Please.
Professor. Professor, you heard her.
Very well. Sheila, just a few more steps and everything's going to be all right. Okay. Now, I'm going to sit you down.
Yeah. Hey, Professor, there's no buttons on this elevator.
My God, you're right.
They seem to know where we're going.
I'm glad somebody does.
Oh! My hand. I can see the bone.
Keep it covered, Sheila. We'll be there in a moment.
Where's there?
Oh, now, don't worry, honey. This is the Future Clinic. They know what they're doing.
Here we are. What's the matter with the doors?
Hey. Open the door. Oh, somebody answer.
Are we there?
Attention, please. Enter the corridor now.
Careful, Barney. Take it easy.
I just want out of there. Hey. This is like a prison tunnel.
Keep moving. There's a door at the far end.
Barney, get me a drink.
Yeah, just a minute, honey. We're almost there. Professor, where are the doctors and the nurses?
Where's the damned orderly she promises?
Attention, please. Is the patient male or female?
She's a woman.
Attention, please. Is this an illness, a pregnancy, or an injury?
An injury? A very serious injury. She's lost a good deal of...
Attention, please. We require one of the following. Social insurance number, hospital insurance number, Visa card.
Oh, it's back in the station.
We don't have the numbers.
Professor, the door. It's locked.
Open this door, now!
Look what it says. No admittance.
Attention, please.
My name is Sheila Lana Sullivan. My address is 100 Durham. Phone is 967.
For God's sake, this woman is badly hurt.
Attention, repeat phone digits.
You idiot! This girl is bleeding to death.
Attention.
My name is Sheila.
Her phone number is 967-5254.
Requirement satisfied. Enter. Attention, please. Proper procedures require full cooperation.
I'll give us further instructions, but please hurry.
Attention. Proceed to Medicenter directly ahead.
This is spooky. Jeez. Looks like a spaceship in there.
Voice transmission should contain pertinent medical information only.
Oh, the whole place is bugged.
Attention. Continue moving. Do not transmit irrelevant information.
For the love of God, stop that voice. Stop.
I'll take Sheila. Get the door. If it opens. If it does. Go ahead. Well, surprise, surprise. A human being, I believe.
Hello, I'm David Bruff, your comfort coordinator.
Where's the doctor?
Would you gentlemen step behind the protective shield here, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here? I am not moving until a doctor gets here.
Of course, I appreciate your concern, but you can see and hear everything from behind the glass.
He's right, Professor Borden. I'm staying here.
That's fine, Dr. Borden. If you wish to remain in the direct force of the computer scan, that's up to you. The genetic damage should be very minor. Now, we'll just get on with the diagnostic process.
Diagnostic? Are you blind? There's a trail of blood down the corridor.
Excuse me, I have to move her to the left. Ms. Sullivan, can you hear me? Miss Sullivan, my name is David.
Her name's Sheila.
Don't be frightened. We're just lifting you onto the examination table.
Geez, that thing has a smooth edge. What the hell are you doing?
Where am I? Heat. Bright sun. Fighting.
You're right here with me in the hospital. We're just moving you under this light.
Attention, please. Patient is not centered. Please adjust.
What's going on here? This girl needs treatment.
Yes, she does, Professor, and she will receive the best. By the way, your face is very red. Are you sure you're all right?
The heat is getting so hot.
I did warn you, Professor, but you wouldn't get behind the shield.
What about Sheila? What's it doing to her?
Shh, quiet. The assessment.
Sheila Alana Sullivan, Caucasian, female, country of origin, Republic of Ireland. Age, 25. General health, excellent. Single mother, apprentice mechanic, education incomplete, earning potential insignificant, assimilation to North American society unsatisfactory. Feminist opinions and pursuit of male work role are neurotic overcompensation. Standard immigrant insecurity. Environmental adaptation poor. Societal impact minimal.
Mother of God. Pity on a country where they teach the very machines to hate.
This is monstrous. Where are the doctors?
The assessment will be complete in a minute, and then the doctors are allowed to proceed with the appropriate treatment.
Come on, over here, Professor. You'll get a better view.
Please, for your sake, Professor.
For hers, I'm no good this way.
Attention, please. Patient assessment, Sheila Alana Sullivan. Multiple lacerations of left hand. Main sensory nerves severed. Retracted thumb tendon. Extreme muscle and ligament damage. Major destruction to skeletal structure of hand. Massive blood loss. Treatment procedure options. First, maintenance treatment. Amputation of left hand. Prosthesis installation. Industrial training. Time duration, 3 months. Second, restoration treatment, rehabilitative surgery, continuing cosmetic adjustments, intensive physiotherapy, time duration, 2 years. Recommendation procedure number 1, maintenance treatment.
Now what happens?
Now we proceed.
Hold on. You're not amputating her hand. You got it, Professor.
Operating room 6 in readiness. 6 units of Rh negative blood available. Surgical team standing by. Post-operative care alerted.
Don't hurt me. Please. Don't hurt me.
It's okay, Sheila. I'm going to give you this injection. It'll make you feel like you're floating. Think of something lovely, like flowers. Can you smell flowers?
Neil likes tulips best.
And Neil's your friend.
My son. Neil's my son.
You see, gentlemen, perfect dreamland. There'll be no pain at all.
You can stop right now. I'm not letting you do it.
Come off to surgery.
No. What do you...
You'll wake her up.
That's fine, Professor Borden. Now, I have to fill out my admitting report. You can help me. And aren't you feeling better since the scan stopped?
What's that?
Elevator to the operating room, of course. You said yourself it was an urgent case.
Activate deliverance of patient for surgery. Staff waiting.
Excuse me, Professor. I have to send her down now.
This is some kind of lunacy. You have no right to proceed in this fashion.
In we go.
You are deliberately mutilating this woman. She won't be able to work. Her child will suffer. You're destroying her life.
Professor, these people know what they're doing. They're experts.
If you upset yourself, you may become ill again. She'll be given adjustment
I
therapy.
don't believe this is a hospital. Where are the doctors?
It is. And this is a patient. As for the doctor, you've seen, or rather heard her.
This woman. She isn't real to you. She's an object, like this wheelchair. Money, recovery time, societal impact.
You heard the assessment. There's nothing particularly useful about her.
I think you better move, Professor.
I am not budging from this door.
Delivery of patient in 3 minutes. Surgical team will disband.
Sir, I don't know your name.
Barney. Barney Novak, sir.
Mr. Novak, I'm going to have to call on you to assist me.
Yes, sir. Professor Borden, I'm sorry, but you have to move out of the way.
Stay out of this, Barney. You've already done enough damage. You caused all this.
No, it wasn't me sitting in that big, expensive car. It wasn't me that turned the key. Pull him away. I got him. I got him. Take care of Sheila. Take care of Sheila.
That's it. Get him over there.
I can't breathe. The pain.
Goodbye, Sheila.
Let me go.
No, not yet.
It's all right, Mr. Novak. She's gone. Let him go.
Just crushing ribs going to snap.
Jesus, face. He's purple.
Loosen his clothing and we'll get him up on the examination table.
What's wrong with him? Professor Borden, I didn't mean to hurt him.
You did what had to be done, Mr. Novak. Professor Borden may have just fainted from the strain. But I don't like those symptoms. We'll just run him through the diagnostic process, shall we?
Oh. Yes, sir. What do I do?
What does the computer need to help Professor Borden? Think now.
His SIN number.
Good man. You'd better get his wallet.
Is he going to be okay?
He's going to get the most advanced treatment in the country. A social insurance number, please.
Here. 401-624-102.
Alan Borden, Caucasian male. Country of origin, Canada. Ethnic descent, Anglo-Saxon. Age, 56. Marital status, widower. Professor of Canadian History, University of Toronto. Earning potential, stable middle income bracket. Health, low-grade emphysema, mild diabetes, enlarged liver, high cholesterol count, societal impact, limited.
Diagnosis next.
We'll know in a minute, won't we?
In just a jiff.
Ruptured aorta, blocked pulmonary artery, imploded heart cavity. Treatment procedure options. First, open heart surgery, aortal bypass, reconstruction of damaged muscle, 3 months monitoring in intensive care, followed by further surgery for placement of heart pacer. Hospital bed care, time duration, 1 year. Second option, relieve discomfort with injection of 30 cc's of morphine.
And the recommended procedure?
Option 2, injection.
They're trying to kill me. Barney, for God's sake, get me out of here.
You're a sick man, Professor Borden. This is the best place for you.
Don't touch me.
Just rolling up your sleeve, Professor. In a minute, you'll feel like you're floating. There. Now you'll sleep.
Place patient on stretcher in elevator, activate delivery. Quiet room is in readiness.
Is he sleeping?
Yes. Stand clear of the doors.
What'll happen now?
The indicated procedure is activated.
Yeah. It's amazing when you think about it. The computer can do everything.
That's right.
Hey, it couldn't give me some advice, do you think?
Well, a little health problem, Mr. Novak?
Oh, I get, a stomachache now and then.
Have you seen a doctor?
Well, I've been so busy.
Climb up on the examination table. We'll find out in a minute if it's anything to worry about.
Oh, I should get going.
Nonsense. You're here now. Give me your social insurance number and we'll start.
Well, it's 102-620-861.
Louder, please. It must hear you.
102-620-861. Hey, this won't hurt, will it?
Of course not.
Barney Stanislaus Novak. Caucasian male. Country of origin, Canada. Ethnic descent, Polish. Age, 48. Marital status, unmarried. Education, incomplete but superb mechanical facility. Superb mechanical facility.
She's acting funny. What's happening?
That's the comparison key.
What?
Assessment has been suspended. You're being compared with other individuals in the memory bank.
Oh. Holy gee.
Attention, please. Comparison of available data indicates mechanical facility of 102-620-861 Novak Barney S as superior to that of 103-725-944 Ruff David K.
No, please.
Attitude of mechanic Novak has been examined and found highly positive. Novak, respond, please.
Wait. You mean, do I want to work for you? Here?
Idiom, imprecise, general content, correct?
Oh. Yeah. I'd love to be a part of something like this. Please.
Service failures of former attendant Bruff have been traced to physical malfunction as well as to inferior capacity. Bruff, David K., please position yourself on the scan table for diagnosis, assessment, and treatment options.
For God's sakes, no. Mr. Novak, help me.
Patient Bruff, just call me Barney.
have just heard No Admittance, No Exit by Don Bailey and Milo Ringham. Featured in tonight's cast were Hugh Webster as Barney, Deirdre Flanagan as Sheila, Robert Christie as Dr. Borden, Robert Haley as Bruff, and Mary Peary as the computer. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. The senior script editor is John Douglas, with the production assistance of Nina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. When listening to tonight's story, you would be well advised to maintain full possession of your own particular faculties. The play by Arthur Samuels is called The Repossession.
Damn you. You died 30 years ago. Why couldn't you stay dead?
There was a debt to be paid, Robert. Something you owed me.
I owe you nothing.
Oh, yes, you do. And it's past due.
I'm not afraid of you anymore. Why should I be? You've destroyed everything I had.
Not everything, Robert. You still have something that rightfully belongs to both of us. I think you've had it long enough.
Oh, no, you can't mean...
Your heart, Robert.
No.
Our heart.
No.
The one we shared as babies. The heart you stole from me. I want it back, Robert. I want it back.
All right, let's have a reading. Pulse 120, blood pressure and respiration normal. Everyone ready, then? Are we ready? Ready, Doctor. Nurse?
Yes, Doctor.
All right, draw the sheet back. That's it. Now, you people up there in the observation booth, what you see here is a rather remarkable case of conjoined infants, commonly referred to as Siamese twins. Your textbooks will no doubt give you a statistical indication of the rarity of these occurrences.
Well, how could they even survive like that?
Many cases are remarkable in more ways than one. You should know that in most of such cases, only one twin, that is the autocyte or host, is what we would call normal, while the other, the parasite if you like, is more often than not grossly malformed. But here you see 20-month-old male twins absolutely identical, both perfectly formed in every respect except for the obvious. Look.
The obvious is right. It's just...
Shut up, I'm trying to take notes.
You can see where they're conjoined at the breastbone. The fusion isn't our problem. This is.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Come on, you're going to be a doctor,
As you
remember?
can see, these twins share a single heart. Here it is, suspended outside both chest cavities. The heart's only protection is its pericardial sac. Obviously, both babies can't survive like this. So, I'm afraid we're left with a difficult choice.
Jesus.
One can live, but the other must die. There's no other way. All right, let's get started. What God has joined together, we now tear asunder. Sponge. There, that looks clean. Now, what's the problem, nurse? Are you ill?
No, Doctor. It's just that...
Well?
They're both so healthy. How can you make a choice?
It has to be either or. Do you want to be relieved?
No, Doctor. I'm sorry. I'm ready.
All right, then. Scalpel.
Scalpel.
1,
can live, but the other must die. Die! Die!
Honey, it's all right. Come on, wake up. It's only a dream. Come on, love.
God.
It's all right.
Oh, God, that was rough.
The same nightmare?
Yeah, with a slight variation. This time I was dying.
Bob, don't you think you've had enough of this?
What?
Well, you've been promising to see someone about this, remember?
All right, Beth.
No, it's not all right. Do you realize what you've been like these past few weeks? If I say a word to you, you practically bite my head off, and the children are so scared of you.
All right, Beth, will you just ease off? It's bad enough without...
Does that mean we can't talk about it? Subject closed as usual?
No. Just give me a chance to clear my head. I'm gonna go take a shower.
Yeah, you really should clear your head, Bob. I mean, how long can this go on? I'm sorry, but I'm getting awfully fed up.
You think I'm not? No, will you just... What in the name of hell? Beth, come here.
What is it?
Just get in here.
What now? Something else to complain about?
What is this? Your sick little way of getting back at me for last night?
Well, what are you talking about?
That.
Oh, my God. I hate you. What does it mean?
Oh, you know damned well what it means. And how subtly you express it in lipstick right across the mirror. I hate you.
Are you suggesting I wrote that?
Who else? It's your lipstick, isn't it?
Are you blind? Look at the message.
I'm looking, damn it. And all I...
Can't you see? It's in your handwriting.
All right, Mr. Stroud, I think I have the picture. You've been having a recurrent nightmare, obviously related to the separation and death of your twin 30 years ago.
Yes, but the nightmare only began a few weeks ago. Why, after all these years?
Oh, any one of a number of things might have triggered it. Anxiety, guilt.
Guilt? Why should I feel guilty? I told you, Dr. Benner, we were babies. I had nothing to do with the choice.
No, of course not. But the unconscious doesn't differentiate between what you were or were not responsible for.
I don't understand.
Well, I'll give you the classic example. Two soldiers, friends or brothers, are caught in enemy crossfire. Now, one lives and the other dies. The one who survives is glad, naturally, and yet he feels guilty. Misinterprets his feeling to mean he's glad his companion died. Do you see?
I think so, but... What about that message on the mirror this morning? Can you explain that?
Well, I can try. Are you a somnambulist, Mr. Stroud?
A what?
Do you walk in your sleep?
No. But even if I did, are you saying I got up in my sleep last night, walked into the bathroom, picked up my wife's lipstick, and wrote, "I hate you" across the mirror?
I'm saying it's possible, particularly since you tell me the message was in your own handwriting.
But it wasn't exactly.
How do you mean?
I'm left-handed. My handwriting slants to the left, but the writing on the mirror slanted to the right.
That is curious. Tell me, Mr. Stroud, may I call you Robert?
Sure.
What do you make of it?
I don't know. But I can't help thinking that...
Go ahead.
It sounds crazy, but... that Douglas is somehow responsible for all this.
Douglas? Your twin brother?
I told you it was crazy.
No, not crazy. It's just illogical. Your brother Douglas is dead, Robert. He died 30 years ago, and the dead do not come back, except in our fearful imaginations and dreams.
So sure of himself, isn't he?
Robert, is something wrong? Are you feeling ill?
No, I just... Oh, God, I must be crazy. I'm even beginning to hear things.
Now, I doubt that. You're distraught, and that's all. Yeah, look, Here's what I suggest for the moment. I'll give you something to help you sleep at night.
And what about the days? I can't work. I can't even think right now.
Then why not take the day off? You told me you're a tennis buff. Maybe a little exercise is just what you need to work off some of that tension.
Oh, Bob, I don't believe it. You beat me. And about time, isn't it? You've been clobbering me for years.
Yeah, but I've never seen you play like this. And that last cross-court smash, it was weird.
Weird?
Yeah, you played a double grip, right-handed.
No, you must be mistaken, Ted.
I tell you, you played your best shots right-handed. You've always been left, haven't you? Bob? Bob, what's the matter? You just turned white as a sheet. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You sure?
I said I'm all right. Come on, let's head for the showers, huh?
Yeah, okay. Hey, Bob. I was just thinking. Why don't you and I team up for that doubles tournament next month? I mean, if you just play the way you did today, we'd be unbeatable. Bob?
I'm left-handed, but the writing on the mirror is slanted to the right.
Douglas is dead, Robert. He died 30 years ago, and the dead do not come back.
Can't be.
What? All I said was that if you and I teamed up...
Just not possible.
How much proof do you need?
Bob, for God's sake, will you watch where you're going? Nearly drove off the road. What the hell's the matter with you?
I don't know. I lost control of my right hand. As though... No, damn you, no!
Get out! You trying to get us killed? You better pull over and let me drive. Bob, look out!
Oh, Ted, my God, what have I done?
You really did lose control, didn't you, Brother Robert?
Teddy, all right?
Yeah, no thanks to you. What the hell's the matter? I told you to let me drive.
It wasn't my fault.
I saw you wrenching at the wheel as though you were trying to drive us into the ditch.
No, you don't understand. I was trying not to. But he forced me.
He? Who are you talking about?
It was him. Douglas. See, it's been Douglas all along.
Hey, Bob, I don't think you know what you're saying. Your head. You must be hurt.
No. Ted, listen. Believe me.
Now, take it easy. Let me drive you home, okay?
Yes, Robert. Let's both go home.
Oh, Ted. Come in.
Only for a moment. I can't stay, Beth. Got to pick up Lori at school. But I was worried about Bob. Is he okay?
I don't know. I'm afraid, Ted. Something's happening to him, and I don't know how to handle it.
Oh, easy now. Easy. Where are the kids?
I sent them over to my mother's. I didn't want them to see him like this. They'll stay with her overnight.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Where's Bob now?
In the study. He's locked himself in with a bottle. He won't even talk to me.
Let me try.
No, Ted, it's no use. I've already called Dr. Brenner. He was out, but his answering service said he'd check in any minute.
Doctor? What kind of a doctor?
Psychiatrist. Bob went to see him this morning.
Damn. I knew something was wrong. You sure you don't want me to talk to him, Beth? Somebody should.
Don't you think I've tried?
Yeah, I know. I just meant I I could call the school and arrange for Laurie to...
No. You go ahead. Dr. Brenner should be here soon. Ted, I'm beginning to wonder if I need a psychiatrist.
What do you mean?
Just before you arrived, I went to the study door. I heard Bob talking.
To himself?
I'm not sure. And yet, I could swear I heard two distinct voices. I know it doesn't make any sense, but...
Come now, Robert. Do you really think drinking will make me go away?
Yes. You're dead, damn you.
And you're alive. And you'd like to keep it that way, wouldn't you?
Why have you come back?
I've never left you, Robert. After all, we are twins. Inseparable.
We were separated by surgery. You died.
Yes, I died. Do you think that was fair, Robert? I had every bit as much right to live as you.
We were babies. It wasn't my decision. How can you blame me?
Oh, I don't blame you, Robert. I hate you.
Why? What have I done?
You've lived. I've watched you grow to be happy, successful. Well, you've had it all, with nothing but that scar on your chest to remind you that I ever existed. That you owe it all to me.
I owe you nothing. I'm glad they chose me to live and you to die, Brother Douglas, and I'm going to make sure you stay dead, damn you.
And how do you plan to manage that?
My will's as strong as yours. I'll fight you. and I'll defeat you.
I don't think so, Robert. I've had plenty of time to observe you all these years. I know your weaknesses. I can destroy you whenever I choose. But there's a happier alternative.
What do you mean?
You had a demonstration of that today. On the tennis court, remember? You're a mediocre player. On your own. Together, well, you saw the result.
I don't want to win that way. With you.
The point is, we won, didn't we? Think of the possibilities, Robert. 2 minds, 2 wills combined. We could do anything.
I don't want it. I'll shut you out.
You managed that for 30 years. But no more. Now I'm part of you, Robert.
Leave me alone, damn you.
Oh, you're upset. Why don't you pour yourself another drink? Yes, that's it. But let's use your right hand, Robert. I said your right hand.
No.
There. That's better.
What do you want?
Half, Robert. Half of everything you are, everything you have, everything you do. Share and share alike. Isn't that the way it should be between twin brothers?
You're dead. Stay dead.
No way. I shall live through you, my dear brother. Breathe, move, share your pain, your joy. And when you make love to Beth...
No way. I'll kill myself first. Kill us both.
I couldn't let you do that, Robert. Besides, from now on, our life together will be much more interesting. We'll have that certain edge.
Given him a sedative. He'll sleep for a couple of hours at least.
And when he wakes up?
I hope he'll respond to treatment.
Treatment for what?
Acute paranoid schizophrenia.
You mean he's insane?
I don't use that word, Mrs. Stroud, and neither should you. Robert is displaying the classic signs of a very disturbed, even psychotic personality.
Are you sure? What about Douglas?
Well, what about Douglas? If you're talking about Robert being possessed by the spirit of his dead twin, forget it. We're going to rid him of that delusion once and for all.
How?
I'd like you to go out for a few hours. Leave me alone with him. I'm going to try hypnosis. It may work.
God, I hope so.
Mrs. Stroud, Beth, I do know what I'm doing. You can hear is my voice. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. Now, I want you to tell me who you are, your full name.
Robert Stephen Stroud.
Right. Now, once, long ago, you had a twin brother. What was his name?
Douglas. Douglas Dwayne Stroud.
Mm-hmm. What happened to Douglas? Mm-hmm. He died, didn't he?
No. Yes.
Yes. Douglas died 30 years ago. Douglas does not exist. I want you to say it, Robert. Douglas does not exist.
Douglas does not.
Douglas does not exist. Say it.
But how can he say it, Herr Doctor? Obviously, I do exist.
No, don't do that, Robert. You're disguising your voice and playing a role, and I want you to stop it.
I'm trying.
Can't you see how hard he's trying, Herr Doctor?
Will you stop it, do you hear? You don't exist.
Oh, really? Then why are you speaking to me?
I wasn't. Robert, now please, listen to me.
Yes, listen to him, Robert. He's confused, you see. His tiny little medical mind can't accept that my words are coming out of your mouth, that I exist in you. Well, why don't we give him some proof, Robert?
No. No.
Do it, Robert.
You hit me.
Who hit you, Herr Doctor? He, Robert, or I, Douglas? Or both? Not sure? Well, why don't we try it once more?
No, Robert, for God's sake. I order you to listen to me.
He orders us, Robert. Well, I think it's time for lesson number 2. Let's call it 1 and 1 equals 2.
Robert.
A simple exercise in physics. So simple that even you will understand, Herr Doctor.
No, Robert, don't let him take...
1 plus 1. My will plus Robert's will gives his right hand the strength of 2.
Oh, get your hand away from my throat. Let go. No.
Together now, Robert. Tighter. There. Good work, Robert.
What happened? What have I done?
Oh, we have removed an obstacle. Now, let's get rid of it completely.
What?
Get rid of the body. Come on, you better hurry. We've so many other things to do, Robert. You and I.
Yes, Douglas.
Doctor, it's Beth. I'm back. Dr. Brenner, are you...
Beth?
Oh, Bob, you frightened me. What?
Shh. Don't say anything. Come in here, please hurry.
Bob, what's happening?
We've got to act quickly while he's asleep.
Dr. Brenner?
No, Douglas.
Oh, Bob, please.
Even Douglas has to sleep. Beth, this may be our only chance. Here, I brought this up from the basement.
Oh, my God. Bob, what do you want with an axe?
Beth, you've got to listen. Dr. Brenner is dead.
Oh, dear God.
Well, Douglas made me kill him. He's got control of my right hand. Douglas is taking me over, Beth. We've got to stop him.
Bob, you don't know what you're saying. You're ill.
You've got to help
but
me.
I don't understand. What do you want me to do?
I want you to take this axe and chop off my right hand. It's the only way.
What? Bob, you're insane.
No, Beth. Beth, this may be the last sane thing I ever do. Now take the axe, Beth. Do it.
I can't.
Of course she can't, Robert.
You bastard!
How could she? A sensitive girl like Beth. No. We have another use for that axe. Pick it up, Robert.
No. Beth, run, for God's sakes, run!
That's it. Your right hand. Our right hand. Now, Robert.
Bob, what are you doing? Get away from me, Dono. Please don't.
I can't hold back.
Now, Robert.
Oh, Beth.
Poor Beth. Such a lovely girl. Too bad, Robert. If you hadn't been so stubborn, it could have been rather nice. Just the three of us.
Damn you. I'll chop off his head myself.
Fuck yes, Robert. You know I'm stronger than you. Robert. There. That's better. Well, Robert, all I wanted was to share what you had. To live again through you. But you denied me.
Why couldn't you stay dead?
There was a debt to be paid, Robert. And now it's past due.
I'm not afraid of you anymore. Why should I be? You've destroyed everything I had.
Not everything, Robert. You still have something that rightfully belongs to both of us. I think you've had it long enough.
What? Oh, you can't mean...
Your
No.
heart, Robert.
No.
Our heart. The one we share as babies. The heart you stole from me. I wanted back.
And what would you do with it without me? Where would you put it? Your body turned to dust 30 years ago. Do you think I'm going to let you take over mine? I'd kill myself first, and you with me.
Oh, I suppose you would. So it comes down to a dog in the manger impasse.
What do you mean?
If I can't have our heart, neither can you, brother.
Oh.
So why don't we settle up once and for all?
No, you can't.
We can, Robert. Let's take our right hand.
Oh, no.
Direct it toward your chest.
No.
Like so.
No, please don't, Douglas. Don't. No.
Like steel claw.
No, God. No.
Just think, Robert. The look on their faces when they see this and wonder how a man could possibly rip out his own heart. Now, brother, we'll be together again.
You have just heard The Repossession by Arthur Samuels. Featured tonight was John Stalker in the dual role of Robert and Douglas Stroud, with Mary Peary as Beth, Chris Wiggins as Dr. Brenner, and Neil Daynard as Ted. John Granick was heard as the hospital surgeon, with Maggie Morris as the nurse, and Amanda O'Leary and David Stein as the medical students. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. Our script editors are John Douglas and Earl Toppings, with the production assistance of Nina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. We sincerely hope that you'll be able to stay still long enough to hear tonight's story. But then again, perhaps you won't have much choice in the matter. The play, by John Graham, is called Buried Alive.
He comes forth like a flower and is cut down. His days are short and full of woe. Inasmuch as it pleases the Almighty God
Just listen to those
to
tears.
take to himself this soul of our brother here
They
departed,
almost sound real.
we therefore commit his body to the elements.
Keep it up. Good work, Rose. What a performance.
Earth to earth, dust to dust,
Yeah.
ashes to ashes.
What gibberish.
In certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life
Well, thanks for the hope, friend.
through our Lord Jesus.
But who needs it? Once again, illusion has triumphed over the senses. They've buried me alive. What an exit. Nobody but the great Santini could go into such a deep trance. It's like a mask of death. Getting the death certificate was easier than paying a phone bill. What do they teach you in medical school these days? Buried alive. Sure as hell my most profitable exit. No corny cat and mouse stuff waiting for the body to turn up. It's nailed in this coffin. Or so they'll think. Oh, yes, the insurance company will have to pay. And my poor, bereaved widow, she'll just have to console herself with $500,000. Well, until she is found mysteriously murdered and penniless. Well, they can't blame a murder on someone who's already dead, can they? Oh, poor Rose. Yeah, it's too bad. She's losing her looks. Speaking of Rose, I wonder what time it is. She should be along soon with that idiot Phil to dig me up. Yeah. In the dark, the fluorescent dial of this watch is almost blinding. Let's see. It's only an hour left. And then I'll hear Rose's soft, innocent voice over the intercom.
No, stop that, Phil. Not here.
Why not, Rose? I want you.
Not in Santini's bed.
Forget him, Rose. He's as good as dead. That oxygen cylinder won't last more than 24 hours.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, why not? He's dying, and I couldn't be happier. The way he treated us. Clowns in that 2-bit dirty hypnotism show of his. Well, now he's the clown. And nothing's bad enough for him.
I'm sorry, but he was my husband.
Yes. Yes, he was.
You're right. He had it coming to him.
We don't have to hide our feelings anymore. And besides, with all that insurance money, we're free. I love you, Rose.
Oh, Phil.
We don't have to be afraid again, Rose. You love me, don't you?
Of course.
Then forget Santini.
You're good for me, Phil.
Come over here.
Where are they? Damn wife of mine. Get me out! Get me out! I feel like I'm being crushed. No, wait a minute. No, calm down, Santini. Calm down. Don't burn up the oxygen. All right, what time is it? They're hours late. How can she be so stupid? Well, she'll learn quick enough when I get out. Oh, no. No, she couldn't. Double-cross me? Oh, not Rose. I mean, she doesn't have the nerve. Maybe the intercom's broken. They came, but they couldn't get it to work. I'll check it. The intercom works. I have been double-crossed. She's gonna leave me here. No. No. I'll just push your coffin lid up. That's it. You just push it up. Come on. Once more. A little harder. Yeah, the lid's moving. No, it's not moving. It's not moving. Oh, wait. I've gone crazy. Of course it's not moving. It's not gonna move. The coffin's got 6 feet of earth on top of it. My oxygen will be running out. I've heard what happens to trapped men who are slowly suffocated. The nausea tortures them until they rip out their own throats. My own throat. Rose! Rose, you bitch! I'll get you! You're not gonna leave me here! I'll get you!
No, go away.
Rose?
Leave me alone.
Rose?
No.
Rose, wake up!
No, go away.
Wake up!
Oh. Phil. Oh, Phil.
It was only a dream. There. Bad one, eh?
I saw him. He was out of the grave. His arms were around me.
Take it easy. You've had a rough day, but it's all over now.
I was in love with him.
Forget him, Rose.
I remember when we met. I tried to fight him, but he kept drawing me back.
Rose, please.
I was young and naive, but so happy in my lavender dress.
Go to sleep.
No. I've got to go and make sure he's still there.
You can't be serious. Mm-hmm. Why can't you wait till morning?
Now.
But it's late.
I'm going now. Are you coming or not?
Let's just leave it alone. It's done and over with. Leave it alone.
You're afraid.
No, I'm just not going. I don't want anything more to do with him.
I'm on my own then?
Suit yourself. But, Rose, be careful. It's dark out there tonight.
the lake. Okay. Now the grave should be right there. Good. And the intercom. Yeah. Everything is here. Santini? Are you there?
What the hell do you think? Where have you been, damn it? Everything's going according to plan, isn't it? Well, say something.
Santini,
What is going on?
we're not going to go through with it.
What the hell are you talking about?
We're going to leave you there.
Rose.
Goodbye, Santini.
No.
Goodbye.
Rose, please. Now, wait. No, wait. Just at least talk to me, Rose.
What's there to talk about?
What's there to talk about? For God's sake, why are you doing this to me?
I'm in love with Phil.
You're in love with Phil?
Yeah.
Phil the clown?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
No, don't you laugh. He's good to me.
Oh, sure.
Hey, Mel, well, he makes me feel important.
That wimp? You're in love with him? Come on, Rose, you're not serious.
Even now, you make me feel stupid.
Oh, okay. All right, listen, Rose. Look, I didn't mean it. Now, I've always liked Phil, yes. It's just that I love you so much.
Lies. You'll say anything. When you seduced my little sister, you said you love me. No, that was supposed to be enough.
That's all over now, Rose. I only did those things because I wanted your forgiveness. I loved you. Selfishly, I know, yes. But only because I was afraid of losing you.
Don't talk nonsense. It won't change anything.
Oh, look. If you want to leave me, I won't stop you. You can take the money. Just get me out of here.
And trust you? Why should I? Goodbye, Santini. Goodbye.
One more thing.
What is it?
A letter.
What?
It tells all, Rose, everything.
What?
I left it with a good friend. He's going to open it. If I don't call him in the next little while, he's going to open it. Then they'll come and get me.
What?
And then we'll be together again, Rose. In jail.
Oh.
Hey, won't that be lovely? All three of us together again. Except it'll be worse for you. Murderer.
Murderer? After the living hell you put me through?
Rose, listen to me. I love you, Rose.
Sleep well, old friend. A letter! Damn it, he's got us again.
It could be a bluff.
I'm not gonna rot in jail. I mean, even if we do let him go, we'll still have the money.
What are you talking about? If we let him go, he'll kill us both. You know that, don't you?
Yes. No, I don't know what to think. I can't stand it. He's down there dying, and we're gonna get caught. It's not working. It's just not working.
Look, just stop and think for a minute. What friends does he have?
Santini? Friends? Certainly no one he could trust.
Huh?
Maybe it was a bluff.
Of course it was. Imagine him asking someone to wait for him to return from the dead. How could he expect anyone to do something like that?
You know, you're right. It's just more of his nonsense. He's made a fool of me again.
Hey, forget it, Rose. We're safe.
No, that's not enough.
What do you mean?
He tried to make a fool of me. He's gonna die with us loving and laughing in his ears. Come on. We're gonna make love in that graveyard.
No, I can't do that. I can't.
What's wrong with you? What are you so afraid of?
I'm still afraid of him, damn it. You would be too if you knew it was good for you.
Why are you such a wimp? I'll go alone. I want to see that louse bacon suffer. I want to see him die 1,000 deaths. Good night.
Be careful. He can be very persuasive.
Come on, God. You just give me a chance. I'm offering 50%. I'm talking 50% of the gross. And this scam is just a start. I mean, last year in Philly, we were pulling in 10 grand a week. You figure it out. It's not too hard to take, huh? Just let me get out of here. Come on, God. I'm on your side now, I swear. What time is it? Taking her own sweet time about it. Phil probably wet his pants. Where is that silly woman?
Hello, Santini.
Rose. Rose, good for you. I knew you'd figure it out.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, what the hell? It's all behind us now. I keep the money if you want. Well, most of it. I just need enough to buy off my friend with the letter, you understand?
What letter?
The letter... What letter? The letter. Don't play games with me.
You didn't really think I was going to buy that, did you?
So you think you're ahead, eh? What do you want?
Why? Thought you might like to hear about me and Phil.
You and Phil?
Yeah. Some nights he wakes me up, 5, 6 times.
Terrific.
I got so I can't think of anything else. From one sweet, sweet moment to the next. I'm sort of warm and hazy all the time.
I'm not interested, Rose.
Better than anything we ever had. That's for sure.
I don't want to hear this. I'm going to switch off the intercom.
You do, and you'll never hear another human voice again.
You bitch.
It all started one lousy drunk night in Munich. The show was a flop. You couldn't hypnotize anyone. They were too drunk. So you joined them. You got drunk, too, and mean. Threw me and Phil out in the rain.
Rose.
What a night. A couple has to be very inventive to keep up their interest in a rain ditch. Especially beside attentive singing drunks.
Is this some kind of joke?
Yeah.
You really must hate me, Rose.
Yeah, I do.
It hasn't always been this way, you know. There were a good time.
I can't think of any.
Naples. Just after we were married. Remember, Rose?
Yeah, just after they threw you in jail for that seance fraud. Oh, I remember it all right.
And the Mediterranean. How blue it seemed. You, in your summer dress.
The lavender one.
Yes, and that funny Greek.
Oh, the one who sang all the time. Spiros.
It's not so long ago. Is it, Rose?
Goodbye, Santini.
One last thing.
What?
Listen. Tomorrow morning, early. Come and watch the sun rise over the water. Just like we did when we were happy.
What's in it for you?
It's all I need to take with me, Rose. An image of you in the fresh morning light.
I gotta go.
Too much to ask? Say you'll come.
Yeah, we'll see. I gotta go.
Rose, you'll come.
I gotta go. I said we'll see. Goodbye.
Rose. You'll come, Rose. I got you now.
Good morning. Sleep well?
Yes, Rose. And you?
No, as a matter of fact. Well, I'm here.
Relax.
Yeah, but I haven't got time to waste.
What's the lake look like, Rose?
The lake? It's still there.
Sunrise shining across. It's pretty, isn't it?
Nice enough.
Restful.
Yeah.
Very restful.
Very restful.
Just like Naples, Rose.
Yeah. Like Naples.
All the time in the world, Naples.
All the time in the world.
You want to be back there so much it hurts you to think about it. Yet you do think about it.
All the time in the world.
Keep on looking at the sunrise on the water. You're back there now, aren't you, Rose?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
What's happening in your life?
I'm 17. I've just fallen in love with an exciting man.
Yes.
Oh, he's handsome, so handsome. He knows everything.
What's his name, Rose?
Santini.
Why do you love him?
I don't know. I can't help it. The other girls at the convent are mad with jealousy. I can't think of anything else.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy I could burst.
Rose. Rose, when I count 3, you will wake up. You will remember only the good feelings you have now. Forget all our trouble, all our meanness, all our selfishness. Do you understand, Rose?
Yes, I understand.
Good. 1, 2, 3.
What have I done? What? Oh, good God. Santini, forgive me. I'll be right back. I'll get you out. I'll get you out right away. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all, Rosie.
Okay. It's free now. Push it open. Push it open. That's it. That's it. It's opening. Push harder.
There.
Oh,
Fresh air.
oh, Santini. I'm sorry. I don't know how it happened.
Just get away from me. I can't breathe, Rose.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Stupid woman.
Oh, you're not mad at me, are you?
No, mad. No, Rose. Of course not, darling. Come here, let me hold you. Oh, why would I be mad at you, my love? Oh, Rose, let me look at you. Oh, look into my eyes, Rose. That's it. Just relax. Relax, Rose. Feeling drowsy?
Drowsy.
Yes.
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 All the time in the world, Rose.
All the time in the world.
To just relax, Rose. Relax.
Yeah.
And lie down. Right in here. Looks like it's never been touched. That's a nice view of the lake from here. Rose.
Yes?
How do you feel now, Rose?
I'm happy. So happy.
Glad to hear it, Rose. When I count to 3, you'll wake up. 1, 2, 3.
Where am I? Oh, I can't breathe. Let me out. Santini! Help me! Help me! Santini!
What a lovely day. A lovely day for our funeral.
You have just heard Buried Alive by John Graham. Featured in tonight's cast were Don Franks as Santini, Lally Cadeau as Rose, and John Stocker as Phil, with Frank Perry as the minister. Our recording engineer is Ray Folsick, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott. The script editor is Earl Toppings, with the production assistance of Doris Buchanan. Tonight's play was produced and directed by Paul Mills, and the coordinating producer for Nightfall is Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, we have our cameras loaded and our studio lit for a special session. All we ask is that your pose be natural. The play, by Arlene Ezrin, is called Deadly Developments.
Morning, Paul.
Hi, Andre. By the way, it's afternoon.
Late session last night.
More frisky models. Anyway, I'm glad you dropped in.
Sure. If you don't, I was coming.
Either close the store? Well, I would and I wouldn't. I want to show you something.
What you got there?
Don't rush me. All right, you tell me what it is.
35 mil. It's heavy. Real antique. European?
You're getting warm.
German. Hey. It's not a von Hansdorff.
Oh, you took a little camera history, did you?
Pre-war, one of the greatest cameras ever made. Jeez, it's built like a tank.
Yeah, built them to last. I haven't had time to test it yet.
Where the hell'd you get it?
The guy brought it in yesterday, right off the street. Said he found it in the basement in a house he just moved into, in a trunk.
Oh, yeah? Did you check it out?
With the cops, yeah. It's clean.
That's weird. Surprising to find one outside Europe.
You ever see any results? Pictures?
No, but I'd sure like to. This machine's a classic.
Listen to the boy who took photo arts.
Paul, maybe we can...
Hold it, Andre. I got a business here.
What's it worth, Paul?
Well, I don't really know. Trying it out in tomorrow's ad for $6.50.
What, in tomorrow's paper?
Yeah.
$6.50, eh?
Yeah.
What if it's rusted tight?
Try it out.
It's like a steel trap.
Yeah.
I wonder how it shoots.
You want to make a deal?
Sure. As long as it's in good working condition, okay?
Okay. But mechanics only.
What do you mean?
There's no guarantee on the pictures.
Steve?
Hang on a sec, I'm in here.
Right. What are you into?
Prince. The car layout, remember yesterday?
Oh, yeah. What's with the music? You nearly blew my head off.
It was the Carpenters. They were at it right through lunch.
So you hid out in there?
Yeah.
Steve, they could have stripped the place clean.
No way. They were really into the band. So, what do you think of the set?
Definitely creepy. And they cleaned up pretty well.
Yeah. I'll get the lights done tonight.
Right. Looks like we'll want lots of lavender gels. Oh, and, guess what?
What?
Have a look. I stopped off at Paul Gemmel's.
Oh, no, not another. Oh, what is it?
A von Hansdorff.
Hey.
$6.50. And it looks like it's in great shape.
Yeah. Well, what have you got in mind for it?
Who knows? Check it out, will you?
You bet. It's bound to be in the books. European?
German. Probably early 30s.
Right.
And that takes care of the fun part.
What do you mean?
They want the session prints for Monday morning. They've got a printer waiting.
You mean...
Right, Steve-O. You're here for the weekend. As of noon today, you've been on overtime.
All for a horror story book cover?
You got it. Now, let's get at it.
Whatever you say, boss.
Think of it this way, Steve. The sooner you get the set lit, the sooner you get to play with the von Hensdorf.
You're on. Oh, by the way, you better get your phone messages off the machine. I couldn't hear the thing from the dark room.
I don't doubt it.
Andrew? It's me, Susie. You think I can do it? I'll be there. But boy, am I scared.
Good day, sir.
Good afternoon.
I help you with something?
Please, you have an advertisement, I believe, in today's Gazette for the von Hensdorf camera.
Yes, I have. Well, I did have.
I do hope I'm not too late.
To buy it? Well, I sold it yesterday, even before the paper hit the streets.
But that was my camera.
What?
Here. Here's my card. I am Felix Rupp.
But your camera, what do you mean?
It was stolen from me last week. It's not difficult to prove ownership. It's the only von Hensdorf in the country.
I knew they were kind of scarce.
Where did you get it?
The guy just brought it in.
And you weren't suspicious?
Well, look, every week there's a list of stolen cameras from the police. But no von Hensdorf.
I did not report it missing.
Why not? And what are you up to, anyway?
I simply want my camera back.
Like I said, I sold it.
Who bought it?
Mr. Rupp, I don't like being pushed.
Ah, forgive me. I'm overly concerned. You see, I'm a collector of old cameras.
Well, if I could be sure your intentions were, as they say, honorable.
Which they most certainly are.
I might be able to get it back.
I have all the papers.
Anyway, if there's only one von Hensdorf in the country, it shouldn't be too hard to identify.
Do you know any collectors, Mr. Gemmell?
A few.
Then you know something of the peculiar passion.
Yeah. That is to say, if they gotta have a certain model of Zeiss icon, they gotta have it.
Precisely.
Even if it means pawning the wife and kids.
Not only do I want the von Hensdorf back at once, I want it back untouched.
Untouched?
No additions, changes, alterations. Only a fanatic can take proper care of such a unique instrument.
Well, there is, of course, the question of...
money. Isn't there always?
Cash or charge extra.
I shall repay whoever it is, and no questions asked.
You can see my position, eh? I mean, I'd no way of knowing it was hot.
No, here's $100 for your trouble.
Oh, yes.
Now, who has the von Hensdorf?
His name is Andre Philippe, professional photographer.
How can I get in touch?
I'll write down his studio number. Usually there, even on Saturday.
Ah, thank you. I trust you will not mention this.
No, not a word.
And by the way, you did not use the camera, I hope.
No, didn't even load it.
Good, good.
Look, I know you didn't want the camera tampered with, but what could possibly happen
if someone took a few shots? The von Hensdorf should only be used by someone who has mastered its peculiar characteristics.
Hello?
This is your wake-up call, boss?
Oh, hi. What time is it?
It's high noon, Saturday, and all systems go.
Good. What's the weather like?
Rain, man. Don't look out the window for at least 10 minutes. But it should get everybody in the mood.
What do you mean?
A session, man. We got a horror session at 2, remember?
Oh, right. Where are you?
The studio. Your faithful servant has braved the elements. And that takes care of the boring part.
What do you mean?
A von Hensdorf. It's pure gold.
Yeah?
Yeah. What we have is definitely a piece of punk merchandise.
Punk?
In the best possible sense. The genuine article. A living antique. It's in the books. I did some instant research.
And?
Karl von Hensdorf was a highly respected German scientist. He developed the camera in 1935.
Just in time for the war.
Among other things, yes. He was a specialist, a pioneer in hard lens work, and he said...
Hold it, Steve. Let me get a cigarette here.
Yeah, right.
Okay, shoot.
Anything to make sure you stay awake, right? Look, I got a lot of notes here.
Okay,
Watson.
go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, the von Hensdorf factory was bombed in several air raids.
So, no more cameras.
Right. And even before the bombings, the company's optical equipment was taken over by the state for telescopes and gun sights.
So, they only made a few of them.
Well, that's the funny part. The collector's catalog says they manufactured 6 dozen of them, and all but 4 were destroyed. They don't say how, or where, or why.
So, what we've got is an antique turkey.
Oh, au contraire, Andre. This thing works like a charm. It was designed for natural lighting use, but I couldn't resist playing with it on the set last night.
And?
I just got the prints out of the bath, and you would not believe the definition. This thing shoots through shadows like an X-ray. Oh, the textures, man, the textures.
Okay. I'll check them out when I get in. Everything set for the session?
Relax, boss. Everything's cool. You have plenty of time for your Eggs Benedict on your way over.
Yeah. By the sounds of things, I'll need them to glue the day together.
I kid you not. All systems are go. You want me to set up the von Hensdorf for the session?
No, I want to play with it first. Get used to it a bit.
Well, you're the boss. But it might be just what we need.
Yeah?
Yeah. One of the books, it had a von Hensdorf reproduction from the Olympic Games in 36.
No kidding.
Yeah. Medium close-up of the guy winning the marathon. It's incredible. It's absolutely freaky.
What do you mean?
Well, it's so stark. Andre, the guy's on his feet all right. But with the bright sun and the way the shadows are, you'd swear he was really dead.
Welcome to the House of Horror.
Andre, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, I mean, the agency wouldn't even tell us.
I wanted to surprise you.
And give me a worst case of jitters?
No, just put an edge in your performance.
Oh, what's it going to be? Home movies for vampires?
The set's a haunted sorority house.
Oh, charming.
You 3 are college roommates,
It
right?
sounds like a spread for Sears.
A couple of ghosts haunt the place.
Gee, and I was scared before I came.
Oh, come on, what's the job
A
for?
book cover.
Well, I like reading.
A grotesque novel called House of Horror.
Oh, well, but I always wanted to be a cover girl on a gothic novel.
Right. Have to do more than just stand around looking gorgeous this time, girls.
What is the boss? Tap dance?
No, act. It's a horror story. A well-paying one. All right, let's get professional here.
I knew it was going to be one of those days.
Yeah. Okay. The 3 of you share a room, right? It's late. You ready for bed?
How late is it?
Susie, into bed and pick up the book.
Okay.
Barbara, you're at the desk typing.
Typing. Will 20 words a minute get me the job?
Kim, stand at the window peering out.
Oh, yes, like the
Steve,
Gothic
check the
Carol.
fan.
It's all set.
Nikon loaded?
Haven't touched it.
Could you crawl over and check it, please?
You bet I could, boss. You just get out.
All right, these positions look good, kids. Hang on to them. Okay, Steve, hit the music.
That
It looks good, Kim. Looks good. Keep staring out the window. Cheat a little toward the camera. Open your nightgown a bit.
Is this book to be sold in a plain brown wrapper?
And hide my cover. Kim, you've just seen something out the window that's alarmed you. All right, good.
You need the fan on the curtains?
Break my concentration again, and I'll need a new assistant, Steve. Kim, raise your arms. You're pushing something away. React. Good. Now, Barbara and Susie can feel some hideous presence. Steve, now you can hit the fan. All right, the wind's howling outside. Something ghastly is coming through the window. You're all trapped, terrified. Come on, let's see some terror. Susie, clutch your throat. Look horrified. Come on, you can do better than that. Feel it. Feel it.
Easy, Andre. Susie's not used to your subtle technique.
Subtle be damned. That phantom from the window
is going to kill you.
Hi, Andre Philippe here. Oh, yeah, this is a recording. Sorry I can't chat with you in person, but I'll be in the studio again shortly. If you'd like to leave a message, please add it after the tone. Here it comes.
Got this film. The fools. And I get a recorded message.
Break's over. Let's get back at it.
Okay, Simon, look.
All right, we got the job covered. The rest is gravy. All right, back to your places.
Throw that fog and lift that bait.
And we're off. Okay, girls, I'm coming at you from 50 feet. You're feeling something, but you don't quite know what it is. But a presence. You feel an evil presence in the room. You stir, yeah. And that's it, Barbara. Protect yourself. Good, good. Okay, it's cooking, girls. It's cooking. Kim, why don't you...
Like this?
Oh, damn.
I'm on my way, boss.
Get some more film. Girls, hold your places.
Okay.
Steve!
I'm coming.
You got anything loaded?
No, I don't. How about the Von Hensdorf?
Come on, Steve.
While I'm loading the Nike. Hang on a second. Here. You got it?
Yeah. Okay, girls, you're on. That's it, Susie.
The camera's enough to scare anyone.
Quiet. Keep the concentration.
Okay.
The camera's getting louder because it's getting closer and more menacing. Jesus, it gets heavier every shot. Kim, I'm coming to get you first. You try to scream, but your throat's frozen. Look around for help. A weapon. Terrific. I'm coming for you, Kim. At last, you scream for help. Scream. No! Louder. Louder! There's no escape. You want to run, but you can't. The camera's hypnotized you. There's no way out.
I can't.
Barbara, pick up the phone and call for help. After I get Kim, I'm coming for you.
Help us!
There's no escape, is there? Steve, more shadows. Knock out all the lights except for number 5. I'm coming closer, girls, and the camera's getting louder. Every shot you hear is a gunshot. You only have a few seconds before I reach you. Seconds, girls, before Kim dies. And Barbara, and then Susie. Shut up, Steve-O. Come on, girls. Try to make a run for it. Susie, you're the closest to the door, but you can't. The camera's got you too, hasn't it? Try, Susie. Try to open the door.
I can't open it. I really can't open it. The door won't open.
And I've got all of you.
I don't believe it.
God, what happened?
No, I think Susie's faded. Oh, God, I feel woozy myself.
Hit the lights, Steve, will you? And get some brandy.
Right.
It's pretty weird
And
stuff.
that's it, girls. We'll stop.
Yeah, show me Susie. Honey, can you sit up?
She okay? Oh, Andre.
Yeah?
I can't breathe, man. It's like something choking me.
Should I call like a doctor? You all look pretty green.
Hang on, Steve. They're just hyper, okay? Now, come on, girls. Get it together.
Oh, sure. You just don't know when to stop, do you?
Oh, my head.
Here you go, Susie. Drink this.
Yeah, okay. Drink it up, honey.
What happened to us?
I guess you all got too involved.
Yeah, man, especially you.
Okay, I guess I get carried away there, too.
I've still got the chills. And it's like a ghost really did come into the room.
Yeah, and when I tried to open the door, I really did feel something pulling at me.
Yeah, it was just like that camera wasn't going to let us go until it was through with us.
I know what you mean.
What the hell happened?
Meanwhile, we still got that deadline for Monday. Let's find out what we got.
I'm on my way, boss.
Hang on. Better check the phone machine, see if the clients are restless. Then phone out for some supper, huh?
Right, and I'll make some more coffee.
Right.
Yeah, it's Paul Gemmell, Andre. I thought I'd better tell you to give your number to a guy who came into the shop today, a collector. Name is Felix Rupp. Seems okay. Kind of eccentric. But there's probably good bucks in it for the camera. Von Hensdorf, if you can see your way to selling it. He claims the camera's stolen. He's got some papers to prove it. Anyway, he'll probably be calling. There's no way out of it, eh? Take care and get back to me if you... Got this bit.
What the hell was that?
Beats me. Something in German.
Yeah, I know, but what about Paul? He sounded pretty nervous.
That's just Paul. But that could have been the collector there after Paul's call.
Charming personality.
Yeah, really knows how to set up a business relationship. We got work to do. It's almost 4:45. How many rolls we go through today?
16. And then the one in the Von Hensdorf.
Right. Looks like we'll have to crash here tonight, okay?
You're the boss. You want to run it down in shooting order?
No. Let's do the Von Hensdorf stuff first. Must be the girls. Come on in, door's open.
Good afternoon. Are you Andrew Phillips?
Yes. That is, I'm Andre Philippe, professional handler.
I'm Detective O'Hara, and this is Sergeant Connors.
I'm double parked again.
Do you know Barbara Wilkins, Kim Andrews, and Susan Slatton?
Yes, I do. Why do you want to know?
They're dead.
I can't believe it.
All three of them were killed late yesterday afternoon.
How?
All three in traffic accidents.
Impossible. They didn't even travel together.
They died in 3 different accidents in separate parts of the city at roughly the same time.
Incredible.
Traffic division found that all 3 women worked for the Fabulous Faces modeling agency?
Yes.
And they'd all been booked by you?
Yes, yesterday afternoon. Why are you...
We're with the homicide division.
But... You said traffic accidents.
I'll try to explain. Barbara Wilkins was riding her bicycle down Orchard Street yesterday afternoon at 4:45. Light was red when she got to the intersection at Brighton Avenue. Several bystanders called out to her to stop, but she didn't seem to pay any attention. She just kept right on going right through the light and straight into an oncoming truck.
I see.
And Susie? And Kim?
Kim Andrews was driving her car on Front Street near the train yard at about 4:45. Freight train was approaching. The crossing lights were flashing. The gates were down, but she paid no attention. The whistle blared, but it was too late to stop the train. She drove right into it.
God.
I just can't believe it.
And at 4:45 yesterday, Susan Slatton walked into the King Street subway station, only a block from here. She paid her fare, walked through the turnstile, down the stairs, and before 30 witnesses, stepped in front of the northbound train.
The 3 women were here yesterday?
Yes.
What time?
They arrived together at 2.
And left?
About 4:30.
Together when they left as well?
As far as the door, anyway.
Hey, do you know any of the girls' phone numbers, addresses?
No, they're probably pinned up somewhere.
You're running a photography business?
Yes, and it was a strictly professional relationship with all 3.
Yeah, did you hire them directly?
Never. Always booked them through the agency.
Oh.
And they were photographed yesterday?
They were.
What kind of photographs? Fashion?
No, it was a book cover.
Anything unusual?
No skin, no pornography, just fiction. Full color wraparound.
I see. Mm-hmm. Nothing out of the ordinary?
Look, it was straight ahead, all the way.
Anyone assisting you?
Yes, my regular...
I'm his assistant.
Stephen Balfour.
How would you describe what you do, Mr. Balfour?
Well, it's technical mostly. Lighting, cameras, special effects. Going for coffee.
Were you here for the whole session?
I was, yes.
Mr. Philippe, could we see the pictures you took yesterday?
Of course. Right here.
They look scared to death.
Well, they were supposed to be. Title of the book is House of Horrors.
I see. Can we take a few of these with us?
Sure.
Are either of you, diabetic?
What?
No.
Or do you know if any of the girls were diabetic?
Medical histories I don't have. Only their measurements.
What has being diabetic got to do with the girl's condition?
Possible insulin overdose?
How would you describe the three women? What state were they in when they left here?
Exhausted. It was a tough session.
And that they put a lot into it.
Were they emotionally upset?
I suppose they were. From exhaustion.
Do any of them have a heart condition?
I don't have access to medical secrets.
How could they have heart trouble all in their 20s?
Look, this is a professional studio. We work with proper safeguards. Everyone's covered by insurance, and I don't understand this game of 20 medical questions.
We're not sure that the girls died from traffic injuries. Pathology reports back on two of them. Anders and Slatton both suffered heart attacks before the accidents.
What?
But how? I mean, what could have...
Various possibilities, all of them puzzling. If there's no history of heart disease, and that's being checked out, they might have suffered heart attacks from an overdose on insulin or drugs.
Now, wait a minute. None of those kids were on dope.
You're sure?
All those tight close-ups and I wouldn't notice crazy eyes?
Never saw a trace of the stuff.
I don't work that way. I want the truth in a face, and you don't shoot it glazed.
Mr. Philippe, we're not here in a drug raid.
Well, I'm relieved. But I think I need some legal advice.
I think that's all for the moment, Mr. Philippe. Unfortunately, we have to treat this case as a homicide until the real causes of death are determined. Witnesses to all three accidents said the girls looked stricken, as if they were drugged. One said Miss Slatton's skin was blue, as if she was dead before she jumped.
Why didn't you tell them more about the session, man? Those girls were pretty sick when they left.
I don't know. Scared, I guess.
Look, Andre, I'm not the most logical person around here, but I think that camera had something to do with it.
It's just a horrible coincidence.
I'm not so sure. Remember that shot from the 36 Olympics? The marathon winner?
Yeah.
Well, in the caption, it said he died the day after the race.
That's crazy.
Is it? Well, how do you explain it then, man? I know my coffee's pretty awful, but there's nothing in it except coffee.
Steve, it's just a camera. It makes a lot of racket, and the noise shook up the girls, and that's all.
That's all. Well, what else have we got to go on?
What about the shots themselves?
Well, we both know where the best ones came from, don't we?
Yeah.
The ones the cops chose came from that bunch, didn't they?
Yeah.
And now comes the fun part.
What do you mean?
Exactly when did we start to develop those shots?
About 4:45. Why? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Steve, I can't afford to buy that. There's got to be something else. Just leave it. There, it's on record.
But it could be...
Yeah, the crowd, I know. Let's see if he leaves his number.
But he could know something. Maybe he...
Exactly. But we don't know that.
You're the boss.
Meanwhile, there's only one way we can know for sure, isn't there?
What do you mean?
Steve, I want you to set that thing up and take my picture.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall.
What in God's name's happening? I'm lying somewhere. And I'm cold. I can't even remember who I am. I just want to sleep.
Did you see that car roll?
Voices. People
What
I
on
can't
earth
see.
happened?
Something awful's happened.
Some jerk got right in front of him.
I can't collect my thoughts. Just waves of cold, gray
You need a
fog.
blanket. Anybody got a blanket?
There's one in the back of my car. I'll get it.
And what about an ambulance? Anybody called
My
one?
husband's phoning across the highway.
Okay, fella, you're gonna be all right. Just take it easy.
Stranger bending
Hey, can you hear me?
Face just starting to take shape.
Listen, are you all right? Can you speak?
I hear you, but I can't make a sound. What happened to me? God, if I could only remember.
Wow, look at those skid marks, huh?
Skid? Who said that? Would I hit someone? Killed him? No, it's got to be a
Here's the
dream.
blanket. Not too clean, I'm afraid.
It'll do just fine. Just tuck it around him. Least we can do is keep him warm.
Is he... He's not dead, is he?
Oh, damned if I know, lady. There's certainly no blood, just a nasty-looking bruise on his forehead. And he's not moving a muscle. I asked him if he's all right, but not a sound, not even a groan.
Oh, he could be in shock.
Oh, jeez, that's for sure. I was right behind him. He was doing close to 80 when he rolled. He scared the hell out of me, I can tell you.
Those poor eyes. They're staring right through us. I wonder if he can hear us.
So, Mr. X, you've been in an accident. And now, you're lying at the side of the highway with people staring at you, wondering if you're a corpse.
Anybody get that other car's number?
Nah, the guy took off like a scalded cat.
No, wait. I was at the airport. Yes, I was saying goodbye to someone. Oh, my head's spinning. But there's a name. I was saying goodbye to... Yeah, Janice. Janice, my wife. Mrs. Neville Edwards.
Look, did you see that?
See what?
Well, it was just there a second, but I'm sure he smiled.
Not bloody likely, as they say. No way.
All the pieces are starting to fall into place. Janice is in the air right now on her way to Havana. It's our first decent holiday since we were married. I was going to fly down tomorrow. Oh, why the hell didn't I leave with her? Why? Blind, overweening ambition. The presentation had to come first. Instead of flying off with the woman I love on a holiday I've slaved 4 years to swing, I had to prove to the president that I was the hottest little creative director in our country.
Lady, can you keep your kids out of here? This guy could be dead.
Andrew, Jennifer, come back here right now.
No, look here. Listen, fella, there's going to be an ambulance here in a couple of minutes, so just relax.
I don't think he hears you.
Look, if you can understand what I'm saying, just give us some little sign. I mean, move a finger or blink an eye.
Not a sign. There's just nothing there.
I wonder if this is what they call cardiac arrest.
Whatever it is, Dr. Kildare, it's not cardiac arrest. I can hear you. I can see you.
He's only got 10 days vacation.
My mind's functioning. It's all there. Yeah, rushing back from the airport. That bastard veering into my lane, the brakes seizing, and that endless rolling.
Column. Spinal cord might be severed. You know, you get like total paralysis.
Yeah, that could be it.
God, what is this? The Mayo Clinic of the ditch? Well, I don't panic easily. Not when I can feel pain in my forehead and my ankle, which is probably broken, and you can't feel pain with a severed spinal cord.
Get that damn dog out of here.
Don't you let him know.
Here comes the ambulance.
Okay, folks. Should Joe move out of the way?
I'll get out of the way.
The ambulance has to get through here, guys. Come on. That's it. Let's make some room.
Get out of the way. Come on, guys.
Watch it.
Tommy,
Come on.
Man, he's really sick.
All right, everybody. Going out of the road. Are you first on the scene?
Yeah. I was in the car right behind. Some guy cut right in front of him.
Hit him?
No, but he braked real hard. The car went into a roll about 100 yards back.
We put a blanket over him and tried to talk to him, but he doesn't seem able to speak or even move, and I couldn't feel any pulse.
I think it might be cardiac arrest.
Well, now, we'll just let the doctor figure that out. You all strapped at your end, Ron?
Ready to go. Out of the way,
All right, watch it, watch it.
Stand back. Stand back.
Well, where do we stand, Neville Edwards? On the negative side, I can't move a muscle, and I can't communicate. But on the positive, though, I'm not bleeding. My mind's certainly alert, and, well, I'm off to get fixed up.
These people, they're always the same, eh, Ron?
Yeah. I'll always want to play doctor.
Probably some kind of muscle spasm. Well, those guys at the hospital will know what to do. One little shot of relaxant, and I could be on my way to Havana tomorrow.
You know, Ron, that guy might be right.
You mean about cardiac arrest?
Yeah.
Want me to try a couple of thumps on his chest?
Are you kidding? You know the law as well as I do. No, don't touch him.
Better to bring him in dead than break the law, eh?
Exactly.
Keep it up, clowns. I don't panic easily. And if I have to feel sorry for anybody, how about the president and senior account executive of the biggest ad agency in Toronto? Yeah, plus 3 Chrysler vice presidents. All of them sitting around the old boardroom waiting for me to breeze in, open the magic briefcase, and extol their $2 million media campaign. They'll be well into their 5th drink before they realize they've been stood up.
And damn it.
Nothing at all, Doctor?
Not a trace of a heartbeat. I nearly shoved my fist through his sternum with this compression. It's not working.
Doctor, for God's sake, look at my eyes. They're all I've got to try and tell you. You're on the wrong track.
Same old story, nurse. Just a little too late with the cardiopulmonary therapy. This man died in the ambulance.
Well, at least it's not our failure, Doctor.
All the way in that ambulance, his brain cells were dying at the rate of millions a minute. And the attendants weren't allowed to touch him. This late, even if I got his heart going, he'd be a vegetable.
This crazy nightmare can end if you'll just get a few more opinions. Find out what's doing this. It's just some little spasm.
Well, I've got 3 hours of surgery facing me in the OR. Couple mufflers.
Oh, my God. No. This can't be happening. It's not real. Don't bury me alive. Somebody try to understand. I am alive.
I'll get an orderly, Doctor.
Right. Oh, nurse, before they take him downstairs to the morgue, remember to check his wallet for ID.
Yes, Doctor. I'll notify his next of kin. They can make arrangements for the body to be removed to a funeral parlor.
No.
Sorry we have to put you through this, sir. It's always a bit rough.
Yes, I don't exactly look forward to
We
it.
finally located his wife, but she's in Cuba.
Janice flew down just this morning.
It was her wish that we phone his office and have someone come to the hospital morgue to make positive identification. This is it here.
Ernie Jackson.
Yes, nurse, it is. It's Neville Edwards.
Good old, slow, methodical Ernie. Nobody's going to rush Ernie. Thank God.
Nurse, do you mind if I ask 1 or 2 questions? I mean, this whole thing's very hard to grasp.
Well, certainly, I understand.
See, I guess I was expecting him to be badly smashed up. There's hardly a mark. What was the...
He died of cardiac arrest, probably in the ambulance.
Don't buy it, Ernie. Don't buy it. You never took anybody's word for anything.
Who examined him, nurse?
Dr. Harvey Bateman, very experienced and competent.
Was he the only doctor? Didn't he check with others to be perfectly sure?
That's it, Ernie. That's it. Ernie is skeptical old bugger.
I can assure you, sir, everything was done. Dr. Bateman does not make snap decisions with human lives. Excuse me, I'll have to get that. Be back in a minute.
That's right, Ernie. Stare at me. Don't take your eyes off me. I'm going to make you understand. Just like hundreds of times before when we read each other's thoughts. Ernie, over a drink or a desk.
Cardiac arrest. Does that mean a heart can never start up again in its own good time? Yeah, England, they used to put little bells on your coffin with a string leading inside so you could ring it if you came back to life. It happens sometimes.
Good boy, Ernie.
Mind you, would cause a real fuss around this place. I'd step on a lot of toes if I checked this thing out.
Do it, Ernie. Do it.
But shock isn't enough. I need to feel some grief, and damn it, I don't.
Ernie?
That's right, Neville Edwards. I don't feel anything. Felt a lot more grief the day Janice phoned to say I could have my ring back.
Ernie, it wasn't my fault. We just fell in love.
I felt a much bigger stab in the heart the day our venerable president called me in to explain that perhaps my finest contribution to the agency lay in grinding out copy. Didn't even have the guts to admit he was just pushing his fair-haired boy up the ladder.
Ernie, it wasn't my decision. I never asked for your job.
You charmed them all, didn't you, Edwards? And talk about ruthless drive. God, there were times when I thought of doing this to you myself.
Ernie, please.
And look
Ernie,
at those
please.
eyes. Even now. Making me think you might possibly still be alive. They're too bright. Too intense for a dead man. Then again, maybe you are dead. Just plotting to make it through the pearly gates first and beat all those other poor suckers who died today.
Sorry to leave you here by yourself, sir. Have you had enough time?
Yes, I think we're all finished here, nurse. Thank you.
No. No! Damn you, Jackson. You're killing me, you swine. You're killing me. How long have I been lying here, listening to the rain? If it wasn't for that sickening disinfectant and this cold enamel table, it could be my own room at home, with Mom and Dad sleeping right next to it. I loved to lie and listen to the rain at night when I was a kid. And just as I got sleepy, the bedroom door would always open, and there'd be Mom, bringing in my mug of cocoa. She'd stop at the side of my bed, and she'd slowly lean over me. There'd always be a wisp of hair falling down. And she'd kiss me goodnight. Oh, stop it, stop it. You know bloody well who's standing over you now.
Well, James, I think we'll begin by closing that window.
Right away, Mr. Miller.
In this age of refrigeration, I don't think we need the chill night air to preserve a human body. Thank you, James. By the way, it's very good of you to come out on a night like this. Sorry I had to call you.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Miller.
Well, it was very decent of you to help me out in this little emergency. You've had your dinner?
Oh, yes, sir. And I really hadn't planned anything for this evening, so there's no problem.
Well, not exactly no problem, James. I'm very upset at the conduct of Mr. Osborne. Preparation of the deceased was to have begun at 6 o'clock. At 7:20, he phoned that he would not be coming in. Severe head cold.
I know he was feeling pretty low yesterday, sir.
Then he might have been civil enough to give us the same advance warning the cold gave him.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Osborne is a very talented mortician, but I will not put up with his irresponsibility. Like yourself, he showed great promise when he started with the firm, but over the years he's gradually declined into a devil-may-care attitude. Not good enough.
Well, like I said, Mr. Miller, I don't mind filling in.
I know that, James. And that's precisely why you will be replacing Mr. Osborne as of this moment.
Mr. Miller, I've really only been with you for a year, and Mr. Osborne...
Only a year, yes, but in that time, I've been deeply impressed, not only with your work, but your eagerness to learn, and your dedication to the profession.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to say...
Now then, James, I should think, cosmetically speaking, this will not be a late evening.
Yes, I was just noticing, sir, there's hardly a mark on him.
You know, James, I think I almost prefer the opposite.
The opposite?
I hope you won't think me callous, but when there has been extensive damage, graphic indication that death has laid his hand on someone, I feel it helps us accept the finality.
I don't think I'll ever be able to accept it, Mr. Miller. Especially when I see ones like this.
And just what do you mean by that, James?
His eyes. I'm not squeamish. I think you'll agree to that, sir. And I've handled every type of embalming.
And quite skillfully, let me add.
But since I've been with Miller Chapman, I've never had such a feeling when I look at their eyes. I could swear his eyes have been following me, afraid to lose me, wanting to tell me something.
Yes, James, that's it. Don't take your eyes off mine. Keep staring. I am willing you to understand. Keep looking at me.
James, let me tell you something. But first I'll close these poor staring eyes.
No. Oh, dear God. No.
There we are. I think that will help.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller. I'm a little embarrassed.
No need to be, James. On the contrary, I think you've shown what I've always felt you to be. A sensitive and caring young man, the kind we need in our service.
Thank you, sir.
However, James, let me give you some, well, I don't really like the term, but some forewarning of what strange things lie ahead as you move on in this profession.
What do you mean, Mr. Miller?
James, in this very room and on this very table, I have seen the eye of a dead man blink, the finger of a dead man move, the lips of a dead man twitch.
I've never seen anything like that, Mr. Miller.
You will, James, you will. And no matter how many years of experience you've had, it will indeed disturb you. But, James, always remember this. Though chilling in the extreme, these are all perfectly natural, posthumous reactions. Simply a matter of muscles, tissue, and tendons, weary of life, finally settling into beautiful repose. Now then, I have something I want you to do.
Certainly, Mr. Miller.
I spoke on the telephone today with Ernest Jackson, a close friend of the deceased.
Rotten bastard.
Now, this
The
Mr.
lowest
Jackson
kind
has
of-
spoken earlier to the deceased wife.
Janice.
Apparently, there is a beige gabardine suit. I believe the
God
deceased was
help
married in it, and his wife is most anxious that he be buried, laid to rest in it. Mr. Jackson assured me he would get the suit and bring it here by 6 this evening. However, like Mr. Osborne, he hasn't turned up. Now, we do need that suit, James, so if you'd be good enough to go to this address...
I know that street, sir. It's only about a 20-minute walk from here.
It'll be a lot faster and drier in my car. Now, here are the keys. Car's in the driveway.
Thanks, Mr. Miller. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yes, indeed. Very fine, promising young man, James. Just as you probably were in your field of endeavor. Yes, good face, intelligent, unlined. The short years allowed you must have been untroubled. Well, I suppose an adoring and supportive young wife would have to be part of that peace. Yes, yes. They phoned the sad news to her in Havana, and she's flying back about 9 in the morning. Doesn't leave us much time.
Janice. Love.
Life's intriguing little mysteries. He sends her off to Havana. He's killed driving back from the airport. Now, why would he send her off alone?
Janice. Love, I'm sorry. You begged me to come, even on the way to the airport. But with a lifetime ahead of us, one day seems so little to give up. A lifetime. Oh, God. Janice. Janice.
Well, then, for the face, I think a number 5 will do. And over that base, and the slight bruise near the temple, I think a number 7. What's that? You idiot. After your resounding lecture to young James, you let your own glasses make a fool of you. No wonder you're seeing things. Glasses haven't been cleaned for a week. Thank goodness James isn't here. Embarrassing if he saw this silly trembling in my hands. Now then, slip the glasses back on and look again. It's still there. Not an optical illusion. But I've never seen this before.
Well, you're seeing it now. And take a long, hard look, you smug bastard. Because I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. God, my 11th hour miracle. I'm crying. I can feel the tears running down my cheeks.
This can't be happening. It's against all reason. Tears coursing down a dead man's cheeks. I've got to be sure. Better phone upstairs. Can't go ahead without a medical opinion.
Yes, Miller, you do that. They'll tell you quick enough. A corpse doesn't cry.
Mind you, if the man is dead, if such a thing can happen after his demise, I'll be the laughing stock of the profession. I can just see it in the funeral trade papers. 30-year veteran of profession, Wilbur Miller, goofs. Well, I'll take the risk. If only the hospital would pick up the phone. Hello. Yes, this is Wilbur Miller of the Miller-Chapman Funeral Home. At approximately 11:30 this morning, a traffic accident victim was brought to the emergency admitting center of your hospital. The victim's name was Neville Edwards. Yes, would you please check and give me the name of the doctor who attended? Yes, I will. Nurse, hello, are you there? Yes, could you please hurry? It's very urgent. Thank you. Hello? Yes. Yes, that's the one. And the doctor's name? Dr. Harvey Bateman? I'd like to speak to him as quickly as possible, please. I see. No, this can't wait until tomorrow. Give me his home number, please. Pardon? Look, I'm not some crank. This is an emergency. I can assure you that... Oh, blast. Charles will know. And he's probably a better doctor than Bateman. Charles, it's Wilbur. I'd like to get your opinion on an urgent matter. No, nothing personal. would you say it's possible for a deceased person to... It sounds so bizarre. I mean, can the tear ducts function posthumously? I see. Yes. Yes. I was hoping to hear that, Charles. Thank you so much. Absolutely incredible. Well, there's no time to be lost. Come on, come on. You've got to be there. It's the Miller Chapman Funeral Home, 343 Glen Grove Drive. I want an ambulance over here as quickly as possible. Yes? Yes. Ask the driver to come up on the side driveway. The door will be open. I'll be waiting for him. Right. Tell him to go straight to the basement. Thank you. God, help him. He's alive. And those eyes. I closed. That desperate stare that bothered young James so much. He was listening, understanding everything we were saying. It's too ghastly to think about. Oh, God, what he must have gone through.
Sir, where do we go from here?
James, you gave me quite a start. I thought you were going to drive over and
pick
pick
up the suit, sir. Mr. Jackson was just pulling up out front as I backed out of the driveway. Boy, that was close. I missed his front bumper by about an inch. Mr. Miller?
Yes?
Are you all right, sir?
Yes. Yes,
You look sort of shaken up.
I'm all right. But, James, I have something to tell you.
If you want to go home, sir, I can finish up.
No.
There's only the cosmetic work to be done.
What?
Yes, sir. When I came back and you were gone, I went ahead on my own. He's finished, Mr. Miller. He's embalmed.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we have a special kind of Christmas story for you. Originally from the precise pen of the English short story writer Marjorie Allingham, our new adaptation is by Don Dickinson and Alan Goodman, and it takes a few liberties with time and place, as well as intent. But the season remains the same. It's 1944, and our setting is rural Ontario. And surely nothing bad could happen on Christmas Day in the morning.
All right, now, everybody, here we go for the big finale. Glad to have you with us this year, Judge. We need a good bass.
I'll give it my best, Chief.
All right, now. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly
Coffee would be lovely, Mrs. Jacobs. And that was a superb lunch.
Oh, I thank you, Judge. Coffee, Bob?
Yeah, I'm sure we could all use some. And how about some liqueurs?
Could you get them out of the buffet, darling?
Yeah, I think that's your department, love. Yeah, we'll be in the study.
Yes, of course, dear.
We got to go.
So, how's retirement treating you, Judge?
Oh, it's a little early to tell, but if today's any indication, I'm going to settle into Port Pike just fine.
Good. I hope you don't find things too tame here after the big city. Cigar, Judge?
Oh, Cuban?
Yeah, I love a good cigar. Weren't for this damn war, they'd be a lot easier to get.
Oh, thank you. Well, here in Canada, thank God, we're removed from the worst of it.
Yeah, true, but they can't put Hitler in his place soon enough for me.
Oh, you're not alone there, Chief. My, this is a most enjoyable cigar. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Oh, yeah, and please, call me Bob.
Well, all right, Bob. The way things are going, they'll have put Hitler in his place before next Christmas.
Yeah, I'll drink to that. If Marie ever shows up with the coffee and liqueurs.
Well, the notion of war seems so inappropriate at this time of year.
Quite right. We shouldn't let it dampen our spirits. In fact, I've got good reason to celebrate this Christmas.
Oh?
Yeah. It looks like the province is going to buy a big parcel of land I own just south of town. Good price, too.
Well?
Yeah, nobody gets rich being chief of police. Not in a small town, anyway.
The province, what's their interest in that land?
Well, there's a new highway coming through.
Really?
Yeah, well, not many did. They kept it pretty quiet.
Well, how did you find out?
You mean? Well, you hear things. Mayor's office. But I had my eye on it for years, mind you. Be great for the town, new jobs, business, and tourists. Yeah, it's going to put a lot of money in a lot of pockets.
I dare say.
Yeah, it's the small businessmen who'll reap the benefits, and the farmers, faster transportation. Yeah, this town has to move with the times.
Yes, although I feel that growth always has its price.
Here they are, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Bob, look, I got to talk to you. I've got trouble.
Marie, will you leave our coffee on the table? Yeah, thanks. And, dear, would you close the door?
Oh, of course, dear. We won't bother you a bit.
Bob, I don't know what to do. Looks like he's really done it this
Royce,
time.
Where are your manners?
What?
Aren't you going to wish Judge Lewis a Merry Christmas?
Oh, sure. Merry Christmas, Judge.
Judge, you remember our somewhat excitable mayor, Royce Andrews?
Of course. Happy Christmas, Mr. Mayor.
Now, settle down, Royce. It's a holiday, for God's sake. Can't this wait till next week?
Not this time. It's murder.
It's murder? Now, Royce, you better sit down. You want a coffee?
Yeah, please.
Royce, what?
Sorry, Bob. My God, I can't stop shaking.
Judge, you'll have to excuse Royce. He's not used to these calamities.
I understand. But it would appear that Port Pike is apparently not so different from the big city after all.
Yeah, what happened, Royce?
It's old man Noakes.
The mailman?
Yeah. He's dead. Killed out on Ashby Road. Looks like a hit and run.
Any suspects?
I'm afraid so. My son and that girl he's been seeing.
That damn kid again. Well, this had to happen sooner or later.
But it's not his fault.
Yeah, it never is.
It's different this time. There's something strange going on.
Yeah, what do you mean?
They found Noakes dead on Ashby Road, 200 yards from the crossroads, where they figure he was hit. But apparently he had just delivered mail to someone a mile off Ashby Road.
And what's so unusual about that?
Well, do you think he got hit, walked a mile into the bush, delivered somebody's mail, then walked a mile back to the main road to drop dead?
That doesn't sound very plausible. Whose mail did he deliver?
Some old woman named Marjorie Fison. Lives in the old Benson place.
I didn't know anybody lived up there.
Neither did I. But she does, all right. A strange one.
Roosevelt stated that the Allied forces were braced for an all-out effort.
Not the war
in
news, Hicks.
European
Try
theater.
something else.
Elsewhere.
That's more like it. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Good afternoon, sir.
As you were, Benham. Except for the singing.
Was Bing
Yes, sir.
Crosby singing
The radio,
White
Hicks.
Christmas. Stay tuned.
Oh, boy, we're going to have to give you a bigger heating budget, Bob. It's freezing in here.
You like some coffee? Hicks, get the mayor some. You, Judge?
No, thank you.
Well, Benham, I understand you were the investigating officer on the Noakes hit and run.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Well, get on with it. Tell him about the mail. Tell him about...
All right, Royce. Take it easy.
Hey, here's your coffee, Mr. Mayor.
Hicks,
Yes, Chief?
we're going to talk to the hit and run suspects. Take it to my office.
Right away, sir.
Well, Benham, what happened?
Beg your pardon, sir, but who's this gentleman? I'm Judge Donald Lewis, retired. I'm here in an unofficial capacity.
With all due respect, Judge, I can't see that we really need you here.
Royce?
Well, no, really, Bob. Don't you think this would be better handled as a private police matter?
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, that is your son in custody in there.
I'm well aware.
And he may be in need of some expert legal advice before the day is out.
Oh, I see.
Now, Royce, we have nothing to hide from an ex-judge. Besides, you were the one who told him the story.
Yes, of course. I guess I'm just a little rattled. My son in jail. For the press.
Yeah, we all understand, Royce. Now, Benham, fill us in on the details.
Yes, sir. The deceased was proceeding in a northerly direction on a two-wheel vehicle at approximately 9:28 a.m. His visibility impaired by a moderate snowstorm. The alleged impact vehicle...
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Benham, you've been listening to too much Boston Blackie. Now, start again and make it simple so the mayor can understand.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. It's kind of hard to explain. Let me draw it for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, now here's Ashby Road, running north and south.
Yeah.
And here's Simcoe Road, running across it east and west.
Right.
So it's at the crossroads, as far as we can tell, that Noakes was hit. He'd been heading north along Ashby Road.
Anybody see him?
Yes, sir. Checked that out myself. Charlie Decker put the lift bridge down for him a little before 9.
Where is the lift bridge, Constable?
Down here, Judge, about a mile south of the crossroads.
Ah.
And where did they find him?
Up here, about 200 yards north of the crossroads.
What about the car, Benham?
I was patrolling eastbound on Simcoe, heading towards the crossroads, when I found a suspect vehicle in the ditch at the side of the road. Apparently, it had been heading westbound.
Did another car force it off the road?
I don't think so, Mr. Mayor. See, I didn't see any other cars west of the crossroads. And Charlie said nobody else had gone over the bridge that morning from the south, and we had to close the road a few miles north of the crossroads late last night because of the snow.
Well, someone could have come along Simcoe from the east, hit Noakes, turned around and gone back the way he came.
Yeah, what about that, Benham? The real culprit could be miles from here by now.
Good point, sir.
Aha.
But I thought of that myself. There was a telephone repair crew working about 2 miles east of the crossroads on Simcoe, about here. The suspect vehicle was the only one they saw on the road that morning.
Yeah, very efficient, Benham.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, it does sound open and shut, Royce.
But the mail. Tell him about the mail, for God's sake.
That's the strange part of it, sir. On questioning the local residents, I found that a Mrs. Fison had her mail delivered this morning.
Yeah, go on.
Well, we found Noakes' bicycle here at the crossroads, and his body about 200 yards north. Mrs. Fison's place is between those two spots, about a mile into the bush. Dr. Jenkins said Noakes couldn't have lived more than 5 minutes after he was hit.
Which begs the question, how did a mortally injured man drag himself 2 miles in a snowstorm, there and back, to deliver some letters?
Well, Benham, what do you make of it?
I don't know, sir. It's a strange one.
I'll tell you what I make of it. Noakes wasn't hit by a car at all. Any hard evidence?
Well, not exactly. Doc Jenkins said any blunt object could have caused the injury.
Well, there you are. Noakes probably left the bike at the crossroads because of the snow. While he was tramping around in the bush, He probably came across somebody's still. You know what goes on up there, Bob.
Yeah, that's true.
The guy clubbed Noakes, panicked, dragged him back out into the road to make it look like a hit and run. Who found him out there, anyway?
Father Meehan found him on his way to Mass.
Did Father Meehan see anybody else?
He didn't see anything.
You should be out in the bush breaking up those whiskey stills instead of putting innocent boys in jail.
Royce, calm down.
What about the boy, Constable? What was he doing at the side of the road?
He was being ill, sir.
What?
Well, he and his companion had consumed... That is, they were under the influence... They've been drinking, sir. Heavily.
I see.
What condition are they in now?
Much better. More scared than anything.
Fine. Maybe we can scare some facts out of them.
Damn. Look at the time. Probably breaking out the good stuff at the party by now. You want a cigarette?
No. I still don't feel so good.
Hey, don't worry. We'll be out of here in no time. Get to the party. We'll have a few drinks. Maybe a little fun on the way home.
Oh, Jimmy. How can you think about that now? I'm sure we hit him.
I'm telling you, we hit the bike.
I just keep thinking about that awful thud. We hit him.
It was the bike. Now, listen, my dad must have heard about this by now. There's nothing to worry about.
Why didn't you stop? Why'd you keep going?
'Cause he was okay. You just keep your mouth shut and everything will...
Afternoon, Jim. Carol Ann.
Hi.
Merry Christmas.
Hello, son.
Well, Dad, you certainly took your time getting here. Who's this?
This is Judge Lewis, son.
Hello, Jimmy.
He's here to help us.
Help us? What do you mean?
The car just went off the road. What's the big deal?
He's dead, Jim. Now, I know you didn't do it.
What are you talking about? Who's dead?
Oh, Jim, I knew you should have stopped. Oh, God, what are we going to do?
Philip Noakes is dead.
Chief, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling the truth.
Benham, you wait outside, please.
What? Oh, yes, sir. I'll be down the hall if you need me.
Jimmy, I think you better tell us what you know.
I gotta sit down.
Well, there's not that much to tell. I admit I saw Noakes. Stupid old man. He's right out in the middle of the road, and he's pushing that crummy bicycle. He pushed it right in front of the car. I sideswiped it, I guess.
You guess you sideswiped it?
Okay, I hit it. Stupid old...
What did Mr. Noakes do?
Do? Well, he was mad. He started swearing at me. You should have heard the language.
Is that the way it happened, Carol Ann?
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's how it happened.
So Mr. Noakes wasn't injured at all?
No, but he'd have wrung my neck if he'd stuck around.
What did I tell you? It had to be somebody else.
And then what happened?
Well, it was snowing pretty hard. And just west of the crossroads, I must have hit an icy patch and skidded off the road.
Were you drunk?
No.
Judge, you have any questions?
Not just now.
Then I think we should take a look at the scene of the accident.
Bob, these kids have been through a lot today. Sure you're not going to hold them any longer?
Yeah, right. I'm sure we could arrange for them.
Pardon me, Chief. Perhaps you should examine the spot before you make that decision.
Now, see here.
No. He's right, Royce. We mustn't show any partiality. I'll have Hicks make you two as comfortable as possible. Benham?
Yes, sir.
Get my car. We're going out on Ashby Road to have a look around.
Yes, sir. Right away.
The judge and I'll meet you at the car, Royce.
Be right there. You better be telling the truth, boy. The chief has helped me cover up your little adventures in the past, but this time, it's serious.
Mr. Andrews, it wasn't his fault.
Shut up, you little tramp. I suppose you bought him the liquor.
Dad, what are you...
Hey! Jimmy!
Listen, if this thing goes to trial, there'll be more on the line than your skin. The chief and I have a good thing going. We don't need this kind of trouble. Do you hear me, boy?
Yeah. I hear you.
And you better pray it's not too late. Will you turn that thing down?
Sorry, sir.
And, Judge, will you roll your window up? It's freezing in here.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. It was getting a little smoky.
Okay, I'll put it out.
Hey, There's the car up ahead. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, Royce. Fender's a bit shot, though.
That's an old dent.
Yeah, pull over, Benham. Let's have a look.
Not much to see here, sir. Snow's covered up the tracks.
Yeah, too bad. Well, maybe we'll just go on to the crossroads.
I'd like to take a quick look, if you don't mind, Chief.
Waste of time, if you ask me.
Go right ahead, Judge. Benham, you go along with it.
Yes, sir.
We will continue with our program of Christmas music in a moment. The CBC would like to take this opportunity to wish you season's greetings and a happy, prosperous new year. We now return to our presentation of Christmas music.
We've got to put a lid on this fast.
Calm down, Royce.
If this goes to court, there's no telling what else will come out. If they find out how we've stretched the law for Jim, it's not much of a jump to uncovering everything else.
I think I don't know that. Highway deal alone could put us away for years.
Why have you got that nosy old coot following us around?
Listen to me, you idiot. You're the one who shot your mouth off in front of him in the first place. The man was a magistrate. I couldn't get rid of him after he'd heard everything.
Okay. So what are we going to do?
All right, first of all, you got to stop behaving like you've been caught with your hand in the till.
But I
just keep your head and let me handle it. Look, I managed to get you elected 3 times running. I can handle anything.
What are you going to do with it?
Shut up.
That's very interesting, Constable. I wonder what accounts for that.
Yeah, accounts for what, Judge?
The unseasonable amount of snow you've had this year.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I have a theory about that,
Did you
sir.
find anything, Judge?
I'm afraid the constable's right. The snow has covered everything. We did find some stains on the front fender. You may want to have them analyzed.
Mm-hmm.
But the key to this whole thing seems to be that old woman. What was her name, Benham?
Fison, sir. Mrs. Marjorie Fison.
Right. If Noakes did deliver mail to her, I think you'd better start looking for another suspect.
Well, let's get over there.
All right, Constable.
Fison. Marjorie Fison. Didn't know anyone by that name lived around here.
Maybe she's not on the voters list.
You talked to this woman, Benham?
Well, sort of, sir.
Sort of?
Well, don't get me wrong, sir. She seems like a nice old lady. But there's something... I don't know.
What?
There's just something odd about her. Very odd.
Seems unlikely a dying man could have covered this much ground. Any tracks when you were here this morning?
No, sir. The snow had covered everything. You all right, Judge?
I'm fine, but I think we're losing the mayor.
Hey, my shoe came off.
Oh, well, maybe we better wait for him. Is it much farther?
Just see the roof behind this hill.
Looks a bit run down.
Yeah, the place wasn't lived in for years. No wonder. Pretty isolated out here.
How close is the nearest house?
About 1.5 miles, sir.
Damn shoe came off. My foot's wet, and it'll kill me. Where is the place, anyway?
Just over the hill.
Damn. Probably caught pneumonia out here. Well, this settles my mind. Nobody could make this trip after being struck by a car.
Constable, you actually saw the mail Philip Noakes delivered?
Yes, sir. They were all Christmas cards. About 15 or 20. Mrs. Fison made a point of showing me each one. Well, here we are.
Anybody home?
Just a moment. I'll be right with you.
Hope it's warm in there.
4 of you. Well, isn't that nice? Come in. Mind your poor head.
Ouch! What?
Oh, my, that must have hurt. You'll have to sit down at once. Most people have to stoop. I'm all right, you see, because I'm not tall. This is my chair here. Do sit down. Oh, my. Your shoes.
It's nothing, really.
Now, you must put your feet by the heater or you'll catch your death when you go out. So very chilly, isn't it? But seasonable. And that's always nice. Don't I know you?
Yes, ma'am. Constable Benham? I was here this morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Didn't you have a beard then?
No, ma'am.
No, of course not. I was thinking of my uncle. He was a policeman, too.
Now, Mrs. Fison, we understand...
I hope I didn't keep you waiting outside too long. I was on the phone with dear Marion. My sister, you know. Don't see her so much since the children came along. Really has her hands full. But I do look forward to a call at Christmas.
Mrs. Fison, could you tell us about...
I quite forgot to say it before. A Merry Christmas to you all. Isn't it wonderful how it keeps coming around? It's such a happy time, isn't it? Oh, would you like to hear something else?
Thank you, Mrs. Bison. Perhaps a little later. Let me shut it off for you.
Oh, I thank you. Do I know you?
No, I don't think so. I'm Judge Donald Lewis.
Oh, how do you do? A judge in my home. Marion would be so impressed.
Mrs. Bison, we do apologize for imposing on you.
Not at all. Visitors are a great treat. Not everybody braves my footpath in the winter.
But someone was here today.
Oh, why, yes. Only this morning there was a young man, a policeman to be exact. You know, you look a lot like him.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a beard, though. Anyhow, he came all the way over to wish me compliments of the season and to see if I'd got my mail.
And you did. Those cards on the mantel?
Oh, it's lovely to see them all up there again. One of the real joys of Christmas, isn't it? Messages from people you love and who love you. And all so pretty.
Did you come down to meet the mailman?
I wasn't up. Wasn't it dreadful? I was late this morning. In fact, I was only just picking the letters off the mat there when the policeman called. He helped me gather them. Nice boy. There was such a lot. I just lay in bed this morning thinking of them instead of moving.
Still, you knew they were there.
Oh, yes, I knew they were there. May I offer you a cup of tea?
No, thank you. But may I use your phone? My wife will be wondering where I am.
Of course. It's just through that door and to your right.
Thank you. I won't be long.
How are your shoes? Are they dry yet?
Just about. Bob, are we nearly through here?
Yeah, as soon as the judge gets back. Yeah, living way out here must have its problems.
It's not so bad, really. A boy comes out every few weeks with my supplies. A visitor once in a while. And then there are my cards. Don't they look lovely?
Yes, quite nice.
You were right, young man. That's just the place for them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You taking up decorating, Benham?
That's good.
They seem to add so much to the place. This one in particular. It's from my son.
May I see that?
Of course. Oh, I do hope your wife wasn't worried.
What? Oh, no, everything is just fine. You see, this is from your son.
His name's Daniel. Such a handsome boy. Strong chin, just like his father. I just can't believe he's old enough to be in the army.
Really? Where is he stationed?
It's on the envelope.
France. What regiment?
The Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders.
I've heard of that one. Well, gentlemen, I think we've taken up enough of Mrs. Bison's time.
I'll second that. You watch the beam, Royce.
What's that?
Duck your head.
Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Fison. I hope we didn't disturb you.
Not at all. Not at all.
Here's your son's card.
You know, I think I'd like you to have that.
What? Oh, no, I couldn't. Your son's card.
I'm sure he'd want you to have it, too.
Well,
Imagine a judge in my house.
I don't know what to say.
Of course you do. Merry Christmas.
A very merry day.
Indeed.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, thank you for your cooperation, Mrs. Fison.
No trouble at all. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye, Mrs. Fison.
Well, that was a waste of time.
It had to be done, Royce. Benham, you better get more men out here and comb the area. Maybe Noak's killer hasn't got too far yet.
Right, Chief. If you'd listened to me in the first place, we wouldn't have to come all the way out here. The killer's probably out of the province by now.
Not unless he broke out of your jail. I think there's more to this than meets the eye.
What? What are you getting at, Judge?
Do you see any phone lines?
Phone lines? What do you...
I thought something was strange when I discovered the phone was disconnected. Mrs. Fison said she had just received a call.
You're right, Judge. You can see where the lines used to be hooked up.
Yeah, that was the first thing. Then her son's regiment, the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders. I have a nephew serving with those boys, and they've never been overseas. Not in this war.
This war?
Take a look at the card. See the date?
December
1916?
What's all this nonsense mean?
God.
It means, Mr. Mayor, that Philip Noakes was nowhere near this place today.
What?
What we've discovered, gentlemen, is a sad ritual. I guess she'd been putting out the same cards every year from people who are long gone. Poor dear. She probably thinks it is 1916.
Then Jimmy...
Oh, shut up, Royce. Yeah, Jimmy did it. And we're gonna pay for it.
I don't understand, sir. Is something wrong?
Leave them alone, Constable. Let them enjoy their Christmas while they can.
You have just heard On Christmas Day in the Morning, a dramatization of the Marjorie Allingham short story by Don Dickinson and Alan Gutman. Sandy Webster starred as Judge Donald Lewis, with Colin Fox as Mayor Royce Andrews and Arch McDonnell as Police Chief Bob Jacobs. Sandra Scott played Mrs. Fison, and Robert Haley was heard as Benham. Elva Mae Hoover played Mrs. Jacobs, as well as Carol Ann. Michael Wincott was Jimmy, and John Stalker played both Hicks and the radio announcers. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson and Kathy Perry. Our production assistant is Nina Callahan, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell Callahan, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by...
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we have a special Boxing Day treat for listeners who really like to settle into a show. It's a kind of a box lunch based on the Victorian short story by Sir Walter Besant and James Rice and dramatized for this series by P. Norman Cherry. The play is called The Appetite of Intellect.
You wonder. Yes, I see you wonder at me, and plenty why I eat and drink. Let me tell you about it. Let me tell you how I disagreed with something that ate me. My appetite was hereditary. One of the few things I can remember of my mother was a constant complaint that my father used to eat her out of house and home. It was the same when I became a strolling player, wandering the provinces with a down-at-heels troupe of actors. We were poor as church mice, but it was share and share alike, and they said I ate for four. For all my hearty feeding, I was slim and played Romeo very badly.
Sweet, good night. Good night. This bud of love, by summer's brightening breath, may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night, good night. As sweet repose and rest come to thy heart, as that within my breast.
Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction canst thou have tonight?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
And this was only the truth. For I loved and was loved by Juliet Cairns, named long ago for Shakespeare's Juliet by her father, the theatre's owner. We dared not show our attachment for very fear of Mr. Cairns' anger. But one night, Shakespeare betrayed us. Carried away by our passion, Juliet and I forgot to act. Old Cairns himself was in the audience that night. The audience thought it was good acting. He knew what he saw. Next morning, the instant he caught sight of me...
Mr. Lucraft, be so good as to step into my office at once, please.
Mr. Cairns, sir, I'm very sorry about last night. Truly I am.
Now, look here, Lucraft. You're a good young fella and a likely actor. But I can't have you spoiling my Juliet for the stage, so I'm going to put her up without you.
But, sir...
You get away from here to London and find yourself another engagement.
Mr. Cairns, I love Juliet.
That, Mr. Lucraft, is the problem. You needn't say goodbye to her, by the way, because I've had it out with her this morning. Tough job it was, too.
She and I were...
My boy, when Juliet is married, or you get rich or something, why, you see, we shall all be glad to have you back.
They all say that there's no work in London. I'll starve.
Oh. Yeah, well, here. There's a week's pay in advance. That's the best I can do.
The next few weeks were even worse than I had feared. There was no work in the provinces, and in the theatres of London, not even an extra. One day at noon, after paying the rent, I found myself without a penny and gnawed by a hunger greater than I'd ever known. Faint and starving, I leaned against a lamppost outside a dining room where a host of people were lunching. Hares, fowls, and turkeys were piled high in the window with boundless prodigality among a wealth of carrots, turnips, and cauliflowers. And through the open doors came a perfume more delicious than the sweetest strains of music, accompanied by the torturing voices of diners.
Waiter, roast beef with plenty of brown.
Oh, heavens, plenty of brown.
Roast mutton underdone.
I love my mutton underdone.
Roast veal and bacon with stuffing.
A dish for the gods.
Calf's head for two.
I could eat calf's head for a dozen.
Pudding.
Soup.
Fish.
Cheese.
At that moment, as I was nearly fainting, there came down the street a monstrous old man, bearing before him like the Lord Mayor, a gross and swollen abdomen, walking very slowly as if the exertion might kill him, and leaning upon a thick cane. He had white hair, white whiskers, and a purple face. Indeed, he might have resembled St. Nicholas, except for his eyes, flushed with red veins that gave him a wolfish expression.
Young man, you look ill. Have you been drinking?
No, sir. I'm only hungry.
Oh, so hungry. Here's a pretty fellow for you. Hungry? The most enviable position a man can be in, and he dares to complain at his lot.
Complain?
What are the lower classes coming to next, I wonder? This London is a gigantic caravan, full of the most splendid things which it only wants an appetite to eat, and he's got that, and he laments.
What is the use if you have no money?
He's yours. A small appetite as a rule, or is it? A large one?
Large. Huge. Born with it. It's very awkward just now.
Young man, come with me now at once.
But
don't talk. That may interfere with the further growth of your appetite. Walk slowly and keep your mouth shut.
Pushing me down a maze of alleys, he lumbered close behind, muttering to himself with that awful chuckle and grunt.
So, what a fine young fellow it is. What room for the development of the alderman's arts. What a backbone for the support of a belly. Heavens, what a diner might be made of this boy if only he had money.
Turning into a narrow hidden court, he bent with great difficulty to a little black portal and seemed to blow into the keyhole with his mouth.
What shoulders he has for a table, and what legs to put under it.
And the door opened. And then it shut behind us of its own accord. We stood in a large room, resplendent with the light of at least 40 wax candles, in whose shimmer there gleamed a magnificent dining table, set for one. And beside it stood what I then thought was a man.
Young sir, permit me to introduce my servant, Boldenage.
My heart be delight to meet friend of massa.
You have a pretty tasty name, sir. To have a servant black as night and call him Snowball.
Boldenage, what do you think of him?
Him a very fine young man, massa. Got lovely appetite developed. Him live much longer time than last other young man. How much do you think him eat tonight?
We will try him with a late luncheon first, Boldenage, and then pronounce on his performance. Young men do not always come up to their profession.
What time massa dine himself?
I don't know. Perhaps not till 9 o'clock. Perhaps not then. Vanish, Boldenage, and serve!
Did the ancient servant go through the floor? Did the table sink when he disappeared and come up loaded with succulent dishes? It seemed so.
Food. A banquet. Oh, let me eat.
One moment only, a single moment. Tell me again the nature and extent of your appetite, and oh, be truthful. Our little tongue should never lie for mutton chop or apple pie. You know the hymn?
I've got the devil of an appetite. What is there to lie about?
My dear young friend, yours may be fierce at first and promise great things and then end in a miserably small performance. I have known such. Tell me, if you eat your fill now, it is 4:30, when you think you might be ready again?
I should say about 8. But I might do something light about 7, I dare say. Right now, I could eat a mountain.
A mountain! Wonderful are the gifts of Providence. My dear young friend, I am very thankful, deeply thankful that I met you. Sit down and let me take the covers off for you. I long to see you eat. I will wait upon you myself. No one else. Just we two. And the delectable vegetables. Lover's eggs. He has eaten all 6. Turtle soup. Gently, my young friend, gently. Humor your appetite. Don't drive it. Fill it of soul with white grapes and almonds. It's like watching mighty Caesar. Look at him. Sweetbreads and burgundy wine and mushrooms. Smiles of the dear little innocent confiding calf. Cooperate with it, eh? Mauviettes en casse. Larks in baskets. Sweet rapturous singing larks. Toothsome cocky yelly larks. Eats them up. Bones and all. My dear sir, and drink something. Here, a champagne, hock, and soda. Have a nice sherry. It's a made-up wine, even the best of it. Come, a little champagne.
I generally take drops here, sir, but if you please, a little fizz would be acceptable.
Now, my dear lord, my palace of Troy. Curried chicken with salad, rice, and chestnuts. Stuffed quail. Nightfall brochette. It takes all 3. My Alexander! My Goliath of cats! Plenty of rice, my Napoleon. Here's more. Much more. Now, apricot jelly and cabinet pudding. Cheese brie.
Yes, sir.
Tongue on a port with the cheese, huh? Oh, King of Bashan. Now, last of all, strong black coffee and a teeny tiny glass of liquor.
Sir, I'm more grateful than I can tell you.
And the gratitude. Tell me, do you feel any sense of repletion? Is the blood mounting to your head? Quite free from giddiness? No thickness in the speech?
Why, no, sir. I am, as you see, an ostrich.
An ostrich, you say? Oh, no! It's providential, my finding you. Our blessings truly come when we least expect them. Come, to business.
Business? Are you perhaps offering me a clerkship in your office, sir?
No, listen to me. You have no money. In a few hours you will be hungry again. You will feel great pain and suffering greater than is felt by men less largely endowed with the supreme blessing. Appetite.
Oh, it is a great trouble to me, sir, when I am hard up.
Why, there, we are agreed already. Let us have no more beating about the bush, young man. I will rid you of this nuisance. I will buy your appetite off you.
I beg your pardon?
A strange offer, I know, but nothing easier. Read this.
I, Luke Lucraft, being of sound mind. How did you know my name?
Touch man, a mere detail. Read on.
Do voluntarily and of my own free will and accord agree and promise to resign my appetite entirely and altogether for the use of Ebenezer Grumbelow from the day and hour of execution of this deed.
In return whereof I agree to a monthly allowance of £30. Well, what do you say?
I think I should like some time to
Reflect?
Reflect? What the devil does the boy want to reflect about? Has he got a penny, a friend, or a chance in the whole world? Now or never. Answer.
Well, I accept your offer.
Why, there's my brave boy. Bolderness!
You very lucky man, young master.
Thank you, my dear sir.
But there's no ink.
He cut me.
Only tiny prickle, master. Just little drops of blood on pen. So
we have no ink handy, dear boy. To sign in blood is a mere form, the merest form. That's it. Done. Done. Boldness. Dinner at 7. I feel myself getting hungry already. Oh, blessed day. A huge dinner, Bolderness, with Curacao punch.
Why, Massa Grumbelo, I think young Massa gonna swoon. Just like the lady in a play.
When I came to myself, I was home again, in my squalid little room. On the table lay...
A letter? Addressed to me?
It was from a firm of solicitors, Crackett and Clarges, dated that evening at 5:30, half an hour after I signed the paper stating that they were empowered by a client whose name they never mentioned
Give
to give
Mr.
me
Lucraft the sum of £30 monthly to begin this present day. Payment will be made in person to Mr. Lucraft, who is requested to call at the firm's offices, 16 Lombard Street, at his earliest convenience.
I stared at the letter with a mixture of stupefaction and horror. The monstrous feast, the bargain, were no dream then. And how had they got their instructions? The clock struck 7, and slowly, surely, a sensation began to grow in me. At first a sense of fullness, then repletion, and finally of choking, as if I were eating too much. By a kind of awful insight, I knew at once what was going on. The old man was taking his dinner, and taking more than was good for me. Soon, soon he began to drink too much as well.
Oh, my God! I'm getting drunk and I haven't touched a drop.
My head began to spin. Sugar sweetness, bite of lime and lemon, fumes of alcohol like steam from a volcano filled my throat. He was drinking, gulping the Curacao punch. I would run to find him, tear up the agreement, but...
His name?
I've forgotten the old glutton's name. He's taken his name. My God, from my head. Next morning, I woke with my head splitting and my stomach in flames. I hated the sight, the smell, the very taste of food. Forcing down a tiny morsel of breakfast, I went with heavy heart to the solicitors to receive my blood price.
Ah, Mr. Lucraft, I thought you would soon come round to us after the letter. Here, sign that. You haven't been long. None of them are.
May I ask, sir, if you know...
I'm not allowed to answer any questions you may put, Mr. Lucraft, nor to ask you any.
So take your money and good morning to you.
But I have to know...
I suppose, like the rest of them, you don't know the name of your benefactor and would like to. Yes. But you needn't ask me. Before you say it, I've orders not to admit you to see either Mr. Clarges or Mr. Crackit. They'd trouble enough with the last one of you. He broke into their office once, drunk, and laid about him with a poker.
Drunk? Oh, God!
However, Mr. Lucraft, I hope you will be more fortunate than your predecessors.
Where are they now? Who are they?
Dead and buried they are, all of them. Gone to kingdom come. Delicious trimmings killed them.
Oh, delicious. God forgive you.
Poor old gentleman, your patron, I mean. He's too good for this world, as everybody knows. He did say when the last went off, he would have no more. He wept over it and declared that his bounty was always abused. But there never was such a benevolent old chap. I only wish he'd take a fancy to me.
What did you say his name was, by the way?
Why, if you don't know, I am sure I do not. Here's your cheque, Mr. Lucraft. But I fear there is a blight on the recipients.
Oh, indeed.
Lord, what a healthy chap Tom Kirby looked when he first came for his cheques. Strong as a bull and fresh as a lark.
A good appetite, had he?
No. Couldn't eat anything after a bit. Said he fancied nothing. Pined away and died in a galloping consumption. Nobody ever saw him drinking, but he was drunk every night, like the rest. Went out in 3 months. Better luck to you, Mr. Lucraft.
From that moment on, I lived in hell. Every day at 1:30, the grossness of his heavy feeding weighed me down. But at least at midday he drank. At night, it was pure horror. His dinner began at 7. At 8, I was gorged and choking. At 9, I was drunk. One morning, I woke up in a police cell with no idea how I'd got there. And on the next, I lost my lodgings.
Mrs. Grogan, I
Not
swear
an
to you...
hour after your week's up. Not if you was to pray on your knees shall you stay. Neighbours next door threatening the police, and me a quiet woman for 20 years.
I detested food and drink, and I detested life. My bones protruded. My hands began to tremble like a drunkard's.
Your cheque, Mr. Lucraft. Look here, sir, you know you're going it worse than poor Tom Kirby. What is the good of a fella's drinking himself to death? Your poor old gentleman was here yesterday, asking me how you looked, and if you continued steady. Pull up, old man, and knock it off.
Asking how I looked. Oh, I'll wager he was. That hardened old voluptuary, that secret murderer, he must have noticed by the falling off of his splendid appetite that I was going down. And he was resolved to kill me off by drinking me to death. In my misery, I was determined to forestall him. I prepared to kill myself first. But the next evening at 7, as I sat in my lonely room, awaiting yet another drunken bout, suddenly...
My God. What is it? I've never felt like this before. It's gone. Where is the choking feeling? Where's the drunkenness? It can't be. It can't be that... I'm free. Where is he? Where's that damn clerk? Let me see him.
Moderate your language, Mr. Lucraft. This is a solemn moment. It is my melancholy duty to inform you that your patron is dead.
I knew it. I knew it. I've been a free man since last night. Look at me. I'm cold sober.
On such a sad occasion, I should certainly hope so, Mr. Lucraft. I have the honour to present our senior partner, Mr. Crackit.
Mr. Lucraft, my deepest sympathies. The poor old gentleman is gone at last. Apoplexy.
I know. I didn't understand it at the time, but I felt him. I felt him depart last night.
A most affecting sympathy. If you will examine this deed, Mr. Lucraft, you will find that Mr. Grumbelow is as generous to you in death as in life, sir.
Grumbelow. That's the name. Grumbelow. Why generous?
He has left you £500 in his will, Mr. Lucraft. Look.
500. What for? What is he up to now?
An ungrateful turn of phrase, young man. Mr. Grumbelow's love for the poor and humble was a byword to all who knew him. He asked nothing but that you care for his aged servant, Mr. Boldenez here, and cherish him as if he were your own father.
No.
Why, Massa, Boldenez, very good servant. Cook a lovely dinner, make young Massa rich like Massa Grumbelow.
I'd rather hire the devil.
Mr. Lucraft!
If Massa likes, that can be arranged.
I fled that dreadful presence forever. But I had saved a good deal of my monthly payments from the old monster, and my old master, Mr. Cairns, welcomed me back with open arms, and so did his daughter Juliet. I've been a happy man ever since, except for a certain distaste for the groaning tables of Christmas, as you see. A month after our marriage, I told my darling Juliet the whole story. She asked if I took her for a fool. All the same, she has never allowed me the key of the spirit's case.
You have just heard The Appetite of Mr. Lucraft, the short story by Sir Walter Besant and James Rice, adapted and dramatized for radio by P. Norman Cherry. Featured tonight were Graham Haley as Lucraft and Douglas Campbell as Ebenezer Grumbelow. Nikki Guadani played Juliet, with Leslie Yeoh as Mr. Cairns. Abbott Anderson played the mysterious Boule de Neige, and you heard Robert Christie as Mr. Crackit and John Peters as the law clerk. Other voices in the cast were played by Maureen Fitzgerald. Our recording engineer is Ray Folsick, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott. Our production assistant is Nina Callahan, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell. The series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we have a nasty little piece for wayward strangers, even if they eventually turn out to be you. The play, based on the German short story by Christian Noack and dramatized especially for this series by Otto Lowy, is called Wildcats.
Sir!
Yes?
Did you just get off that express?
Yes, why?
It doesn't stop at this station, you know.
Oh, but obviously it did.
Never does.
I just got off it, so why did
Only
it?
because of some trouble down the line. Picked up a work crew, I suppose.
I was told my village was the first stop.
Sorry, this can't be it. First regular stop is a good 2 hours farther on.
When's the next train back?
There's a local tomorrow. 6 in the morning.
Tomorrow morning.
6 a.m.
And there's no other way?
No.
All right. I suppose it can't be helped. Where's the waiting room?
The waiting room is closed.
Closed?
Since sundown.
Well, is there some place in this godforsaken hole I can stay overnight?
Right opposite the station, a small hotel.
That old barn over there.
Only one we got.
But they don't even have a light on.
They're asleep. You'll have to knock on the door. Bell's broken.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Yes? Is something the matter?
No, nothing the matter, but I'd like to rent a room.
A room?
Yes, for tonight.
Just a minute, please.
You want a room?
Well, this is a hotel, isn't it?
Just step back, please. I want to see your face.
All right. You like my face?
Thank you. That'll do. I'm coming down.
Oh, everything takes ages. What a place. I suppose I can't expect anything else. I want to see your face. I just hope the beds are clean.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Come in.
Thank you.
My sister is airing your room. Sorry if we seemed a little suspicious. But you see, we're alone in the house. And we're afraid when it gets dark.
What are you afraid of?
Wildcats.
Wildcats?
They come in the dark. I can't stand to hear them shriek when the moon is full.
Wildcats? In this part of the country?
They ought to shoot them before they do a lot of damage. We've written again and again to the government about it. But the government doesn't care. They never answer our letters.
Are you sure you're talking about wildcats?
Are you from the government?
No, I'm not. But I can't imagine wildcats here in this country. I'd like to see one.
Oh, it's too late now.
I beg your pardon?
They're gone.
Well, maybe they'll come back.
They only come when we're alone.
I see.
Good evening. Your room is ready.
This is my sister Olympia, Miss Olympia.
Delighted to meet you.
Would you mind signing the guest book, please? Bernd. That's an intelligent-sounding name.
Is it? Where's the telephone, please?
We have no telephone.
Is there one in the village?
There is no village. Only this house and the railway station.
I'm sorry I had to get you out of bed because of me.
Oh, we are the ones who must apologize.
It's not very often that we have guests.
Well, then, may I wish you a good night?
That's very kind of you.
Very kind indeed.
And may I take your...
No, thank you, but I insist on carrying my suitcase up myself.
When do you want us to wake you?
I'm afraid rather early. Shall we say 5 o'clock?
You're taking the early train?
Yes, the 6 o'clock.
We'll have your breakfast ready.
Are you feeling ill, Mr. Bernd? You look pale, tired. Olympia, doesn't Mr. Bernd look tired?
Let me look closer.
Can't you see? I think Mr. Bernd looks very tired.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do feel rather weary.
My sister is quite right. You do look tired. Is there anything we can do for you?
Anything at all?
I wonder if it's too late for coffee.
Strong coffee? Milk and sugar?
That would be very nice, thank you.
Will you be able to sleep after coffee?
Oh, I'm used to it.
Melanie will bring a tray to your room. Of course, it'll take a few minutes.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you very much.
The coffee won't be long. Does he like the room?
Yes, he says it's quite adequate.
He's got lovely hands. Did you notice his hands?
I only noticed his eyes. Where is the guest book, Olympia?
On the desk, where he signed it. Beautiful hands. One's life story is written in the palm. But not in the eyes, I think.
Here's the book. Now, let's see. Bernd. Julian. Born August the 17th.
What are you doing with that book? I didn't want you to...
His name is Julian.
A coincidence. Just a silly coincidence.
I thought the name didn't exist anymore.
Come and sit down, Melanie.
He has the same eyes. Julian's. I remember his eyes.
That's just your imagination. You need more rest. A good night's sleep. Your Julian is dead. A long time ago. You forgot that.
Did I? But I didn't forget his eyes.
This is another Julian. A stranger. It's just a coincidence that his name is Julian.
Will he go away again?
Of course he'll go away again.
It may be years before another man comes. Somebody who's lost his way and wants to rent a room. Perhaps nobody will ever come again. Who's going to look after us? We'll be all alone, always. When it gets dark, we bolt the door and go to bed. We depend on each other. But one day...
Now, Melanie.
If something should happen to you, Olympia, if you should someday...
Stop. Please stop.
No. No, don't be a coward, Olympia. Listen to me. What'll happen to me if you die, Olympia? What shall I do? We are the last. We have no family, no friends, not even neighbors. Who will I call? Only the authorities.
Everything will be all right in the morning. We'll go to the village and talk to the people. You'll enjoy that, Melanie.
Is the coffee ready?
I'll take it up. You can go to bed now. I'll give you something to make you sleep.
I don't want to sleep. Not tonight. We have a visitor named Julian. Light the candles in the parlor.
The parlor?
Let's stay up, as we used to do.
Oh.
You read to me, and I'll mend the tablecloths.
Oh, that's a pleasant idea. We haven't sat in the parlor for ages. I'll go and take the dust covers off the furniture.
Strange. Everything can change all of a sudden. Everything can change. Julian.
What will change?
Everything. If he stays, if we make him stay.
Melanie, you're not going to...
Give me the coffee. The way I mix it, he'll have no trouble sleeping.
Melanie, perhaps he has a family or someone who's waiting for him.
Didn't we wait for him? Have you forgotten how lonely we were, Olympia?
He'll stay, Melanie. He'll need us. You won't have to do anything.
Mr. Burnt? It's 5 o'clock, Mr. Burnt. Can you hear me? 5 o'clock. He's locked himself in.
I wonder why.
I'll ask the man at the station to break down the door.
Isn't that dangerous? The station master broke down the door once before. He could become suspicious.
This is our house, and we can have our doors broken as often as we want.
Oh.
You're going to get your bicycle and go to the village, Olympia. I need something from the drugstore.
Morphine?
And see if the florist has some roses.
Roses?
He'll wake up tonight. He'll call us. We'll be company for him. Are you ready, Olympia?
I will be in a minute.
Hurry up. He could wake up at any moment. We'll ask him questions. They always tell the truth just before they're quite awake.
Papa always answered the most intimate questions.
Thanks to morphine, they are too weak to lie. Look at me. Have you put on lipstick?
I ate candied cherries.
Don't lie to me. You even put on rouge?
At my age, if I want to put on rouge, I'll put on rouge. After all, you put a rose in your hair, a red rose. You're also wearing some of Mama's jewelry. The garnets.
The jewelry is mine. It belongs to me. Papa gave it to me.
He shouldn't have. The garnets are Mama's. When she left, she was looking for her jewelry. She looked everywhere for it. You hid it.
Be quiet.
And I know where you hid it. In the hothouse. Under the oleander trees.
You take that back. You take that back right now. You wanted the jewelry for yourself the way you wanted Papa for yourself. Hypocrite.
Oh.
But I've always known. Always. I could see right through you, Olympia.
Why, you...
Olympia, did I hurt your feelings?
Melanie, we quarrel like wildcats.
Sorry, but I simply don't understand. I can't seem to remember how it all started.
When you were about to go to your room, I asked you if you felt ill. Remember?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You wanted us to wake you at 5 a.m. because you didn't answer when we knocked. We had the door forced open.
It was locked, you see.
And you were unconscious.
Oh, I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble.
May we sit down?
Of course.
I'll watch the clock for you. In half an hour, you'll go back to bed like a good boy. We'll take your temperature and give you another injection.
Another injection?
Dr. Webb's orders.
With a bit of luck, you will be able to get up for half an hour tomorrow and take a walk. We'll show you the fish ponds.
And yet, I don't seem to feel ill, just sort of weak.
Actually, you were lucky, you know. Nobody could look after you better than my sister and I. We are trained nurses. We've got certificates.
Why did it have to happen to me, of all people?
Does it surprise you?
Well, frankly, yes.
Then you weren't prepared.
Prepared for what?
For the unusual.
It happens to all of us.
Sooner or later.
Sometimes it's only a dream.
A nightmare.
Nobody is spared.
Nobody is forgotten.
It helps us remain humble.
Humble?
Do you understand what we mean?
I'm not sure.
But you don't find us ridiculous.
Ridiculous? No.
Do you want to be alone?
Do you want us to go?
Well, you must have more important things to do than look after me.
We have nothing to do.
Nothing important.
Then I wish you'd stay. I like talking to you. I seem to remember your inn is called the Blue Trout. Are there still trout around here?
There used to be.
Our guests used to arrive by horse-drawn carriages. This was a favorite resort, with all sorts of things to see.
Yes.
Artificial waterfalls, fish ponds, grottos made of shells, and castles of rock.
Ah, yes. It was charming.
Tiny Japanese bridges connected the ponds. There was even a maze of laurel bushes. Everybody's favorite was a pavilion with copies of the 7 Wonders of the World in mother of pearl. Oh, we never had a dead season.
Then they built the railroad for trains that didn't stop. And it became so quiet here.
The ponds turned into swamp.
We were terribly lonely. You stop caring when you're alone.
Don't you ever have any visitors?
We don't have any neighbors.
We live alone. Just 2 old ladies in this big house.
You weren't always alone, were you?
We accepted our fate. And it was our lot to nurse a sick man. There was no other way.
We nursed him for 36 years, day and night.
Until he died.
Who was he?
Our father.
Papa was very ill. He was helpless without us. We had to feed him like a child.
He hated strangers. That's why only Melanie and I nursed him.
We accepted his pain. You see, suffering was our fate.
He was always afraid of losing us. When Melanie became engaged to a doctor, Papa did something terrible.
Be quiet, Olympia. I don't think Mr. Bent is interested.
Go on. I'd like to hear it.
Papa cut his own wrist.
Olympia.
Oh, my God. And your fiancé?
Tell him, Melanie.
I had to give him up. By the way, his name was Julian, like yours.
You both became nurses. Why didn't he allow one of you to marry?
I was on night shift.
Night shift?
And I was on day shift.
You mean you worked around the clock, as in a hospital?
Yes.
We wore uniforms, just like a hospital.
When did your father die?
3 years ago. He suffered a lot of pain the last few weeks.
You gave him the best of care.
Old Dr. Webb was stingy. We had to beg for every ounce of morphine. In the end, we stole Dr. Webb's prescription forms. Then we wrote prescriptions ourselves.
It was the only way.
We couldn't stand Papa's cries.
You mustn't condemn us. You'd have done the same.
He's asleep. Olympia, what have we done? Why did we tell him? He's a stranger. He'll go to the police.
Calm down, Melanie. Mr. Barrett is no stranger. He's sick. And you have the privilege of nursing him for a while.
Yes, of course. I'd do whatever you...
Until he is better. Or till he has to go to the hospital. It'll depend on Dr. Webb. Have you forgotten, Melanie?
Where did I put Mr. Burns' letter? I know I put it somewhere. I remember Olympia giving it back to me. And then I think... a letter can't just disappear. Where did I put it? It's a lovely letter. He asks for his wife's forgiveness with no vengeance, despite what she's done to him. He apologizes for leaving her after she confessed to being unfaithful with another man.
Melanie.
Have you found the letter?
I mailed it for you.
You only say that to tease me. You sealed that letter and hid it to keep it for yourself. Please, Olympia, tell me, did you really mail that letter? If you did, she could find out. She could come here and take him away.
I mailed the letter.
I think I'll give him a double dose, a full syringe, in the night. Yes, that's when I'll do it. When she gets here, he'll have fainted. We'll say Dr. Webb had an accident. And where is it? Where's the morphine? Olympia?
We have no morphine.
The prescription pad. Where did I put it? The prescriptions?
We have no prescriptions either. I burnt everything.
Burnt? Burnt everything? No morphine? You betrayed me, Olympia. You're sending him away. We'll be alone again.
Melanie, don't you understand what we've done?
Not again, Olympia. We'll never be alone again. Let them wait out there.
Melanie,
The wildcats. They're waiting for us. They're taking their time. They're waiting for him to go. When it gets dark, we must bolt the door. I can't stand the shrieks.
Melanie, what are you doing? Put the letter opener down. Melanie, not your wrist.
Come in.
I brought you your supper.
Oh, thank you. As a matter of fact, I am rather hungry.
That's good. I hope you like it. I just come from Dr. Webb's office. He sends his regards.
Oh, Dr. Webb sends regards?
Yes. Sorry, but I'm afraid every time Dr. Webb comes, you're asleep. He was here first thing in the morning.
What did he say?
The blood test was negative.
Negative? Well, that means it's...
Everything is fine. Just some sort of flu bug, probably. Dr. Webb said he'll look in again tomorrow night. But if you feel well enough, it will be all right for you to leave in the morning.
Well, I think I'd better take the first train.
I'll wake you just before 5. That'll give you plenty of time for breakfast.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else?
Yes. If it was only a blood test, only flu, why the... morphine?
It makes one tell the truth.
But did you doubt anything I told you?
We didn't know what to think. The train mysteriously stopped, and you got off.
Yes. Yes, it was all a mistake.
We were suspicious, but we took you in. Don't think harshly of us, Mr. Barrett. We took you in and made you well again.
Olympia, what are you doing?
I packed a small suitcase.
Are we going away?
Yes, you are going away.
Where? Are they coming for me?
You won't know anything about it. You'll be asleep. I gave you something to make you sleep.
Did I give you trouble?
Please.
Did I?
Please lie still.
What did I do?
The same as Papa.
The wrists?
Yes. I'll come and see you as often as I can.
I'll be at the window.
It'll only take 2 hours by cab.
My eyes. I'm sleepy.
You'll sleep.
When will they come?
Don't think of it.
You'll be alone. Watch out for the wildcats.
I'll put out some milk when it's dark, so they won't harm me.
Why didn't we think of feeding them before? Perhaps they'd have loved us. If we die, only the authorities will know about it. It doesn't matter if we live or die. It doesn't matter.
There.
That's why I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid, dear Melanie. Sleep now. And forgive me.
I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye to your sister.
She wanted to get up and say goodbye to you, but I wouldn't let her. At her age, one shouldn't take a cold too lightly.
Last night, I heard a car pull up.
Yes, we had guests.
Good morning, Miss Olympia.
Good morning.
Well, now you'll be all alone again, just the two of you.
Oh, we'll find things to do.
Well, all the best to you and your sister.
You'll have to get on quickly. Will you please wave from the window?
Maybe I'll come back again sometime.
Yes, they all say that. You haven't forgotten anything, have you?
I don't think so.
Are they expecting you?
Pardon me?
Is someone expecting you?
Oh, yes. Somebody's expecting me.
I'm so glad for you.
What did you say?
I said I'm so glad.
Well, thank you. Don't forget to give my address to Dr. Webb. Please tell him to send me his bill. And thanks again for everything.
Goodbye.
No use waving to him now. Can't see you anymore.
Yes. How silly.
How's your sister?
She's gone on a trip.
A long trip?
Yes. A long trip. Melanie! Oh, Melanie. Melanie, I've never heard them before. Dark. They come after dark when the moon is full and when you're alone. Oh.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance. as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. I would like to reassure those listeners with tendencies towards claustrophobia that tonight I will be especially careful to take care of them. The play, adapted from a Michael McCabe short story by leading player Graham Haley, is called The Room. Welcome.
Do you like ice, Mr. Todd?
Ice? Thank you, Miss Watts.
Mrs. Watts, Mr. Todd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you are.
Thank you.
It pleases me to see a man save a whiskey.
Does it, Miss... Sorry, Mrs. Watts.
It does. My late husband, the Major, was partial to it.
Husband?
Yes. Do I look like a spinster?
No, not at all.
You seem determined to make me one. I am a widow. I have been a widow for 22 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alfred was also fond of a cigarette in the evening. Would you care for one?
No, thank you. I don't smoke.
As you wish.
Well, cheers.
Yeah.
It's a lovely scotch.
Atlas, one of the first ever produced in Scotland and not generally available.
Oh, I'm honoured.
It's so long since I've been able to offer my whiskey. I've had that bottle for more than 20 years. Poor Alfred was the last one to drink from it. He died the next day.
Oh, really?
Yes, ironic.
What do you mean?
The day before he died, he had a violent argument with Father Doyle. That's a long story. Suffice to say, the Major renounced his faith.
But why do you say it was ironic?
Well, he couldn't receive the last rites, could he, poor dear? Now then, are you willing to spend a night in the Yellow Room, Mr. Todd?
An unlikely partnership in ghostly research. Ronald Todd and Amelia Watts. He, young, brash, and very broke. She, old, self-serving, and wealthy. One could, in fact, well say that 4 walls are all they have in common.
Mrs. Watts, could I just get 1 or 2 things straight?
Of course.
I gather it's haunted, the Yellow Room.
So they say.
Who says?
People.
But nobody's ever stayed there all night?
Oh, yes, they have.
Oh.
Do you remember the 6th Duke of Wallingford, or was that before your time, Mr. Todd?
Duke of... Oh, yes, of course. The family bribed some famous psychiatrist who certified that the Duke was perfectly sane, but just the same, he was as mad as a hatter.
Quite mad. But he was as sane a man as one could wish to meet once. But that was before he spent the night in the Yellow Room.
You mean he...
the
Duke...
haunter and the haunted? Every man's history of ghosts and ghosting? He wrote those books, Mr. Todd. He lived and dreamed the spirit world. He was a hunter of ghosts.
And he came here?
He came. He stayed in this house, in the North Wing, in the Yellow Room. One night he spent 6.5 hours there. By morning, he was quite mad.
My God.
Then there was Captain Bletchford of the 4th Hussars. He was found in the rose bushes 40 feet below, leapt through the window. Help yourself to whiskey, Mr. Todd. There were others who stayed in this room but saw nothing, because I believe they were not alone. It only happens, you see, when a person is entirely alone.
What is it that happened?
Oh, my dear Mr. Todd, if I knew that, I would not be offering £1,000 to any man who could provide me with the answer.
I see.
No one who has spent a night in the Yellow Room has been the same the next morning. transformed.
Mrs. Watts, I must tell you, I'm not impressed by psychic research, and I have no superstitions.
Ah, you are brave.
I'm an atheist.
So are the others.
You mean...
The Duke and Captain Bletchford.
Well, I wasn't always. I was brought up a Christian. Now I'm uncommitted, I'm afraid.
You're afraid?
Just a figure of speech. I'm not afraid. For £1,000, I'll spend a night anywhere.
I see.
One thing, though. If nothing happens, I'll have nothing to tell you, will I?
Well, in that case, you will receive £100 just for your trouble. Not an unreasonable fee for 8 hours' sleep, Mr. Todd.
No, but...
But I warn you, if nothing happens, don't invent. I shall know.
I am an honourable man.
Good. Well, having settled that...
I wonder if you'd mind telling me just why you're so curious, Mrs. Watts. What do you want to find?
I am an old woman. I have lived a long and wonderful life. But soon I shall die.
I hope not.
If I should be taken tomorrow, God forbid, I would go to my grave a disappointed woman, never knowing what evil dwells in the Yellow Room. There's going to be a storm.
Yes, the air is stifling. Why haven't you spent a night in the Yellow Room yourself, Mrs. Watts?
10 years ago, I did. I went into the room and locked the door, had my rosary with me. Unlike yourself, Mr. Todd, I have a very strong faith.
And?
After 15 minutes, I unlocked the door and let myself out.
Why?
Mr. Todd, I did not ask you here to question me. And may I remind you that you have come to earn, if you can, £1,000?
Yes.
For that sum, you have a job to do.
Quite right.
After the job is finished, I shall question you. That is our working arrangement. Would Sunday suit you?
Yes, Sunday will suit me fine.
After all, you won't be in church. But you must meet Father Doyle. Yes. Oh, one thing I forgot. I shall lock the door to the Yellow Room once you are inside and settled. It will not be opened again until 8 o'clock on Monday morning. No matter what happens.
Yes, it's an obsession with Amelia Watts, the Yellow Room. She dreams of it incessantly. But even in her dreams, she's never been able to peer through the layers of faded wallpaper into the room's terrible secret. But enough of introductions. Let's find out for ourselves.
So, this is it.
This is it. A bit mouldy, I'm afraid.
Anything more I ought to know about it?
Well, we're having some problems with the wiring. Oh, how I curse electricity.
There are more devastating forces in the world than electricity, Mrs. Watts.
Oh, Father Doyle, don't look so disapproving. After all, candles are much more reliable.
I'll rely on candles, then.
Well, for a night at least. You'll have to go back to those gracious, far-off times, Mr. Todd.
Yes, indeed.
I'm still hoping to persuade Mr. Todd to change his mind. It's an unholy experiment you're indulging in.
Now, don't begin all that over again, Father. He is free. He is over 21. What on earth is there to harm him?
Nothing on earth.
Oh, stop being an old maid, Father.
What neither of you seems to appreciate is the existence of evil.
Poppycock, of course I know that evil exists.
But I have experienced evil. I know how it works. The devil is afoot.
He is.
Don't grin, Mr. Todd. I ask both of you, because I know the history of this house, to seal the door, to lock and bar the Yellow Room.
Father, you seem to forget that Mrs. Watts and I have an agreement, wager, if you like, for this one night. I'd rather you didn't persuade Mrs. Watts to seal the door just yet. Tomorrow, fine. But there's a small question of £1,000 in cash first. Then you can do what you like.
I only hope you know what you're doing.
I also know the room's past. And I don't doubt that whatever you say happened to the Duke and Captain... what's his name? Yet I can't accept that anything but their own imaginations made them lose their minds or jump out of windows.
I still say it's an unholy experiment.
No, Father.
Shall we get on with it, Mrs. Watts? It's 10 o'clock, and I've promised myself a few chapters of Evelyn Waugh before a good night's sleep. Looks like a splendid oak bed.
The sheets have been aired, and the pillow is as soft as snow.
And you won't have to worry about ending up in the rose bushes.
The rose bushes?
We had the window barred, Mr. Todd.
Well, I haven't come here for the view, have I? Now, Mrs. Watts, Father Doyle, if you don't mind, this is my room for the night. And according to you, my lady, the ghost does not walk unless the watcher is alone.
The yellow room is high-beamed. The shadows are deep. Light comes from only 2 candles. One is behind a great oak bed, above the head of the man who sits reading a novel by Evelyn Waugh. The other candle is on a small table to the right of the door. The yellow room is deathly silent.
Time for bed.
Ronald Todd smiles. In imagination, he spends £1,000 on a multitude of wondrous things. And then, without warning, without the slightest movement of the room, the candle above his head goes out.
Father?
Ah, thank you.
You're quite sure you're not hungry?
Yes, thank you.
There's a kitchen full of food out there.
I'm really not hungry at all.
I enjoy watching a man eat.
Yes. Hearty male appetite.
Well, a man should have one.
Speaking of the other male, our friend upstairs, shouldn't he be told to go home now?
What?
He's been up there 2 hours already.
He's not completed his bargain yet, Father.
But if he's going to be afraid, he'll have been afraid by this time. And if he's all right now, he'll be all right 6 hours later. Let him out, Mrs. Watts.
Father, I am not paying Mr. Todd for being afraid or for not being afraid. I am paying him to sleep in the yellow room and to find out what caused the deaths of 4 people and drove 3 others insane.
4 deaths?
Well, you know perfectly well.
I know nothing of the kind. The fellow who threw himself out of the windows.
Father Doyle, what does it matter how many have died in Chanceford? They were all free citizens, all of them old enough to vote.
I never knew there were 4.
Father Doyle, where are you going?
I think I'll go out and see how Mr. Todd's making out.
You will do nothing of the kind. Come away from that door.
May I have your permission to go up and see Mr. Todd?
Do I have to ask you to leave, Father?
My, Mrs. Watts. How authoritarian.
Father, you and I are old friends, aren't we?
We are. But I don't see what that has to do...
Don't you?
Do I have your permission to check on Todd?
You do not.
Then I think you better order me from your house.
Very well. Will you kindly leave?
I don't really know what you're doing, but I warn you, if something evil happens tonight and there's an inquiry, I shall be bound to say what I know.
What do you mean? An inquiry?
Knowing full well there are evil forces in the North Wing, you hired a stranger to spend a night.
I do whatever I choose in my own
Only
home.
if it does not harm other human beings.
In this house I have complete freedom.
You're not exercising freedom. It's license. Bribing that young man with money.
Oh, for God's sake. There's nothing to harm him. It was all in their imagination, every one of them.
All merely imagination, eh? Then what can Mr. Todd possibly tell you that's reliable?
He can tell me what he experiences.
Or imagines he experiences.
Father, do atheists sleep well?
Bride's Head revisited by candlelight. I wonder if the spooky setting gives one extra edge. What?
The candle at the right of the doorway goes out.
Strange. Oh, must be a draft. I'll soon fix that.
The candle behind the bed goes out.
Damn, it's pitch black.
He begins to feel his way around the wall.
What's this?
His hand brushes against a switch.
Try it. The light, it works. She said the wiring of the lamp shattered. She must have been right about the wiring. I think I'll forget it and go back to bed. Marching music. Sounds like... Oh, come on, Todd. Just light a bloody match. Yeah, that one's lit. Now the candle behind the bed.
But before he reaches the bed, the room is shrouded in darkness as the candle by the door is again extinguished.
Ruddy candle just blew out. Well, I didn't need it anyway. Just this one. Oh. Where are the blasted matches? I spilled the whole box. That music. She must have a tape recorder. The old witch. It stopped. Always hated march music. There, it's lighted. Just one candle in this drafty old room. Like a little nightlight Mum used to leave in my bedroom when I was a kid. Stop that damn music! I'll light it again. I wish I had that nightlight now. All right. I'll play your game. Somebody else in the room, isn't there? Someone's playing music tapes and blowing the candles out. Fine. Let's leave it dark.
The depth of darkness and the drumming march cut through.
Try the candle by the door again. Oh, I need a match. Light. Wet. Must have been water on the floor when I dropped the box. Once more. Nothing. There was a brave old soldier at the Battle of Waterloo. The wind blew up his petticoat and showed his cock-a-doodle-doo. Where's the blasted bed? Just make it back to... The bed's gone. This is crazy. What could it... All right, Mrs. Watts, you win. Built a trick room, didn't you? A maze with air vents and loudspeakers. One time, get your bearings. You're an old Boy Scout.
And in the blackness, like a blind man, he walks cautiously, his arms groping in front of him. The way feels clear. He bumps into nothing. Then...
Straighten up, Todd. Look sharp.
Who's that?
Sloppy, Todd. Very sloppy. Smarten up, boy.
Where are you?
Can't have any slackness here. Come along into line.
Very good. Nice trick, Mrs. Watts. A tape machine, too. Who's he supposed to be? Your husband, the Major?
She's not listening. And there's no tape machine.
But you're right on one count. I am the Major.
Oh, sure. Sure, of course you are. If only I had some light.
Some of us refuse to see the light.
What do you mean, us? Get hold of yourself, Todd. You're talking to an empty room. Us?
Those of us in purgatory, Mr. Todd.
Rubbish. Where are my matches? There must be a dry one somewhere. Let go! Damn you, Major! Those are my matches. Now give them back! Do you hear me, Major? Give them back!
So, you acknowledge me, after all.
Never. You're a fraud, whoever you are.
Not a fraud. A ghost, to be precise.
I don't believe in ghosts, or spirits, or the living dead, or the devil, or any of that bunk.
What do you believe in?
Nothing. What's your game? What do you want?
A favor. A little one. I only want your faith.
I have no faith.
Pity.
Even if I had, I wouldn't help you.
No pity.
What do you want it for?
Your faith for my redemption.
What would it really take to redeem you? Maybe you deserve the Yellow Room.
You're a stubborn man. Just like all the others.
I will not be used. I'm getting out of here. If there is a purgatory, it must be this bloody room. Mrs. Watts, you can keep your filthy money. Open the door.
I'm afraid there's no escape.
Mrs. Watts! Let me out!
Might as well say your prayers.
Come off it! The window.
It's only a 40-foot drop. Once you've got through the bars.
Who are you? Why are you hounding me?
Ronald, what would your mother say?
My mother?
Ronald, dear, time for bed. Say your prayers for Mummy.
Mummy?
Be a good boy now, Ronald. Say your prayers, and Mummy will give you back your toy soldiers.
Mummy!
Sing, Ronald. Sing for Mummy.
Light the little candle burning in the night, in this world of darkness, so let us shine. You in your small corner, and I in mine.
You always were a nosy old devil, Father Doyle, saving your reverence, of course.
No.
You always were. You just hide your nosiness under a cross.
I woke you sharp at 7:30 because I was concerned for his safety.
Of course.
Open the door to the Yellow Room, Mrs. Watts, quickly.
Yes, Father, be patient. Morning, Mr. Todd. Would you like some tea?
Give me the keys, woman.
Well, in all decency, I have to warn him we're
There's
entering.
no time for niceties.
Small corner, and I in mine. All right, Mom. I'll say my prayers. Then, can I have my toy soldiers back? In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb. I was saying it right. Stop
I hate it. I hate it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Dear God in heaven.
Ronald Todd was committed to an institution for the incurably insane. Father Gerald Doyle visits him twice a week. The old priest carries a profound sense of guilt he can never be rid of. Mrs. Watts died last year without ever discovering the secret of the Yellow Room. Chanceford, her rambling old mansion on Manor Drive, is to be torn down this year to make way for a shopping center.
It is with great pleasure that I declare the Chanceford Mall officially open. Now we have a special program for you today, and I'm... Hello. Can you hear me, folks? No, please, folks, stay calm. Just a temporary power failure, I'm sure. I'll the lights on again in a minute. Now, keep going, please. Jim, see if you can rustle up some candles.
You have just heard The Room, the Michael McCabe story dramatized for radio by Graham Haley. Graham Haley was also featured tonight in the role of Ronald Todd, with Moya Fenwick as Mrs. Watts, Colin Fox as Father Doyle, and Chris Wiggins as the Major. John Stalker was the shopping center MC, and vicarious narration was provided by your series host, the mysterious Luther Kranst. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. Our production assistant is Nancy McElveen, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. The aesthetic zone between satire and horror is as broad as broadcasting, and it often seems to be explored best in writing communities where the given script appears to have been developed with the utmost conviction. Tonight's play, based on the short story by Soviet writer Mikhail Bulgakov and dramatized especially for this series by Arthur Samuels, is called The Fatal Eggs.
Alexander Semyonovich. Listen. What's that?
Oh, the wind, I suppose.
No. Come over here to the window. Hurry.
Manya, I'm trying to concentrate on these reports.
I can't believe it. Look.
Well, Manya, what is it now?
Look. Over there, by the hatchery, those huge shadows all moving and writhing.
Black as pitch out there. I can't see. Manya, it's just the trees swaying in the wind.
No. It's not the trees. Something alive and coming closer. Oh, my God!
Rattlesnakes. They can't be real. They're so huge. Manya, look out.
This laboratory is colder than a tomb. Vano?
Yes, Professor?
This cold is intolerable.
I can see my breath in here. Can't we get some heat?
Well, there's no fuel, Professor Persicoff.
How is that possible? What will happen to the specimens? They can't survive in this chill for long.
Oh, I'm afraid it's too late for some of them. I've just taken a count. We've lost 8 tree frogs.
Oh, no.
15 toads.
A scandal.
And I hate to tell you, the Suriname toad as well.
The Suriname? Dead? But it's irreplaceable.
I know.
Well, that's the last straw. I'll tell them a thing or two. Hello? Hello? Operator, this is Professor Vladimir Ipatovich Persikov, director of the Zoological Institute. I want you to get me the Ministry of whatever.
The People's Commissar of Zoological Science.
The People's Commissar of Zoological Science, yes. What? All the lines are busy. How can they be busy? They don't do a damn thing down there. Oh, never mind, I'll call later. Those bloody paper pushers. You can bet they've got coal to keep their fat asses warm. 10 years since the revolution, and still we have to put up with...
Professor, could you come here a moment?
What is it, Peter?
There's something awfully strange. I'm trying to focus the microscope on this slide of amoeba, and... Well, could you take a look?
Yes. Just let me warm my hands on the Bunsen burner first. All right, let's take a look. Can't see a thing. Only some ray of light gone astray.
Well, that's just it. I've never seen a ray like it. Where does it come from?
Probably a refraction from... Peter. Turn up the magnifier. Give me 10,000. Yes, that's it. Peter. This is incredible.
What is it, Professor?
I must be hallucinating. Here, take a look. See that fall of yellow light?
Yes.
And shooting out of it, like an arrow, that red ray?
Yes.
Now, see how the amoeba are behaving as that ray touches them.
Good heavens, they're rushing toward it, fighting one another to get to it. There.
Quick, let me see. My God. They're growing. Growing at an incredible rate right under my eyes.
Unbelievable.
Peter, quickly, get me some frog roe.
There's not much
Get it! Hurry before the red ray disappears. Look at it, Peter. Then tell me I'm dreaming. This frog is a monster.
Yeah, Professor, I'll measure it. Good Lord. 36 centimeters long.
Monster more than a foot long. And it grew that large in less than 24 hours from the tadpole stage.
Frightening.
Careful, Peter. It looks vicious.
I'll put it in the cage with the others. How do you explain this, Professor?
I really can't. Except that the ray apparently stimulates growth at a phenomenal rate.
An abnormal effect on the deutoplasm. Remarkable.
Merely remarkable. Perhaps what we have discovered is nothing less than the ray of life. Unless it's only a passing phenomenon, a random refraction of light.
From the sun, do you mean?
No, not from the sun. I'm almost certain the source was this electric light we put in yesterday.
That ordinary incandescent lamp?
I believe so. And nothing has been moved, so if we calculated angles of refraction taking spectroscopic readings, we could recreate the red ray.
And control it. All we need is...
Yes? Come in. No, wait! Oh. Genya. What is it?
Your dinner is ready, Professor, and I just... What's that awful smell?
Huh? Nothing. An experiment. I'll have my dinner late, Genya.
But...
Later. We'd better make sure she stays out of here. All those creatures penned up.
Yes, they're all in cages over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's strange. There were 5.
Genya! No, Genya. It's all right. It's all right. Don't get hysterical.
monster! That monster! It attacked me!
What?
What in God's name is
It's
it?
only a frog, Genya.
You call that a
I
frog?
admit it's somewhat larger than the usual frog.
It's coming at
Calm
me
down,
again.
Genya. We'll ward it off. Here, Peter, take this poker.
Kill it before it kills me!
Now stand back, Genya. There. There, stunned. Now to finish it off.
Hideous!
No, you're safe, Genya. Get hold of yourself.
The frog's dead.
All over my nice, clean floor. What a bloody mess.
Now, listen, Genya. For the time being, I want you to stay out of the laboratory. Assistant Professor Ivanov and I are conducting an important experiment.
Laboratory. Experiment. I wouldn't spend another day in this madhouse. I'm packing my things right now and going to my sister's. You get yourself another housekeeper. I'm through.
As if we weren't in enough trouble.
Do you think she'll talk?
Genya Stepanovna has two outstanding characteristics. A warm heart and a big mouth. To make matters worse, she has a brother-in-law who is an exemplary Soviet citizen.
Which is to say that...
He reports everything to the authorities.
Excuse me, Professor. I know how busy you are.
Haven't found my journals, have you, Peter?
No, sir. I'm afraid you were right. They must have been...
Stolen. Damnation.
That's maddening. Can't trust anyone these days.
Well, not all our news is bad, huh? I've just finished testing the 3 black chambers you built. They're perfect. I'll see to it you share the credit for our discovery when the Academy of Sciences come through with some...
Yes, thank you, Professor, but there's someone here to see you.
No, I have no time to see anyone now. Send whoever it is away.
But he has credentials from the Kremlin.
I don't give a damn. Well, who is he?
He says his name is Destian.
Destian? What kind of name is that?
Destian, as in destiny, Comrade Professor. Please pardon the intrusion, but may I present my card?
Alexander Semyonovich Destian, Supreme Economic Commission on Livestock Breeding. All right, I'm impressed. Now, what do you want?
Could we speak in private? I have with me a secret memorandum.
Oh, all right. Peter, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course. I have things to do. Excuse me, both of you.
All right. Now, what's this secret memorandum?
Well, since it is actually in excess of 400 pages in length, I shall sum it up in a single word. Disaster.
Marvelous condensation. But what does it mean?
Comrade Professor, you must be aware of the chicken plague that has been sweeping through our beloved republic.
Of course, the papers are full of it. Sick chickens, dying chickens.
Dead chickens, comrade. It's worse than the papers have reported. Far worse, I'm afraid. In fact, we now estimate that within a matter of weeks, there will not be a single live fowl left within our borders. Disaster, comrade. Would you not agree?
If you happen to like chickens, yes. Personally, I loathe them.
Please, Professor, let us be serious. If a fatal blow to our socialist pride and solidarity is to be averted, we must restore our chicken population without delay.
Fine, but what's that got to do with me?
It has to do with your marvelous red ray.
Huh? What do you know about that?
Let me consult my notes. Instantly accelerates the vital forces of reproduction. Protoplasmic growth factor of 19.3.
Those are my notes. My missing journals. You stole them.
Borrowed them, comrade. Is it true that with this stupendous invention, you have produced from 1/2 pound of frog roe 2 million tadpoles in less than 2 days?
Those figures are only approximate.
And from several tadpoles grew frogs the size of dogs?
No. Well, small dogs.
All right. Then why not chickens?
Chickens?
Huge chickens in unlimited numbers. Comrade Professor, surely you see the obvious application for your ray.
I see the obvious danger. Tell me something, comrade. Look around you. Do you see any of those monstrous frogs?
No. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you would show me some.
Well, forget it. My assistant and I gassed the huge frogs and tadpoles, every last one.
What? But why?
Because we're not sure what we're onto. Science cannot afford to be reckless. One measured step at a time under absolute control.
Comrade Professor Persikov, according to our records, you recently imported from Germany a number of complex lenses.
Well, what of it?
May I presume that they have been used for the reproduction of your red ray? In those black chambers I see over there, perhaps?
Yes, but I haven't even begun my program of experimentation, and I'm damned if I'm going to be rushed into it.
Comrade Professor, I shall come to the point of my visit.
And about time.
I have with me a document.
Another one.
Authorizing me to remove 2 of those chambers from these premises.
What, are you crazy?
And transport them to the new model chicken farm in the Sovkhoz region. I have been designated its manager. You will turn the 2 chambers over to me.
You be damned, I won't. You don't have the faintest idea how they work.
You will explain them to me. The entire process, in precise detail.
I tell you I will not.
Comrade Professor, you are one of our most eminent Soviet scientists, and you have my utmost respect. But should you persist in your refusal...
I do persist.
I have men waiting outside, and they have been instructed to use force if necessary. But I'm sure we can depend upon your patriotic cooperation.
Zoological Institute. Assistant Professor Ivanov speaking. Yes? Oh, hold on. Professor, it's the province calling that fellow Destian.
All right. I'll take it. Hello? Yes, this is he. Yes, and greetings to you, Comrade Destian. What? You received a shipment of hen's eggs from abroad and they're what? Dirty? Slimy? So you're asking me whether they should be what? Oh, washed. Well, of course you must wash them, comrade. After all, how can you expect to breed clean Soviet chickens from dirty foreign eggs? Eh? Oh, you're quite welcome. Goodbye. Imbeciles.
Do you think they'll succeed, Professor?
Those bureaucrats? Oh, they'll find some way to foul up, you can depend on it. They're getting ready to load our black chamber with eggs out there.
Then we should be hearing of the results pretty soon.
God knows. Meantime, they got their eggs, but where the hell are ours?
I've put in several calls. They've been delayed in quarantine, they say.
Quarantine? You mean red tape? Oh, dear. Well, let me know the moment they come in, Peter.
Yes, sir.
We've got to go ahead with our own experiments, if only to let those idiots know what they're doing wrong.
You're really worried, aren't you, Professor?
An unknown red ray whose power and magnitude even we have not begun to assess in the hands of bureaucratic bunglers? Oh, yes, Peter, I'm worried. I'm terrified.
I demand an explanation. You were assigned to guard duty at the hatchery, were you not?
Yes, Comrade Destian.
But you couldn't manage to stay awake, is that it?
I swear, I didn't close my eyes for an instant, Comrade.
All night?
Yes. Well, it's possible I might have dozed off a little,
and it's also possible that you left the door to the hatchery open.
No, I deny that. Absolutely, Comrade. The door was closed.
Then would you do me the honor of explaining how all the eggs in Chamber 1 seem to have hatched last night without one single chick to be found anywhere?
I don't know.
The door and all the windows were closed?
Yes.
They couldn't have flown out. Did they simply dematerialize?
I don't know, but I have a theory.
Oh, you have? Well, let's hear it.
Maybe there were no chicks. Maybe the eggs were empty all along.
No, the only thing empty around here is that thick skull of yours.
But, Comrade...
Get out, do you hear?
But Comrade Destian...
Out!
Oh! Oh, pardon
Watch
me,
where you're
comrade.
going.
But your husband has been so...
Will you get out?
Yes.
I tell you, I'm going mad, Manya.
Calm yourself, Alexander Semyonovich. There's good news.
I could use some.
I've just been at the hatchery. Come and see. The eggs in chamber 2 are hatching. You hear that?
Yes. Well, these chicks at least sound ready to cooperate.
I still can't get over the size of those eggs. Do you really think foreign capitalist hens could be so much bigger than ours?
These last few days, I've had the feeling this whole experiment is bigger than we can handle.
Oh, no. You're in complete control, I'm sure.
I wonder. I should have recommended to the Central Committee that Professor Persikov be brought in personally to supervise.
Nonsense. Some of the chicks have vanished, but otherwise it's all going splendidly.
I only hope you're right.
You'll see, Alexander Semyonovich. In a few hours we'll have the finest brood of chicks ever hatched anywhere.
Well, we shall know soon enough.
And you, my dear husband, will be up for the Order of Lenin, at least.
Yet, I keep wondering, Manya, whatever could have happened to all those other chicks?
Professor Persikov, the eggs, they've arrived. Right here.
At last. Well. Let's pry open the crate.
They certainly are well back. Now, we can look at the first layer.
What is this? A joke?
Oh, no. I don't believe it.
These are chicken eggs, and we ordered...
Serpent eggs.
Those cretins at the shipping depot. They switched consignments. We got chicken eggs. Destin and his bunch at the chicken farm must have got...
snakes.
There. It's finished. Alexander Semyonovich, look. Your shirt, it's finished. Are you pleased?
It's beautiful, Manya.
Here, try it on.
No, not now. Why are they taking so long to hatch?
Oh, the eggs. Shall I walk over to the hatchery and check?
No. I posted a double watch. I've told them to let me know the minute...
Alexander Semyonovich. Listen. What's that?
Oh, the wind, I suppose.
No. Come over here to the window. Hurry.
Manya, I'm trying to concentrate on these reports.
I can't believe it. Look.
Well, Manya, what is it now?
Look. Over there, by the hatchery. Those huge shadows. All moving and writhing.
Black as pitch out there. I can't see. Manya, it's just the trees swaying in the wind.
No. It's not the trees. It's something alive. Coming closer. Oh, my God!
Rattlesnakes. They can't be real. So huge. Manya, look out!
Hello, operator? I've got to get through to Sovkos. What do you mean they're not answering? Look, they can't all be asleep. Well, keep trying. It's very urgent. This is ridiculous.
Maybe they are all asleep.
No. Something's wrong at the hatchery.
Those eggs in unskilled hands.
Under the red ray. And not just ordinary snakes, but anaconda. Copperhead. What a boa!
Yes. And under that ray, Professor, how big, how deadly, and how many?
Comrade Destin, you must get hold of yourself. Can't you tell us anything rational?
Snakes! I see snakes! Rattlers! Rattlesnakes!
It's no use letting him go. He's completely insane. I suppose you're right. But there must be an explanation. The whole experimental farm in a shambles. The 122 workers vanished without a trace.
And that one Destian found wandering miles from the chicken farm, a raving madman. Suppose this Professor Persikov.
Persikov, what about him?
Could there be anything to his warning about, the grave danger?
His warning? About as reliable as the reports we've been getting about snakes 50 feet long. Absolute nonsense. Just bourgeois-inspired history.
Comrade, listen. That sound outside. What is it?
High winds. Turn on the radio for the weather forecast.
Wind. Whatever it is, the building's shaking to its foundations.
Special bulletin. According to reports just received from wire services of the Red Spark, the Red Projector, the Red Pepper, and the Raving News, it would appear that earlier reports concerning the mysterious appearance of certain giant creatures in and around Sokos province have now been confirmed. The creatures are described as being of certain species of amphibian snake related to the anaconda, except that their size, according to eyewitnesses, is said to be in excess of 15 meters in length, with a body thickness greater than the girth of a large man. A very large man. As to their numbers, reports have it that they number in the many thousands, and that they are laying eggs all along their path of advance, which seems to be in the general direction of Moscow. I have with me here in the studio Professor Vladimir Apachevich Persikov, director of the Zoological Institute. Comrade Professor, can you shed some further light on this phenomenon?
There can be no light now. Only darkness. Oh, those idiots.
Perhaps I could rephrase the question.
Don't you understand? Are you capable of understanding? It's too late. It's all over.
That was Professor Persikov of the... Comrade listeners, we now bring you a message direct from the Supreme Soviet Emergency Committee. Comrade citizens of Moscow, it is our duty to inform you that hordes of the giant snake-like creatures are now within 50 kilometers of Moscow and advancing steadily. You are urged to remain calm, to go immediately to your homes, close all windows, doors, and do not venture out. Rest assured that all available units of our glorious Red Army are now moving into position to repel the invaders.
Moscow will fall. Russia is doomed.
And the situation is expected to return to normal in due course.
Hypocrites! Imbeciles!
Comrade Professor, please, we're on the air. That was an official message from the Supreme Soviet Emergency Committee. Now, please stand by for further bulletins, which will be brought to you as soon as... The whole building's shaking. We regret this interruption, but there seems to be some kind of disturbance immediately outside our studio. I'm not certain what it is. A windstorm, I suppose.
Morons! Idiots!
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight's play is based on an all-time horror classic by Sheridan Le Fanu, adapted especially for this series by Graham Pomeroy and John Douglas. But right now, the name to remember is Camilla.
Children love castles and fill their dreams with them. I thought I was the luckiest girl in the world because I lived in one. And then when I grew up, the dream stretched out its arms to take me with it into the nightmare dark. We could never have afforded a real castle back at home in England, but in the wilds of the Black Forest, my father's income was ample. If one didn't mind the shadows.
So long as you're not frightened by rumors of trolls and coaches drawn by headless horses, Margaret, Germany should be quite pleasant.
And so it was for years, as I remember. We were much alone, my widowed father, myself, the governess and a few servants, in a wasteland of black firs stretching to the horizon. The castle and the long white road unrolling before it, from one dark mouth of the forest to another, were never more magical one night. That night when the moon should have hidden her face.
Margaret! Margaret! Where are you, ma petite?
Here, madame, bathing in the moonlight.
Indeed. Indeed, ma chère. It is the land of fairy tonight. But you must not stay too long. When the moon shines like this, like silver, all on fire, it is very dangerous.
Madame, your petite enfant is a grown woman now. No more stories to frighten children. Come, sit here by me. It's still bright as daylight.
I had a cousin once. He was a sailor. Like a fool, he fell asleep on deck in such a moon as this. And when he woke, an old woman was clawing at his face.
Oh, madame, you should have been German. You see spirits.
I am German, on my mother's side.
One would never have known it.
You make fun of me. But I tell you, look at the castle windows.
They flash and sparkle in the light.
It is as though hands not seen had lighted up the rooms to receive guests from the other world.
Still trying to frighten my daughter, Madame Peridon. One would think in 20 years you might have given up. She does not know the meaning of fear.
Oh, Papa, Madame has been trying to convince me that the moon is a bad angel.
There are certainly some of them about, I'm afraid. I have some rather sad news for you, Margaret. Would you excuse us, madame?
But of course, monsieur. I will...
Yes, madame?
Did you not hear a sound?
Nothing but the night. Margaret?
No?
Perhaps you are right, ma chère. I grow old.
So much beauty all around, Papa, and such a long face.
I've had a long letter. You remember me speaking of my old friend, General Spielsdorf?
How could I forget? You've promised that he'll bring his daughter Elizabeth to visit us just as soon as she's well enough to travel. Oh, if you knew how I long to meet someone my own age.
I know. I'm afraid now you will have to wait.
But his daughter has recovered.
His daughter is dead.
Papa.
You had better see the General's letter. I'm afraid he is suffering greatly. The letter appears to have been written by a man nearly half crazed.
My dear Lauriston, during the last days of Elizabeth's illness I could not write to you, and before then I had no idea of her danger.
I had no idea of her danger. I have lost her, and now learn all. Too late. The fiend who betrayed our infatuated hospitality has done it all. I swear before Almighty God, I will devote my remaining days to tracking and extinguishing a monster. Sometime in the autumn, or earlier if I live, my hunt may bring me to your area. I will then tell you all I dare not put on paper now. Farewell. Pray for me, dear friend. Pray for me.
Pray for me. Oh, Papa, the poor man.
What's that? Crap. So late?
Monsieur, Margaret, a carriage is coming through the woods on the North Road.
And whipped on by a madman. Do you hear how fast he drives?
But they will
They'll never take the curb by the great oak. Wolfgang, Manfred, come here, quickly, schnell, schnell!
Here they are! Oh, Papa! They're going to hunt you!
Lunatics! Wolfgang, Manfred, see if they're hurt. See if there's anything you can do for them.
I thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all, but there is no serious damage. You there help my daughter, and be gentle as you go. Mind there.
From the overturned carriage stepped, unharmed, a cold, imperious woman, all in black, commanding the frightened servants as they brought out the most beautiful young girl, about my age, as pale as marble, who at first sight appeared to be too big.
Oh, la belle, pauvre petite! She is dead! The young lady is dead!
For God's sakes, Madame Peridon, control yourself. Bring the young lady here, Manfred. As I thought. Her pulse still beats. She has only fainted.
Oh, Lord, we are lost.
My lady, your daughter is only suffering from shock. A night's rest, 1 night only, and you may ride on.
Alas, sir, that is exactly what I cannot do. I am on a journey of life and death in which to lose an hour is to lose all. I must go on instantly. My poor child cannot come with me now. Oh, God, forgive me. I must leave her in the closest village. Have pity on a poor mother. Tell me, how far to the nearest inn?
Oh, Papa, please ask her to stay with us. She's so pretty and so alone. I do so want a friend. Please.
Madame, would you do us the honor of leaving the young lady here as our guest until your return? She would be a welcome friend to my daughter, Margaret, and my servants would answer her every wish.
Sir, I cannot.
Oh, please.
You see, we insist.
Very well. Remember, it is at your own invitation.
But of course.
I shall return in 1 month. In the meantime, my daughter will be silent as to who we are, where we are from, and where we are going. Thank you again. Goodbye.
My lady?
Yes?
Will you not say farewell to your daughter?
Oh, yes. When she wakens, by all means tell her I kissed her. Farewell.
Au revoir.
Adieu.
Her servants had righted the carriage with astonishing speed, and the lady in black stepped swiftly into it. A moment, and carriage, horses, passenger and all had been swallowed up into the dark maw of the forest. At the very moment when the last sound of wheels died away among the trees, the young lady opened her eyes.
My mother. Where is she?
My dear young lady, your mother had no choice but to resume her journey immediately. You are to be our guest here for a little while. Our name is Lauriston.
I am called Camilla.
May I present my daughter, Margaret?
How do you do? Camilla? You aren't hurt.
Oh, no. I think I was hurt once, but that was ever so long ago. How beautiful you are.
I was saying to your father only yesterday, ma chère, what a piece of luck. Is she not beautiful, this Camilla? Here, scarcely a month, and already she loves you as much as we do. No, I swear she loves you more.
She is very beautiful. Her affection is flattering, but...
Ach, you are too cold, you English. To see her stroke your hand and brush your fine hair by the hour.
I did so want a friend. Now I seem to have one indeed. But she is so different from anyone I have ever known.
Ah, these noble families. You have only to look at her to know she is of old blood. Though she will not say, they are often very odd. I remember once in France...
She appears to eat or drink almost nothing.
Pure delicatesse, Margaret. A refinement natural to her rank.
When we take even the shortest walk, she is exhausted almost at once. I sometimes think she may be ill.
Because she does not strut about like a peasant. You must read the modern authors. As for living, our servants can do that for us.
A funeral? Here, so far from anywhere?
It is the forest ranger's daughter. You know they found her dead this morning.
Oh, I heard.
Ah, la pauvre. I will go and say a prayer for her. Will you come?
No, madame. I promised to meet Camilla here.
I will pray for both of us then. Do not stay too long. It will be dark soon.
What is that hideous music?
Camilla, those poor people are weeping, and you talk as though we were at a concert.
Don't you hear how discordant it is? How it grates the ears?
On the contrary, I think it is very moving. Our religion...
How can you tell? That your religion and mine are the same. Your forms wound me, and I hate funerals. What a fuss. Why, you must die. Everyone must die. And all are happier when they do.
I think she would have been happier to live.
She? Oh, I don't trouble my head about peasants. I don't even know who she is.
She is that poor girl who thought she saw a ghost a week ago. They say she has been dying ever since.
Tell me nothing about ghosts. I shan't sleep tonight if you do.
I hope there is no epidemic coming. The swineherd's young wife died only a week ago, and she imagined that something took her by the throat. The doctor says that so much delirium surely means fever.
The swineherd's wife. Well, her funeral is over, I hope, and her hymn sung, and our ears shan't be tortured for her, like this.
Camilla! Are you ill? Your face.
Close. Come close to me. Hold my hand. Tight. Tighter.
Oh, you are crushing my hand.
Oh, I am sorry. It is passing away. See what comes of strangling people with hymns?
Camilla, I don't understand. Sometimes you are the gentlest friend I could ever imagine, and sometimes...
Dearest, think me not cruel. I obey the irresistible law of my strength and weakness. If your dear heart is wounded, my wild heart bleeds with yours.
You have not wounded me, dear Camilla.
I fear I have. But you see, I cannot help it. As I draw near to you, you in turn will draw near to others and learn the rapture of that cruelty, which yet is love.
I don't know you. I don't know myself when you look so and talk so. What do you mean by all this?
My darling, seek to know no more of me or mine.
Please.
Trust me. Trust me with all your loving spirit.
That night I had what I imagined was a dream. I cannot call it a nightmare, for I was quite conscious of being asleep. I thought I saw, the room and its furniture just as I had seen them last, except that it was very dark. And then I saw something moving round the foot of the bed, a figure whose face and form I could not see, save only 2 dull points of red, like the embers of a fire as it dies. It approached slowly, ever closer. In the last moment before it reached me, I seemed to hear a voice coming not from my visitor, but from far, far away, sweetly and tenderly, but with terrible urgency. It whispered,
"Your mother warns you to be aware of the assassin."
But the glowing coals were already inches from my face, and suddenly I felt a stinging pain, as if 2 large needles darted an inch or 2 apart, deep into my breast. I tried to scream, but found I could not breathe.
Night for 3 whole weeks, Fraulein Lauriston, accompanied by an increasing languor.
By exhaustion, Doctor.
She complains more and more of suffocation, and her color.
I can see for myself, Herr Lauriston, and this sensation of needles you mentioned, Fraulein. Where exactly?
Here, Doctor. Over the heart.
You're rather young for angina, surely. Lieber Jesu.
What is it?
The scars. 2 tiny white scars.
How could she suffer so from those? They could be no more than insect bites.
Lauriston, Do you know the stories, myths, you would say, tales, that they tell here in our Black Forest?
Tales of disease?
Of those who bring it. Fräulein, after those needles, as you call them, is there any other sensation?
It is a little like bathing.
I do not understand.
It's like, you know the pleasant cold thrill you feel when you swim upstream against the current of the river? And in the heart of that cold, warm lips are kissing me.
Yes.
I sometimes wish I never had to wake up.
Fräulein, you must not feel so. You must resist. To love your destroyer is to be lost.
My destroyer?
Dr. Wallman, what are you saying?
I do not know how you will believe me, but you must. Your daughter is...
Royston! Royston!
My God, that's...
Forgive my haste, old friend, but I have no time for niceties. I have ridden through the night, lest she escape me and...
You're not alone. Spielsdorf. We did not expect you so suddenly.
I have not one moment to lose.
May I present Dr. Wallman, General Spielsdorf?
General.
Herr Doctor?
My daughter, Margaret.
Welcome, sir.
My dear Fräulein. My child, you are ill.
Well enough to be thankful you are here at last, General.
Oh,
General, what's wrong?
She is so like my Elizabeth, even to her pallor. God send her a better deliverance.
We were all so grieved to hear.
I will grieve for my daughter, Fräulein. Oh, I will grieve when I have first had vengeance on the devil who killed her.
Killed her?
As surely as a dagger to the heart. Listen, and you will hear how my blindness, my folly, brought my darling to the grave. You too, Doctor, hear me. Hear how little your science knows of things that walk the night.
I am listening.
So, early this summer, my dear Elizabeth and I attended a magnificent celebration at a neighbor's castle. A masked ball. Oh, masked indeed. Oh, yes, it was. When the fireworks were ended and the dancing began, I realized that a young lady and her chaperone, masked and richly dressed, had been following my daughter with extraordinary interest. Suddenly, the older woman was beside me.
General Spielsdorf, I believe?
You have the advantage of me, madame.
Do you not know who I am?
If madame would remove her mask...
No, I must not. Though we are older and better friends than perhaps you suspect, Friedrich.
Madame, you embarrass me. If you would but say...
Soon, Friedrich, soon you will know everything, but for a brief time I must implore your aid as an old friend, whose honor will ask no more.
Why, how may I... I know not what to say, madame.
I have, this moment, received news that reached me like a thunderbolt. I must leave at once on a journey of life and death, in which to lose an hour is to lose all. My poor ward, there, cannot come with me. She is still delicate from an accident. I plead with you. I beg you, take my poor Mirkala under your protection. I know she will be safe. For the brief month I shall be absent. Oh, consent, and save a desperate woman.
Madame, with the best will in the world, how can I do not know your ward at all.
She is Mircalla, Countess of Karnstein, a name to honor any house. Oh, look! Friedrich, see how she and your daughter are friends already. Look, Mircalla takes her hand, and your daughter looks radiant.
I turned to look, and it was true. My daughter was entranced by her new companion. I turned back, and amid the swirling dancers, my masked interrogator was gone. The next moment, my darling daughter came to me, innocent as a fawn, pleading with me to invite Mircalla home. I weakened. I did.
Karnstein. There is a ruined chapel of the Karnsteins here in the forest. But the last member of the family died 200 years ago.
No, she was only buried.
Spielsdorf, what are you saying?
Herr Lauriston, I think he is saying what I was trying to tell you just now. You claim, General, that your daughter was murdered?
Within 3 weeks, my Elizabeth sank and died. Every morning she was paler, weaker, and more bloodless. She suffocated slowly and whispered of terrible dreams. Mircalla was always by her side, so loving.
And on her breast, or perhaps her throat, 2 tiny scars like the scratches of a pin?
You? No. You believe?
Your friends, General. Your friends believe now, too. Don't you, Herr Lauriston?
Mircalla.
Camilla. General, we have a house guest named Camilla. She was left behind with us by an unknown lady on a desperate journey. General, look at my daughter.
God in heaven, her mark. She is here. The devil I hunt is here. Where? Show me. Where is she?
At this hour she keeps to her room. Camilla rises late.
General, do you have what we will need?
It is with me always, since...
Frederick, I will go with you.
No, David, no. I will go alone.
But
It must be my hand, David. Your daughter is still alive.
Perhaps Camilla saw the general arrive. Perhaps some instinct of her kind had warned her. But General Spielsdorf found an empty room, cold as though it had never been inhabited. Of course, it never really had. On moonlit nights, I walk where we walked together.
Margaret.
God forgive me. I miss her. And I almost smile in my mirror to see that the scars do not heal.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, a story of revenge, almost as usual. An old farmer receives a visit from a mysterious young man on a horrible mission. But the play, a first for the series from Burke Campbell, is called In the Eye of the Beholder.
But, Jack, you haven't any choice in this matter. You'll have to have surgery.
All right. And you tell me why I got to seeing so good for a while. I didn't even need my glasses to read the papers.
Well, it's called second sight. For a while, your vision improves. And that's a sure sign you got cataracts. I'm telling you, you need the operation. That or your vision goes entirely.
Well, maybe I just need stronger glasses.
Jack, I'm not making this up. You've known me all these years. I'm not going to start lying to you now.
Well, I don't think you ever stopped lying to me.
Certainly doesn't do any good to tell you the truth. You don't listen anyway.
Just because you've been my doctor all these years doesn't mean you're always right about everything. Just because you delivered my 2 kids.
2 kids? 3 kids, Jack. I hope you're not getting senile.
I just don't want no doctor fiddling with my eyes.
Do you want to be blind?
I don't.
Do you?
All right, so when do I have to have it?
Sooner the better.
Well, I don't see too bad now. I can still make out your face.
Don't you think you ought to ask one of the girls to come back home just till you get back on the tracks?
The girls have their own lives now. Besides, I know the farm like the back of my hand. I could get around blind, not know the difference. What are you doing?
I'm setting you up an appointment with Dr. Fuller. He's the best eye surgeon available.
Now, just a minute. Put the phone down.
Jack, you agreed to
I agree. But I can wait, can't I? I don't need it immediately, do I? Can I wait?
How long?
Well, a month. I can wait a month.
All right. It's just going to get harder on you getting around.
Well, I'll just wear my glasses till then. I'm fine.
Oh, you let me look after everything. And in the meantime, use these drops in your eyes. They've gotten a bit dry. This will make them feel better.
Oh, I bet it'll hurt.
It's a mild solution. It won't hurt at all. Put the drops in 3 or 4 times a day.
I believe you.
That was nice of Miss Baker to drive you into town.
Oh, real nice. That woman got nothing to do except bother folks with her kindness. Always coming around trying to see if I'm okay.
You know, Jack, for someone as rude and ill-mannered as you, I'm always shocked that folks do as much as they do for you.
Oh, that's because I'm old, that's why.
No.
I think I'm deserving of pity. I fool 'em, though. I haven't changed at all. I still don't appreciate anything. And the less I thank 'em, the more they believe I'm worthy of their precious time and attention. Can I go now?
I'm not stopping you. This way out. Miss Baker,
Yes, Dr. Graham.
patient's all yours.
Oh, fine, Dr. Graham. Is Jack going to be all right?
Well, why don't you ask me that, Miss Baker? I'm just blind. I'm not deaf yet.
Oh, Mr. Allman.
Jack's going to be fine if he follows my instructions. It was good of you to drive him into town.
Oh, I had to come into town anyway, pick up some groceries. And I just thought...
Why not drag poor old blind Jack Allman in to see the quack?
I thought nothing of the kind.
Don't let him shock you. Never give folks what they want.
Take a doctor to say that. Good day.
Goodbye, Dr. Graham.
Have a nice drive home, the 2 of you.
Roll up the window, please, Mr. Allman.
What?
I said roll up the window, please. Oh, put out your cigarette, please, Mr. Allman.
Well, you wouldn't be coughing if you let me keep the window open.
Smoking isn't good for you. My mother used to say if God had wanted us to smoke, he'd have put a chimney stack on top our heads.
Where's your mother now, Miss Baker?
You know very well she's in heaven.
And she won't mind if I join her.
Here we are, just in time to avert an argument. You going to invite me in for coffee?
I would, but I'm fresh out.
Some tea, then.
Miss Baker, thank you for taking me into town. Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing me home again.
Oh, you are the rudest man, Mr. Allman. Of course, you have improved over the years. You used to be openly nasty. But I guess the years have taught you to be more sympathetic and loving of others.
I'm always amazed at your eternal optimism. Some might call it damn near religious. Snowbird, I know you're hungry. Just let me finish putting this damn medicine in my eyes. Who's that going to be this time of night? Who's there? Oh, shut up, Snooper. You're as old and blind as I am. Who is it? What do you want? Quiet, Snooper. What do you want?
It's my car. I'm afraid there's something wrong with my car. And
what's that in your hand?
This? Oh! I'm sorry. I was taking off the hubcaps. Can't you see? It's just a crowbar.
What the hell do you want?
Well, just, could I use your phone? My car, you see. There's something wrong with my car.
So you said. Hush up, Snooper.
Look, I'm sorry I startled you, but I don't know what's wrong with my car, and it's miles to any station. Please, just let me use your phone. See, I just need to... Oh, hello there, fella. Ah, that's a good dog. That's a good Snooper. Snooper, is that his name? See, if your own dog likes me, I couldn't be that much of a stranger.
Well, I guess you're right. Snooper doesn't like just anybody. He's particular, you know.
You saved my life, Snooper.
Now, you go sit in the corner, Snooper. Let the man...
Dan. My name's Dan.
Let the man make his call.
Hey, you don't have a very large phone book in these parts, do you? I should have had this car checked long before now, but, well, nothing was wrong. No one seems to be answering.
It's after 9:30, probably closed.
It's just my luck. Well, could I stay here tonight, then?
What? First you want to use my phone, then you want to move in?
Look, I don't mind paying. I just hate sleeping in the car. Look, it's dark. I'm miles from anywhere. Honestly, I don't mind paying hotel fee.
This ain't a hotel.
Is something wrong?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't seem to... Is something in your eye?
Oh, they're just dry. I'm having trouble with them lately. All right, Snooper. I can see what you want. Young man, I got an extra room with beds in them. You can stay tonight. Nobody here anyway, just me and this crazy dog.
Thanks a million. Hey, man's best friend.
You from Toronto?
Yes. I just had to get away for a few days. I promised myself this present for the longest time, and I decided it's now or never.
Present? Ain't Christmas, is it?
Oh, I just meant I'm turning 30 this week. My birthday's coming up, and this trip is the gift I promised to give myself.
Well, you seem a bit old for that kind of nonsense, don't you?
Well, I don't think it's nonsense. After all, it's the anniversary of our first taste of life.
Life. But it's nice to see such optimism in the young. Follow me. What kind of work do you do?
Well,
don't answer that. I don't really care. It's the problem with getting old. You start making conversation.
Oh, yes.
And here's the guest room. The children used to live here.
This is perfect.
Here's some sheets for the bed.
Oh, thanks. Where does he sleep?
Porch. He stands guard.
We're safe, then.
Well, this ain't the city. Nothing happens out here.
Mr. Allman? Hey, my car started. I didn't even have to phone the station.
What's wrong with it?
I don't know. Couldn't move it last night. Now, just fine. So, guess I'll be leaving then.
Oh, you want coffee?
Oh, fine, sure.
Well, don't just stand there gawking. Sit down. I'm frying some bacon, too. There, you can cut this bread. Butter's out.
Wow, this is awfully nice of you.
Well, you can't send a man out without breakfast. You're like killing them in this neck of the woods.
Oh! Mr. Allman!
It's okay.
Here, let me see.
I said it's okay. You just spill this damn grease.
Oh, well, here, put your hand under the cold water.
I'm all right. Don't you get motherly.
I think you're right. But I've got some cream for burns. It's got vitamin E in it.
You don't want vitamin E.
Oh, sure you do. It prevents scars. Here, it's in my shaving kit. I'll go get it.
I'm not helpless, young man.
Whatever you say.
Would you get my eye drops from the bathroom while you're at it? Forgot to put them in this morning.
Where?
They're in the medicine cabinet. You find it?
This little green bottle?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, Christ.
What's wrong? What happened?
I'm afraid I've had a little accident.
Well, what happened?
Do you have a broom to sweep up some broken glass? Look, I'll get you a new bottle.
Oh, God, you're clumsy.
I'm very embarrassed. How often do you need those drops a day?
I just use them when I need them.
Then I'll pick it up for sure when I go into town later. If the doctor prescribed them, they must be important. Got your medicine?
You took your sweet time getting back. Oh, sounds like you just beat the storm.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a big one, too. Just look at that sky.
It's just a haze to me. You don't have to get so excited. Don't you have rain in the city?
Well, yeah, but weather doesn't mean the same thing in a city. You know, all it does is make getting around inconvenient. It's not like this. Out here, you know, the earth soaks it up and the crops grow, the animals breed. I mean, it serves a purpose.
You're starting to talk like a country boy.
Oh, really?
I ought to sell you this place.
I thought you had children.
Oh, here it comes. It's going to be a real downpour.
You said you had children. Wouldn't you leave the farm to them?
Oh, no, the girls don't want this place. I'll sell it the minute they lay their hands on it anyway. I'd leave it to my son.
Your son?
Hush up, Snooper. No, the girls live in the city. They're married.
But you said you had a son.
Yeah. My wife got it in her head she wanted one more child. Not Graham warned her, but she insisted she's up to it. Well, I guess we both wanted a boy. She died. The boy, he's fine. Girls were marrying age. I raised him mostly by myself.
He's in the city now?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him since he was 9 years old. That's when he ran off.
What, ran off?
He ran away from home.
Well, that's incredible. You mean he's been gone all these years?
Well, he...
I mean, couldn't you find him?
No, you don't understand.
I better shut this window altogether. There. That's better.
You have to understand, the times were tough then. And I wanted my son to be strong, to be a man. I told him never to be beholden to anybody for anything. But I'll tell you, there was something strange about that boy.
How do you mean?
Well, you couldn't tell what he was thinking most of the time. And you'd have to tell him to do things twice before he'd do it. It wasn't stupid. No, the boy was very smart. And more than once I caught him telling a clever lie to get out of doing his work.
Well, surely at his age he couldn't understand.
Well, that's when you learn about things, ain't it? And if you don't learn your lesson then, you don't ever learn it. You see that strap on the wall there? Leather strap there? Well, I'd take him out to the shed. Tried to teach him that way.
Ah, he hated you then.
Oh, no. He loved me. We read the Bible together. He loved me. He knew I did it for his own good. One day, though, he did something I couldn't forgive. One of the animals took sick one of the horses. I had to go for the vet doctor. We didn't have a phone then. I had to go into town. Before I left, I told Michael. I named him after the Archangel, Michael.
Nice.
I told him to stay with the horse, keep the blankets on him, put water on his forehead, cold pack. Now, by the time I got back with the vet, the horse was dead. Michael was nowhere to be found. Come sundown, he comes walking back to the house.
And you punished him.
Oh, you bet I did. I gave him a lesson, all right. I was so mad I took him by the scruff of the neck. I struck him. I slapped him silly. I picked him up outside the barn. I lowered him into the water trough. I wanted to drown him. I couldn't control myself. He didn't cry. He didn't beg me to stop. He didn't even seem afraid of me. I took him out of that trough all wet, and I stood him on the porch till dawn. Didn't want him in my house. I didn't want him under my roof. Fall was coming up then, and the wind here is getting cold. But he stood there all night long shivering. I could see from a window all night.
And you ran away after that?
No, not then. Not till later. He obeyed me after that. It just wasn't the same between us. He was like a hired hand after that, not like my own son. Then in about a year's time, he ran off.
He just vanished?
Into thin air. I looked for him, contacted the sheriff. Well, I was afraid to find him. I was afraid I'd kill him. I just don't understand what makes folks that way sometimes. It's crazy.
Well, it doesn't do any good to blame yourself now. Do you want me to put your drops in now?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I better.
Here, just hold your head back. It's easier if you let me do it. Here, lean back in your chair.
Okay.
What's wrong?
Oh, God, these drops sting.
Well, didn't they do that before? I'm sure I've got the right prescription.
Oh, it's all right. I just don't recall him stinging that bad. I knew Doc Graham lied about him.
Just lean your head back.
Oh.
Close your eyes for a minute. And let me hold your head. And don't worry about your son. I'm sure he realizes that you did the best you could. I mean, maybe you were too hard on him, but it seems to me that they don't discipline kids enough. I just want you to know that I don't judge you. And even if you think what you did was wrong, well, besides, you'll probably hear from Michael again.
Now, why do you say that?
Well, he's your son, isn't he? Family ties don't break that easily. He'll get in touch one day. You mark my words.
Last night.
Right as rain, Miss Baker.
And how are you today, Mr. Ullman?
Fine, Miss Baker, just fine.
I was just driving by and I thought I'd pay you a little visit.
And at the same time, find out just who has his car parked right out front here, huh?
Well, it is a lovely red convertible. Is that what you call them?
Yeah.
I was always partial to red, though I never wear it. So, you have a visitor.
Did you hear him?
What?
Chopping wood for me over there by the old smokehouse. City folks think farm work is play. They don't know it's slave work, and I ain't going to tell them nothing to the opposite.
He seems to be finishing up.
Maybe starting to wise up. Hello? Dan, this is Miss Baker. She lives quite a distance from here, but she considers me her neighbor.
Yes, I do. And your name's Dan?
That's right. I must say, I'm not used to such hard physical work.
You're not. You didn't seem to have a bit of trouble chopping all that wood. Maybe you ought to go take a nap. I just dropped by to see how Mr. Ullman is doing. His eyes look a bit red, don't they? Mr. Ullman doesn't like for folks to worry about him, but it's just his way of being...
Miss Baker, would you please stop raving? Too late in the day for your opinions on my darker motives.
Well, I just meant to...
Miss Baker has to be going now, Dan.
I do? Oh, yes. All right. Visit's over. It was nice meeting you, Dan, and I hope you enjoy your brief visit to this neck of the woods.
I can't tell you how much.
Oh, you see that, Jack? Dan opened the door for me.
Wonderful.
Men nowadays don't bother, and I always appreciate it when...
Is something wrong?
No. It's funny. When I looked at your face just now, it's like I met you before somewhere. Something about...
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Drive carefully, Miss Baker. And Mr. Ullman's going to need your help quite a bit after I'm gone. I know he can count on you to come by and maybe tidy up a little.
Oh, I certainly will. He doesn't like to take help, but what with his eyes and all, you know...
We can depend on you then.
Oh, all right, yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What's all that about?
Oh, she just wanted to remind me to get you to Doc Graham tomorrow. You know, your eyes do look red. Have you used the medicine today?
I did, but it hurts more than it helps.
Well, we'll drive you down first thing in the morning. But right now, I want to chop some more wood.
Oh, you don't need to do any
No. Look, I like the work. See, I've gotten lazy. Oh, tell me, what's that shed for?
The old smokehouse where you used to cure meats in it. I hung half a pig in there on hooks. Don't do that anymore, though. Snooper, you go give Dan some company while he works.
That's enough work for now, Snooper. Come on with me, Snooper. Let's take a little walk before dinner. Can't see over this grass, can you, Snooper? come on. Come on, lie down here, boy. That's it, lie down. That's a good dog. So good, Snooper. Go on, lie down. You think I'd hurt you, Snooper? There's a good dog. That's a good dog.
Oh, you finished work for the day?
Just about. Boy, that's the hardest I've worked in my life.
I'll be eating in about 5 minutes.
Good.
Did Snooper come back with you?
Oh, I thought he did. Guess he saw something or started chasing the scent.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. Oh, wash up. Get the beer out of the fridge.
Okay. Boy, I'm starving. That was terrific.
You don't want more?
No, not another bite. I wish Snooper had come back for this bone.
Oh, he'll be back when he's hungry enough.
You know, I've really enjoyed my stay here.
I guess you'll be leaving soon, huh?
Yeah, after I take you to the doctor in the morning.
I want to thank you for helping me out this week.
This place is the best hotel I've ever stayed at.
I want you to know something. If I had a son, or if the son I had ever came back to me, I'd want him to be as good a man as you are.
Mr. Allman, please. That embarrasses me.
Oh, I mean it. It's been important to me that you were here this week. I worry about my eyes, about not seeing so good. Well, I'll thank you for your company.
Look, it's my pleasure, and let's just leave it at that.
Fair enough.
But tell me, if your son did come back, the one who left, do you think you'd recognize him?
Well, you know, I've often wondered about that. Man's supposed to know his children. How? So long ago, he was just a kid.
Yeah, well, surely you'd know him, though. You'd know Michael. I mean, you'd know his voice, his eyes. Well, something.
No, but I wouldn't. That's what I'm afraid of. I wouldn't even know my own son. Oh, damn.
What? What is it?
My eyes. They're burning.
Oh, well, here. Put some more drops in. It'll make that red go away.
My eyes didn't burn like this before. Those damn drops is doing it. Hardly see anything. It's all a blur.
Well, you have to use the medicine. The doctor said you had to.
Oh, damn the doctor. Now, let's forget it.
No, I'll help you put them in. Hold your head back.
What are you doing?
I said hold your head back. Oh. Now blink. That's it. Let the drops wash them.
Why did you do that? What's got into you? My eyes, they're burning.
I don't want you to disobey me anymore.
Disobey? What are you talking about?
I mean, isn't that what he did?
Who?
Didn't he always disobey you? And you knew he was weak. You knew what to do, though. You weren't fooled into being easy on him, were you? And now you're just like Michael. Just like a kid. Helpless. Well, looks like it's time to teach you a lesson. It's that time!
Let me go! Let me go!
You were right, Mr. Allman. The old smokehouse. Used to hang pigs from the ceiling, isn't that right? It's the hooks now. Just like you said.
Let me go! Are you mad? Let me go! Ah!
Don't make me angry, Mr. Allman. All I want to do is to tie your hands. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to tie your hands and hoist you up. You're all right. That takes a load off your feet, doesn't it?
Take me down. Don't let me hang here. Please. Please.
What?
Please.
Oh, don't tell me you're not a man. Don't tell me that. I'll have to teach you to be tough. I'll have to... Now that won't do. Just won't do. You can't let on that it bothers you. You have to be strong. Well, it's okay. We got all night. Mr. Allman. Mr. Allman, we're back in the kitchen. Wake up! It's okay. It's okay. I'll run some water. Here, I'll just fill up this basin here. There. Do you think you'd feel better if I wiped your face? Here, come on, just rest your head in my lap. No, don't get up. Don't try to stand. Here. Let me just wipe off your face. You've gotten a bit dirty.
Why are you hurting me?
You can't learn things the easy way. Isn't that what you said? Isn't that right? Remember you drowned him in the water and you made him stand all night on the porch? In the cold wind till morning? All that night he shivered till he was blue. He was blue with cold. That's how he learned to be a man. And you were right.
Oh, I'm all wet. Please, I'm all wet.
Yeah, but it's summer. It isn't cold outside. What can we do? I mean, how can you know what he felt if it isn't cold? I mean, let's think. Where's it still cold? I mean, where could you stand where it's still cold? Can you tell me?
Michael.
First, let me take those cataracts out of your eyes.
It was good of you to come out with me, Doctor. When I ran into you and you told me that Jack still hadn't come in to see you, well, I just thought this would kill two birds with one stone.
Two birds with one stone?
Well, you know, I just mean Jack couldn't come up with any more excuses not to see you. Well, here we are.
Nobody seems to be around.
Snooper's usually barking when anyone comes over. Dr. Graham, would you look through the kitchen window?
All right.
I don't think it's proper if I do.
I don't see anything. Where's that visitor you said was staying here?
He must be gone. His car's not here. Can you get the door open?
It's not locked. Hello? Jack? Anybody home?
Mr. Allman, I brought Dr. Graham to see you.
I'll check upstairs. Jack?
Anybody up there, Doctor?
Doesn't seem to be.
What a mess. He can't have gone far. He must be defrosting the fridge. What? Nothing. Oh, dear. There must be some meat defrosting. You'd think he'd know better than to go and put...
You have just heard In the Eye of the Beholder by Burke Campbell. Featured in tonight's cast were Bud Knapp as the Doctor, Wayne Robson as Jack, Jeff Bowes as Dan, and Marion Waldman as Miss Baker. Snooper was played by Sam D. Beresford. Our recording engineer was Ray Falsick, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott and the production assistance of Nancy McElveen. In the Eye of the Beholder was produced and directed for CBC Radio by Stephen
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. This week's Nightfall will tell you everything you need to know about urban transportation and more. The play by Marjorie Stewart is called Cemetery Stop.
Oh, damn, here he comes.
Now look here, Mortland. You're late again. More than 5 minutes. What the hell are you trying to pull?
Look, Ben, I had a few tie-ups back there, that's all.
Tie-ups, eh? Such as Molly in the coffee shop here before you started out? Eh? That's some tie-up. And I suppose you stopped at the other end, too.
Let up on me, will you? Take it out on somebody else for a change.
Now, look, I've had a lot of complaints about you, Mortland. You're pulling away from stops too quickly, leaving passengers stranded, missing stops purposely when you're running late.
Look, Ben, I'll see it doesn't happen again, okay?
Your promises don't count. Not anymore. You've only got one thing going for you, Mortland.
Yeah, what's that?
We're, taking into consideration the fact that you've been through a lot in the last month and...
Thanks, Ben.
Okay. Well, get going. Let's see you back here on schedule.
Goddamn company man. He and his whole transportation system can go straight to hell. Hey, Mortland. What? Oh, Frankie. Yeah. What, you shift over? Now, what are you on these days, anyway? You the Sinclair car?
Yep. Having some hassles with Ben?
He's just trying to throw his weight around. This your stop?
Next one. No, Mortland. You sure don't look like the kind of guy who'd get bothered.
You got it, Frankie. Anyway, I don't need this lousy job.
How come? Got a few million socked away?
I don't know. But I don't mind telling you, I got a few other irons in the fire. My lawyer clears up a few entanglements, then I'm heading out.
Can't take the Toronto ride.
What? Oh, I don't mind Toronto. It's been a city of opportunities, as far as I'm concerned. And I just don't like anyone pushing me around.
That's
so. I prefer to do the pushing myself. Now, take this route, for instance. I did a bit of pushing to get a hold of this one.
Yeah, I bet you did. It's a real easy route, isn't it?
Well, it's not too bad. This stretch here, for example, no problem at all. There's no evening stop, so after 5:30, it's clear sailing right through. Hank? Yeah, to hell with him. Well, damn it, spoke too soon.
Driver, stop.
What? No, you made a mistake, man. There's no point in you getting off here.
This is my stop, driver.
No, there's nothing here, ma'am.
Driver, this is my stop.
You want the next stop, ma'am. You've made a mistake.
Driver, this is my stop.
Okay, have it your way. Crazy. Must have been planning on going into the cemetery. Dressed all in black like that. But everybody knows after 5:30, it's closed.
Yeah, what'll it be? Oh, hi. The regular?
Yeah, easy on the sugar.
So, how's it going?
Look, Molly, I'm running late.
Well, there you are. Listen, call me sometime, will you?
Thanks.
Hey, Mortland, could you wait just a minute?
What? Oh, it's you. Look, Pete, I'll pay you that 10 I owe you next week, okay?
Oh, no, it's not that, George. Look, you and I, we've had our differences in the past, you know, but, well, I just wanted to say how sorry I was to hear about Marion. Well, you know, we were kids together. Us two. A real shock it was. Especially the way it happened. She was such a good swimmer.
Yeah, look, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I gotta get going.
Oh, sure. I won't keep you waiting. See you around, George.
Yeah, okay then. I hope not. I sure hope not. Nosy bastard.
I ran almost half a block. Thought I'd miss you. Does this bus go right into the St. Clair station?
Yeah. You got it.
Treating yourself to a late-night snack, eh, driver?
That's right.
But that coffee sure smells good on a cold night like this.
You gotta do something to keep yourself awake. Thank God this is my last run tonight.
Yes, I figured it was. How long does it take to get down to St. Clair?
Oh, about 5 minutes. It's a straight run from here. No stops until we get ready to turn off Mount Pleasant. From the corner on, it's just a short run into the subway loop. God damn it. Why the hell would anybody be getting out here? The cemetery stuff. Damn it, anyway.
Driver, will this bus take me to the end?
What do you mean? The end?
Driver, will this bus take me to the end?
Well, yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, it goes right to the end.
I sure wish I could get a job driving a bus. Looks like fun to me.
Yeah, it's hard work, kid, just like everything else.
I like this stretch. You can really open her up, huh? What? You never have to stop along here.
Damn. Driver, this is my stop. Driver, this is my stop.
All right, I can hear you. Damn it, she got off here the same time last night.
What'd you stop for, driver? There wasn't anyone waiting to get off.
It's windy out there, driver. And cold. I'll be glad to get home to my apartment.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm glad to get home myself. Well, it won't be long now. This is the last half of my final run for the night.
Well, I'm glad I caught you then.
Damn it. There she is again. What's she doing out there this time of night? I'm gonna find out.
Driver, does this bus take me to the end?
What?
Driver, does this bus take me to the end?
Ben! Say, Ben, did you see that woman getting off the bus just now?
What woman?
Well, you couldn't miss her. She was all in black. She was dressed in black.
No, I guess I missed her.
You couldn't have. She brushed right past.
No, I don't remember her.
This, trouble, I don't know. It must have started night before last. Well, yeah, Monday night it was.
What sort of trouble? Hey, look, if you're having trouble with that route again, Mortland, I want to know about it.
No, it's not the sort of trouble you're thinking about. I don't even know yet if it is trouble. Maybe it's just sort of weird.
You'd better tell me about it.
On my last run, night before last, as I was going north, a woman got off at the cemetery stop. There was something about her. I can't really describe her.
Go on.
Well, she rang the bell. I argued with her a bit, but then I had to let her off the bus. And I went on up to the top, up to Eglinton, same as I always do. Then I turned around to head back here.
Yeah?
As I came back down toward the cemetery again, I was sort of looking for her, figuring she'd made a mistake, gotten off at the wrong stop. But I didn't see her again. Instead, an old woman got on, right across the street from where the first woman had gotten off.
Well, so what? You're not trying to tell me that you think there's some kind of connection that...
But doesn't it seem odd to you?
Now, look, you got nothing to worry about. Just as long as they pay their fare and don't make any commotion.
For God's sake, Ben!
Forget about it, Mortland. Do you hear me? Forget about it. There's an explanation for everything if you want to dig deep enough.
What? What do you mean by that?
Like I told you, forget about it. Your nerves are getting the better of you, George, and I'm not surprised. What with the shock of your wife drowning like that. Now, look, go home, George. Get yourself a good night's sleep. You'll see you'll feel better tomorrow.
I am not trying to pick a fight with you, Molly. I just thought we could spend some time together. I don't want to be alone tonight.
Well, but I can't leave early. Betty has that awful sore throat, so she called in sick, and, well, Mike says
forget. I don't want to hear what Mike says. Look, I'm going to try to get some sleep for a change.
What are you so uptight about?
This job is starting to get to me. I'll be glad to wash my hands of the whole thing.
What do you mean, George? Are you thinking of quitting?
I got plans.
What do you mean, plans?
Oh, never mind. Just never mind.
It's a real easy route, isn't it?
You're late, Mortland. You're late.
Driving a bus must be easy. Easy.
Such a good swimmer. Such a good swimmer.
This is my stop, driver. My
Take me to the end. The end, driver.
stop, driver. My
Take me to the end, driver. The end. The end. The end.
Marion, it was an accident. I swear it was an accident. Ben, look, can you get someone to take my last run for me?
What's the matter with you? What are you talking about?
I can't do this last run. I got a a funny feeling. Ben, just get somebody else to do it.
Come on, George. You know damn well I can't get another man on this much notice.
I won't do it, I tell you. I can't.
Get hold of yourself, George.
You come with me, Ben.
What? Well, okay. But let's get going.
George?
What's going on, Molly?
Oh, hi. Well, Mike let me off early, and I thought I'd ride up with George and kill some time.
Kill some time?
Hi, Molly.
Look, you don't have to kid me.
Hi, George. Hey, you look kind of pale. You feeling okay?
I'm okay.
Look, what's going on with you two?
What?
But nothing anymore. Right, George? I mean, if you really gotta know, Ben, there hasn't been anything since...
Oh, I didn't mean that. Look, I'm riding with him, too.
The more the merrier.
Thanks.
You know about...
Yeah. Well, I've never been on this route before.
Actually, it's a pretty good one. Easy. George is lucky he's got it.
Yeah. I used to think that myself.
See? That's the last stop before the cemetery. She's not on the bus yet. If she isn't on the bus, she sure as hell can't get off it. And if you can't see her, she's not there.
There you are, George. You'll see. Everything's gonna be just fine.
You don't understand. The fact that I can't see her doesn't mean anything. I never pick her out until I hear the bell.
But there hasn't been a bell, George. And we're almost at the cemetery.
Driver, this is my stop.
Did you see her?
What's the matter with you, George? Why did you stop the bus?
Why did you open the door?
I don't know. I had to. My hand, it went right to the lever. I couldn't stop it.
What are you talking about, George? That doesn't make sense.
Look. She's still out there. Can't you see her? She's waving at me, calling me to go out there. I'll be back in a minute.
George, where the hell are you going?
Don't go out there, George!
No.
George!
No, hold it, Molly. He's got to get to the bottom of this by himself.
Where is she? I should have known. Hey, you there?
See, he knows right where to go.
But he's only been here once, hasn't he?
But he does know. Over here, George.
This is your stop, George.
This is the end of the line.
You don't have to go anywhere anymore.
There's nowhere to go now.
There isn't?
No, there isn't. Is there?
Where are they? It's so dark here. I can't see. It's grass here. It's getting soft, wet. This isn't grass. It's earth. Oh, my God. It's an open grave. Hey, it was an accident. I swear it was an accident.
You could have helped her, George, but you didn't.
He could?
Sure he could. He's a good boy. He can be very helpful.
I didn't know that. How could George know how to help?
Oh, he just knows.
What do you want? What do you want to know?
Nothing. We finally know now.
We know all about you and Molly, George.
But Marion didn't know, did she?
Even Molly didn't know, did she?
She couldn't understand after all, could she?
But we understand, George, don't we?
We know all about it, don't we, George?
So it's all right, isn't it, George?
Even if Marion didn't know.
Even if Molly doesn't know.
Even if nobody knows but us.
Yes, nobody knows but us.
I don't think we should be doing this. He's got to work it out for himself.
For God's sake, Ben, he's been wandering around in here for an hour. We've got to help him.
What's that? Over there.
Oh, my God. Come on.
Hey, don't leave them open like that, do they?
How the hell should... Oh, God. You got any matches or anything?
Yeah.
George? Oh, my God. Look at the headstone. It's
Marion's grave. Molly.
What?
Don't look down in there.
Have just heard Cemetery Stop by Marjorie Stewart. Featured in tonight's cast were Neil Monroe as George Mortland, Jane Eastwood as Molly, and Murray Westgate as Ben. You also heard Alan Fawcett as Frankie, Frank Perry as the elderly passenger, and Alan Levson as the young boy. The voices of the two women from the graveyard were played by Elba Mae Hoover and Marion Waldman. Our recording engineer is Brian Pape, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott and the production assistance of Nina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we'll explore a world that's familiar to dreamers of all cultures and places and ages. The world of teddy bears and cuddles and dolls. Of course, we can't promise you a good night's sleep. The play, a first for this series by Prince Edward Islander Larry LeClaire, is called Baby Doll.
Wait a minute. I should be carried. Do you carry women over thresholds on their anniversary, or is that...
Shh, keep your voice down.
Why? Is the burglar asleep?
Come on.
Oh, come on, Alex.
Take off your shoes, will you? Sounds like I'm leading a horse.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
Come on, Kath. Just play along, okay? Humor me.
But
Please.
Oh, all right. If that's...
Shh.
Okay, I'll take off my shoes. I mean, the least you could do is tell me
It's a surprise.
Damn right it is. Oh, wait a minute. I get it. New shoes, is that it? You got me new shoes for my anniversary, right? That's why the bare feet. Why the whisper? Who whispers around new shoes? Unless, of course, they're hush puppies.
All right. You ready? Let's go.
Okay. Would it be too much to ask where we're going?
The guest room.
Guest room? We don't have any guests, do we?
You'll see.
Oh, stop that. I mean, what's so mysterious? So there's someone in the guest room. Who is it, Loomis?
Loomis? What makes you think that?
Oh, come on, Alex. Who else is always passed out in the guest room, eh?
I don't know, Kath. You tell me.
Will you knock it off, Alex? I mean, it's hardly a big surprise. He fights with his students, he fights with the dean, he fights with a bottle of scotch, then he goes home, fights with his wife, fights with his kids, and eventually ends up over here trying to pick a fight with you. I mean, it has to be Loomis, right? Right?
There's only one way to find out. Well, Kathleen?
What? Going there? You crazy? It's dark in there.
So? There's a light by the bed. You'll be all right.
Come on, Alex. Do I have to?
Yes, you have to. Now go on, Kathleen. Walk in, turn on the light, and have a look.
Oh, all right. But I warn you, if this is some kind of a joke...
It's no joke, Kath. Really, go on. You'll see.
Oh, God, I hate this. How's the light switch? Finally. Okay, now what's it... Oh, God. For a second there, I thought it was real.
Happy anniversary, Kathleen.
That's it? A doll? You put me through all this for...
Hey, come on. It's not just a doll. I mean, look at it. Look at the stitching. That doll's handmade, Kathleen. Do you have any idea how much work must have gone into making a doll like that? All by hand?
Oh, come on, Alex. It's a doll, not the goddamn Suez Canal.
No, thanks.
Well, don't get mad.
I looked all over town for that doll, Kathleen. You know where I found it? It was in a pile of junk at an auction down on the waterfront. Some auction. Bunch of old ladies scrounging through the estate of another old lady. Some estate. Junk. That's what it was. It was all junk, except for this. This doll's an heirloom, Kathleen. It's a collector's item. God only knows how old it is.
Look, Alex, it's not that I don't appreciate the effort. It's sweet of you to go to all that trouble. Really it is. It's just... I mean, what would I want with a doll? It's not like we have any kids or anything.
Exactly. We both work. We don't have any kids. You come from a big family, Kathleen. I know how much it must bother you not having kids of your own.
What are you saying? You brought this home so I could mother it?
Well, the subject does come up. Remember the fight the other day?
So? I mean, what are you going to do the next time we have a fight? Go out and buy me a kid?
Will you calm down? All I'm trying to say is I'm aware of the fact that every woman has a maternal instinct. And if it's not fulfilled, well, it's like Loomis says.
Loomis. I was right the first time. It was a joke.
Look, it's not a joke, okay? Where are you going?
I am going to bed. Happy anniversary.
Great. Just great.
Alex? What's that noise, Alex? Oh, come on, Alex. You must hear it too. Where's it coming from?
Oh, Kai, it's late. Go back to sleep, will you?
There's something out there. I know it. A baby. Whose baby? It doesn't make sense. How can Alex sleep through this? It's coming from the guest room. How? There's nobody in the guest room. Please stop. Stop crying, please. Oh, God.
Kathleen? Kathleen, are you all right? Kathleen? What the hell's going on? Are you all right, Kathleen?
You didn't hear it, did you?
Oh, God, you scared me half to death. Hear what?
How she cried. Terrified, so cold and dark.
Who? I didn't hear anything.
No. No, of course not. You didn't hear it. You gave it to me. She's my responsibility.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought there was something wrong. Maybe...
Alex, I have no idea what you're talking...
Doing.
She's cold.
This isn't funny, Kathleen. Do you have any idea what time it is? It's 2:00 in the goddamn morning. I have to go to work tomorrow. Are you listening to me?
Shh, please. Keep your voice down, Alex.
Very funny. Get me up in the middle of the night to play little games. This is a dumb stunt. You know that, Kathleen? Dumb. I mean, if you don't like the doll, I'll get rid of it.
She's mine. You...
Look, Alex, don't blame me, okay? You wanted advice? I gave you advice.
You didn't give me advice. You gave me a dumb speech about maternal instinct.
Ah, come on, Alex. Can't be that bad. I mean, so what? So she didn't like the doll?
She hated the doll.
Okay, so she hated the doll. I mean, why make a federal case of it? Why don't you just drop it?
I can't.
Why not?
Something happened. I'm not sure what. Honest to God, Loomis, this is the first time I've ever known her to be vindictive.
What did she do? Buy you a doll?
Will you knock it off? This is serious.
Yeah.
She hated the doll, Loomis. She hated it. Only instead of getting rid of it, she's taken to doting on it. Know what she did yesterday?
What?
She went out and bought this wallpaper. You know the kind. Elephants, teddy bears, that sort of thing. She's turning the guest room into a nursery.
Maybe she's pregnant.
She's not pregnant. She's... Oh, hell, I don't know what she is. Does any of this make sense to you?
Very little of anything makes sense to me, Alex. You think of spite?
Well, what else could it be? It's either that or she's having some kind of breakdown. I mean, those are the only two reasonable possibilities.
What about the doll?
What about it?
Well, you said you got it at an auction, right?
Yeah, that's right. Why?
Well, how much do you know about it? Like, how old is it? Where did it come from?
Wait a minute. What in the hell are you trying to say?
Alex, it's like I tell my students. Sometimes, well, the reasonable possibilities just don't seem reasonable.
So?
Yeah?
You're saying I should think in terms of the unreasonable? Is that it?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I was going out on a limb suggesting Kathleen might be cracking up. But what the hell are you suggesting?
Hey, just calm down, okay? I'm suggesting you should find out as much as you can about the situation.
I don't have a situation, Loomis. I've got a wife with a petty sense of vengeance, and that's all I've got, okay?
Hey, come on. Where are you going, man?
I'm going to pick up my wife and go shopping. And after that, I'm going to have a little talk with her, see if I can't straighten out my situation. You got me into this mess, Loomis. Now I'll get me out of it. And as far as any more advice goes, thanks, but no thanks.
Hey,
okay?
come on, Alex. You're overreacting.
Well, let me make one final suggestion, okay, Loomis? I suggest you lay off the sauce for a while. Otherwise, it won't be Kathleen who'll crack up. It'll be you.
Alex? Hey, come on, man. Don't go away mad. Alex?
Look at that. Isn't that sweet?
Sweet is not exactly the first word that comes to mind, Kathleen. I mean, don't you think this has gone far enough?
She always comes up with such wonderful surprises. Imagine waiting like that in the window.
Will you knock it off? I mean, it's not funny anymore, Kathleen.
What are you talking about, Alex?
I'm talking about leaving a goddamn doll in the window on your way to work, so that when you come home, it'll look like the doll's waiting for you. I mean, that's not sweet, Kathleen. That's sick. Wait a minute. Where are you going? Kathleen? All right. That does it. Okay, that's that. Fine thing when a man can't even get his wife to help him in with the goddamn groceries. Kathleen! Look, Kathleen, like I said in the car, this has gone far enough. I think it's damn near time you stopped acting like a schoolgirl and started acting like a wife. Do you hear me? Kathleen? I said... God, it's freezing in here. What's that smell? It's awful.
It's nothing unusual, Alex.
Nothing unusual? Will you listen to yourself? Look at this place. It's like a big playpen in here. It's freezing cold, and to top off everything else, it stinks. And you call that nothing unusual?
I don't mind.
You don't mind? You really don't mind, do you? This whole thing doesn't really strike you as the slightest bit unusual, does it?
Why don't you go start dinner, honey? I'll be out in a little while.
Why don't we go out for dinner, okay, Kath? Somewhere quiet where we can talk?
No.
Come on, Kath.
I said no. We already spend too much time away. I'm needed here, Alex. Can't you see that?
There's something wrong, Kathleen. All along I thought it was a joke. Maybe mean, maybe spiteful, but just a joke. Nothing serious. It never was a joke. You're not angry at me, are you?
Angry? No, Alex, I'm not angry at anyone. Why should I be? I'm perfectly contented. Can't you see that, Alex?
No, I can't see that. I know. It's your work. You've been working too hard. That's it, isn't it?
Not anymore.
What do you mean?
I quit.
You what?
Yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. I've been so busy, I'm not sure.
You quit? I mean, just like that? You quit without even mentioning it?
Well, I didn't think you'd mind. Well, I really can't spare the time anymore, Alex, what with baby doll and everything. You understand, don't you, darling?
I'm beginning to. Kathleen, you're sick, honey. It's the doll. There's something wrong with the doll. We've got to get rid of it.
Touch her and I'll kill you.
Kathleen! You're not well. I'll call Dr. Thompson.
Poor dumb Alex. Well, go ahead. Call whoever you like. What are they going to think when they find a sweet young wife worried sick that her husband's having a nervous breakdown, eh? Imagine thinking your wife's become possessed by a doll. You expect anybody to seriously believe that?
I didn't say possessed. You said possessed.
Mine. Mine. She's mine. None of your affair, do you hear me? You touch baby doll and you'll burn. You hear me? Burn. Alex, darling, where are you going?
Out. Loomis was right, Kathleen.
Who? Loomis? We don't know anybody by that name, do we? Alex, how long will we be gone?
I don't know, Kathleen. How long does it take to find the unreasonable?
Go away. Can't you read? The sign says closed. Next auction's not till next Thursday.
That's okay. I'm not here for the auction. I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
Well, I was at an auction here a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you remember me, but I bought a doll.
Oh, wait a minute. Yes, you are the one, aren't you? Oh, you better come in.
You do remember me then? Good. I was wondering if you could tell me anything...
You weren't supposed to have it.
Huh?
I mean, how was I to know she'd put it in the will?
It? You mean the doll?
They didn't find the will till afterwards, and, well, by that time you were gone. Nobody knew where. It was a mistake. Don't blame me. I never knew the difference. Help me, God, I didn't.
Please, could we start at the beginning? Who owned the doll?
Bessie McAllister. She was a dear old thing, really. Had a little room down by the waterfront. Lived alone. No close relatives. None that come to the funeral, anyway.
And the doll?
Look, the fuss she made over that doll, you'd have swear to God the thing was human. Of course, she wasn't that sound in the head, you know, coming on to the end. Took to talking to it. Even bought it little dresses. Imagine her scraping by on the pension, saving her pennies to buy little doll dresses. But that's the way she felt about it. Nothing was too good for baby doll.
Baby doll?
Yeah, that's right. That's what she called it.
Did she say anything else? I mean, did she ever tell you where it came from or how old it was? Anything like that?
Well, she did, but... Look, truth be told, most people thought Bessie was crazy as the crows coming on the end. She might have rambled on to me about it, but just how much store you can place in that?
No, please, go on. Tell me the rest.
Well, there's not really that much to tell. One night, not that long before she died, I happened to mention it to her, just for something to talk about. Well, she up and told me all about it right out of the blue. It was like she knew her time was coming and she was worried about what was going to happen to it after she was gone. I didn't really pay that much attention. Of course, if I'd known she was going to put it in the will.
Well, what did she say about it?
Well, apparently it's been in her family for years and years. Bessie herself didn't know how long. It was originally a child's doll. It seems there was a fire, and the poor little child was lost, burned to death. But the doll survived.
A fire? But the doll didn't burn?
Well, now, according to Bessie, it didn't. She claimed that ever after that, the doll's been passed down from one generation to the next. Always from mother to daughter, and always to whatever daughter that remained unmarried. Bessie claimed that was the reason she never married, but I imagine there was a lot more to it than that.
It's jealous. That's what it is. A woman with no husband and no children could spend all her time with.
Jealous? God, you're as bad as Bessie. It couldn't be jealous, dear. I mean, it's just a doll. It's not a baby or anything.
Well, what about the will? What did she want done with it?
All right, just a second. I got it right here. And if you still don't believe what I say about Bessie, I should imagine this is all the convincing you'll need. Here we are. Now, listen to this. I hereby decree that upon my death, my dearest earthly possession, known to you all as Baby Doll, should under no circumstances be sold, bartered, or otherwise exchanged. It is my most fervent wish that she be taken immediately to the nearest Christian cemetery, and that she be buried there with all appropriate rites and ceremony thereto attending.
Buried?
And in a Christian cemetery, no less. You see now, dear, what I mean. Whether it was living all alone with that doll, or whether it was just old age. Whatever it was, poor Bessie was right off her head of the last of it, right clean out of this world.
All right. Don't be afraid. He's not going to harm you. He can't, even if he wanted to. Shh.
Oh, God, Kath. Don't you realize what you're doing?
Doing? I'm not doing anything, Alex.
Kath, you can't feed it, honey. You don't have any milk. Kathleen, do you understand what I'm saying? You can't breastfeed.
Wait!
God, this can't be happening. Why?
You bought her. You bought and paid for her as if she were a lump, a mass, an object. You bought and paid and gave her to me. Oh, darling, how can I ever thank you? It was so wonderful of you to bring her to me. Something I'll love and cherish always.
No!
Poor, stupid Alex. I detest you. Did you know that, darling? I loathe the sight of you, so why don't you just run along, you Stupid, sickening little man.
This is my house. Do you understand me? I will not be driven out.
Leave here. Leave or you'll burn.
Who are you? You're not my wife. You're just using her body, aren't you? Well, answer me. Who am I talking to? All right. If that's the way you want it, I'll tell you who you are. You hear me? I know who you are. You died in a fire, didn't you? I thought so. Why are you here? Why didn't you die? What happened? Where was your own mother?
Oh, you made me go away, Mayu. Now look. You see what we've done? Oh, we left her alone. Poor wee bear. No be yourself. Dear God in heaven, Mayu, what have we done? There's no in a body. No in a body to be buried.
No, your mother was wrong. Do you hear me? There is a body. You're clinging to the body. Go back to Baby Doll. I can bury her.
Touch her and I'll kill you. She's mine. She's all mine and you can't have her.
Of course. You're a child, that's it. You don't know what you want, do you? It's the emotions you want, isn't it? It's the mothering. You feed on the warmth of it, don't you? It's no use, you know. You can't frighten me away. Not now, not ever. You'll never have her. Not entirely. There'll always be me around, upsetting things, trying to take her from you. What if I got her back? Then what'll you do?
I will burn you.
You have to go. Your mother's dead. All your mothers for all these years are dead. It's time to go.
No! No. I'm afraid. Afraid of the dark.
Shh. It's okay.
Cold.
It'll be all right. It'll be all right. You'll see. It'll only last a little while, and then you'll have your mother back. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Mother? Mother's gone.
No, she's not. She's not. You'll see. She's waiting for you. Even now, after all this time. Don't worry. You go back to Baby Doll. I know what to do. I'll take Baby Doll to a nice place. A real cemetery, just like I'm supposed to. I'll make sure it's a real service. A Christian service.
Afraid. So afraid.
No, trust me. It's the only way. You go back to Baby Doll. And after I do what I'm supposed to do, there'll be light and warm. Your real mother, just like always, waiting for you. You'll be so happy. Kathleen?
Alex? What?
Shh. Don't say anything, Kathleen. Just stand up slowly and pass me the doll.
But what?
Please, Kathleen, there's something I have to do. Just stand up slowly and pass me the doll. Okay, I've got it. Let it go, Kathleen. Okay, good. Now, oh God. Oh, God. It's getting hot. No.
Alex?
No. Don't change your mind. No.
What the hell's going on here? Alex!
Hey, buddy, don't come any farther, okay? There's been a fire back here.
What happened?
That's what I'd like to know. 14 years on the job, I've never seen nothing like it. I mean, it must have been propane or something.
Are they... I mean, did you find was anybody in there?
You knew these people, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if it's any consolation, I can tell you they didn't suffer. Matter of fact, I doubt if they knew what hit them. Hey, how many kids did they have?
Kids? They didn't have any kids. Why?
Oh? Just a second. You wait here, okay?
Yeah.
Hey, look at this. Here's these two poor people burned to cinder, and this thing lying on the floor between them. I mean, it was in the same room during the same fire. Look at it. Hasn't got a mark on it. I mean, can you believe that?
Oh, my God.
You recognized it? Seen it before, huh?
No. I've heard about it, though.
Ah, yeah, well, not much wonder. Beautiful piece of work. Bet somebody will be glad to have it. Bet somebody will get this doll and just love it to death.
You have just heard Baby Doll by Larry LeClaire. Featured in tonight's cast were Elva Mae Hoover as Kathleen and Jay Bowen as Alex, with Jimmy Morris as Loomis. You also heard Ruth Springford as the old woman and Claude Ray as the fireman. The recording engineer was Brian Pape, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott, and the production assistant was Peggy Este. Tonight's program was produced and directed for this series by Fred D.L. The executive producer of Nightfall is Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight, you'll have to take your chances, because your luck may change at any time. Hope you can afford it. The play, a new one by Larry LeClaire, is called Your Fortune in 20 Words or Less.
There is only one Adolfo. Ladies and gentlemen, step inside and begin a journey into your future. The amazing Adolfo will unveil your hopes, your dreams. Once you meet Adolfo, you will never forget. Your fortune in 20 words or less. Imagine the possibilities. There is only one Adolfo. Ladies and gentlemen, step inside and begin a journey.
Once you meet Adolfo, you will never forget. Sounds like you're gonna roll somebody. Benny, you listening to me? I
heard you, so you don't like the tape. What else is new?
The tape. That's what should be new. Will you stop staring at yourself in the goddamn mirror and look at me? I'm talking to you.
So talk. I mean, what's wrong with the tape? It's simple. It's direct.
It's cheap.
Okay, so it's cheap. So what?
What's the matter with you, huh? I mean, it's 6 months since Adolfo took that header off the wheel. What is it, guilt?
Guilt? So now you're a psychiatrist, right?
You were with him when he fell. I mean, that's bound to have some effect on a person.
He was a big, dumb peasant, okay? We were up on the wheel. He was half-loaded, horsing around. He started doing some kind of Hungarian two-step right at the top. I was fixing a loose bolt in an I-beam. I looked over. 1 minute he was there, and the next he was gone. Simple as that, okay? Case closed.
So how come you spend half your time sitting in front of a mirror staring at yourself, huh? I mean, hell, Benny, it's not natural. Will you cut it out? I'm serious.
So am I.
Benny, this is a 2-bit operation playing dead-end towns in the middle of nowhere. They put $3 down as a joke, and they come in here expecting to hear tall, dark strangers, long trips, and all that other crap. The point is speed, Benny, not accuracy.
A joke, huh? Okay, Mike, you wanted me to look at you? Okay, I'm looking. Know what I see? I see a dumb rigger who's got a cushy job taking tickets.
You were a rigger.
Right, I was a rigger. I didn't stay a rigger, did I? You don't see me climbing rides with a wrench like some kind of trained monkey anymore, do ya?
So what?
Adolfo knew, that's what. He didn't care. He was too dumb to care, but he knew. He could tell you how much change you had in your pocket, how many beer you'd drink tonight, what in hell you'd have for dinner tomorrow. Know what he said? He said the whole thing was done in mirrors.
There! See? What'd I tell you? It's a joke. All done with mirrors.
Not with mirrors, in mirrors. Before you can see into anything, you have to be able to see into yourself. You stare at your eyes in a mirror, staring back into your eyes. You want to turn away, but you can't. You're held there until you start to see deeper and deeper.
You believe that crap? You're cracking up. You know that, Benny? I mean, anybody who'd listen to that drunken slob is bad enough. But to take him seriously? Adolfo?
All right, Mike. You want fortunes. How about your fortune, huh? You want it in 20 words or less? Sure. How about small-time, second-rate peanuts, huh? How's that?
Well, if I'm peanuts, what in hell kind of nuts are you?
Mike, I'm talking 40, 50 bucks a shot minimum. Who knows what they'll pay in the big time?
Adolfo thought this was the big time.
That was Adolfo. So he's dead and I'm not.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
What? Didn't somebody tell you to wait at the door till they took your ticket? Then you
I'm sorry, but you don't seem to understand. I don't have a ticket because there's no one selling tickets. I'd like to pay.
Ah, damn. I better go see. You ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then, that's
$3, correct? There you are.
Thanks. Oh, Adolfo. Try and remember what I told you?
Yeah, sure, Mike. Try and sell a few tickets, handle your end first, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Very funny.
Okay, now, sit down.
Okay.
The first thing we do is...
before I forget. Here, you'd better have this.
Why? What is it?
My address. Make sure you don't lose it now. It's really not a very good hotel, but I arrived on rather short notice, and I'm afraid it's the best I could do.
Wait a minute. Why would I want your address? I mean, I don't make house calls, you know.
Very good. Anyway, you keep the address, just in case.
In case of what?
Oh, you might want to look me up. These days, who can tell,
Yeah, sure, if that's what you want. I'll just keep it for a future reference. Now, the first thing I want you to do is to tell me how long... Hey, pay attention, okay? I haven't got all night.
Certainly. I was just having a look around. No crystal ball, no watches or whirling lights. Very good. I like that. No gizmos, no machinations. You do it simply. Always the best. Let me guess. The eyes. Correct?
Yeah, that's right.
It's the best, by far. The best and the most timeless. Did you know that? The pool precedes all others without question.
The pool?
Yes. The effect is of a swimmer diving in a pool. Once he succeeds in breaking the surface and entering the pool, he finds the water endless, boundless, totally without limit.
You've done it, haven't you?
Oh, I may have dabbled once upon a time.
Where? Maybe you made your money and got out, huh?
No, not quite. They retired me. I suppose semi-retired is more accurate. The occasional investigation, Mr. Larson.
Wait a minute. How the hell do you know my real name, huh?
Oh, good Lord, did I? I did say it, didn't I?
Yeah, you said it. Who are you? Who sent you here? Did Mike put you up to this? Come on, answer me.
Please. I can assure you there's nothing to get upset about. My name is Mercurian, and I've come to have you read my fortune.
Like hell you have.
The truth, I assure you, every word the truth. All right, I suppose I've already blundered this far. You may as well know the rest. To put it simply, Mr. Larson, I represent the body of people you wish to join. I'm frankly surprised Adolfo never mentioned it. I suppose if he'd had more time.
Hold it. Let me get this straight. What kind of people belong to this organization?
Oh, many kinds. All races, colors, creeds. People simply gifted, people highly talented. All joined by a common denominator. The ability to see.
See? You mean see the future?
Not necessarily. Some are exceptionally good at seeing the past or the present. A few, usually those serving on the tribunal, can see all three.
And you're like a baseball scout, right? An old guy on the lookout for new talent, right?
We're very experienced people, Mr. Larson. It's often possible to help a young apprentice like yourself.
Help? You mean you can teach me to see?
Probably. It depends how close you've come to the surface of the pool. And that's why I'm here. You see, by allowing you to read my fortune, I should be able to read yours.
This is unbelievable. Like a dream.
I can assure you, Mr. Larson, it's no dream. Let's begin, shall we? The sooner we begin, the sooner we shall know.
There is only one Adolfo. Ladies and gentlemen, step inside and begin a journey into your future. The amazing Adolfo will unveil your hopes, your dreams. Once you meet Adolfo, you will never forget.
There. That should about do it.
That's it?
Yes, I should think so.
But I didn't do anything, did I? I mean, one minute we were eye to eye, then nothing. I didn't see anything.
Don't worry, Mr. Larson. You will.
Really? I will? You know that for sure?
I take it you find the prospect exciting.
Exciting? Are you kidding? It's fantastic.
You wanted a gift. You now have that gift. The rest is in the hands of the tribunal.
Oh, don't worry, I won't forget, I promise. Oh, God. I mean, I can see. When?
It'll start slowly at first. After that, to quote your predecessor, imagine the possibilities.
Hey, how did you know Adolfo wrote that?
What in the hell's going on in here? I got 3 couples waiting, and it looks like rain.
What gives you the right to come barging in here, Mike?
Barging in? You've been in here goddamn near an hour.
What? Can't be.
Well, gentlemen, I can see you're busy, so I'll,
Wait a minute. You're sure? I mean, you're absolutely sure, right?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. I just made a few minor adjustments. You'd have done it on your own eventually.
Minor adjustments? What have you guys been doing in here? Fixing radios?
Listen, Mercurian.
I repeat, don't worry, Mr. Larson. And don't forget where you put my address. In the rush, it's often easy to forget. Now, gentlemen, I wish you both a pleasant and profitable evening.
Hey.
Good night.
Hey, wait a second. Mercurian.
Look, Benny, I'm tired of this crap. Now, I've got 3 couples waiting. Nice, ordinary customers. Now, you might not find them as interesting as some weird old guy in a 3-piece suit, but if you don't put them through, all of them, before the rain hits, I'll have your goddamn hide. Do you understand me, Benny? I mean, you either want this job or you don't, okay?
Oh, I want it, Mike. Go on. Go get him. I mean, there's only one way to find out, right? Well, what are you waiting for, Christmas?
What? Oh, yeah. I'll go get him. Jeez, the guy's getting weirder by the minute. That'll be it for the night. I gotta hand it to you, Benny. You got him in and out before the rain. Mind you, it was just by hair, but what the hell, huh? Benny? Now what's wrong?
Nothing.
Look, so we only made a lousy $12. What could we do, huh? It started to rain. I mean, look on the bright side, will you? At least we didn't have to give refunds.
Shut up.
Hey, look, I was just...
I didn't see anything. I saw nothing, okay? It was all a joke. A lousy, cheap setup, understand?
Understand what? What are you trying...
I looked at each and every one of them. Know what I saw? Nothing, not one thing. It was all just the same old tired shtick.
Oh, what'd you expect to see? Stars?
He promised me, understand? He promised.
Who? You mean that old guy?
Oh, I'll get it, Mike. Sooner or later, I'll get it, and all the sick old men with their cheap gags won't stop me, understand? Nothing is gonna stop me.
Hey, come on. Will you get a hold of yourself? I mean, where are you gonna go in this rain, huh?
I'm gonna go out and get as drunk as I can, as fast as I can. If I'm not gonna see anything, I'm not gonna see anything. So just leave me alone, okay? Leave me the hell alone. Just a lousy joke. I wouldn't join the goddamn tribunal if you paid me.
Ooh, boy. Chalk one up to the funny farm.
Go away. I'm coming.
Your name Benny Larson?
Yeah. Who are you?
Name's Townsend. Police. Like to ask you some questions.
Yeah? What about?
I'll ask, you answer, all right?
Hey, what is this?
I'll ask, you answer. You work as a fortune teller, right?
Right.
Last night, did you tell a Mrs. Adelaide Marcus in front of a witness that a young man would come running into her life, giving her a gift of red, probably roses?
Yeah, the fat lady?
Did you tell her that?
Yeah, that was it. 20 words or less. Why?
She got a gift of red, all right. She was beaten and robbed by some young punk on the street last night. Damn near bled to death.
What?
Next, an older man, Robert Myers. Did you tell him, also in front of a witness, that, quote, his life would change drastically?
That was it?
His life changed drastically, all right. He rolled his car in the rain. Severed spine. Never walk again. I had a look at the car. You were right about that, too. He is a lucky man. Lucky to be alive.
Oh, God. Mercurian was right. I can feel it.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but you can be damn sure I'm gonna find out. Now, here's the capper. You told a young man, Tom Bradley, in front of his wife, that he'd be going on a long, long trip and she'd be coming into a lot of money, right?
Yeah?
Well, this morning Mrs. Bradley's $100,000 richer. Life insurance money. She found her husband dead in the bed this morning. Heart attack. Now, Mr. Fortune Teller, suppose you tell me how you knew, huh? I know your type. Cheap scam at a midway. Now, all of a sudden, I've got 3 people telling me you foretold the whole thing.
You find that difficult to believe?
Come on, don't give me that. All you guys are fake. A few bucks and a crystal ball.
George Townsend, isn't it?
How do you know
16 years as a cop, right? Got a plainclothes job a year ago, last March.
How do you know that?
Easy, George. I know that the same way I know you've got a $1.86 in your right front pants pocket and you fool around on your wife every second Thursday when you're supposed to be bowling. How's that? Want more?
Holy mother of God.
I got it. Oh, God. I got the whole thing. All of it. Slow at first, just like he said.
Wait a minute. I'm not finished with you
yet.
Yes,
you are, George. You're finished. I was out in the town last night, got 1 million witnesses. I'll be here for the rest of the week in case you want more answers. Any more questions?
What? I mean, slow down.
Can't, George. Gotta see a man about the future.
I still don't understand why you have to drag me out here, Benny. Where the hell are we going anyway?
Relax, Mike. I'm going to prove to you that I'm not crazy.
Jeez, will you slow down? You want me to drive? Well, you can't see a damn thing in this rain. What do you...
Don't worry, Mike. I can see. There's a woman with 3 kids in the back of a station wagon going to cut me off at the next intersection. I'll get through on the yellow light, she'll hit the horn, and other than that, we'll be fine.
What? I mean, come on, Benny. You don't really expect me to believe that. Hey, watch it! Oh, Jesus, that was close.
Don't worry. They're all right, just in a rush. Late for a dentist appointment.
God, Benny. It is true, isn't it? Everything you say is true.
Starting to believe, huh, Mike?
Do you have any idea what this means?
Oh, yeah, it means as much as I want it to mean, Mike. I just have to check in with this Mercurian, let him know he's got another member, then who knows, huh? Imagine the possibilities.
Exactly! I mean, can you imagine the coverage we'll get? The press, all those talk shows, I mean, talk about prime time!
Once you enter the pool, it's totally without limit. Mercurian said that, Mike. He knows.
I'll tell you who knows. The amazing Adolfo. That's who knows, right?
You better believe it, Mike. You better believe it.
Come in.
Well, I'm here.
Yes, so I see.
Well, what now?
Now?
Yeah, now. How do I go about joining?
Joining? Joining what?
Hey, come on, don't play dumb. You know what? Joining the organization, the tribunal.
Oh, you aren't joining anything, Mr. Larson.
What? Why not? Isn't that why you left your address? Isn't that why you gave me power to see?
No, not quite.
What do you mean, not quite? Are you saying there isn't any organization?
Oh, there's an organization, all right. And it is headed by a tribunal. I didn't lie to you, Mr. Larson. I never lie to anyone.
So why the hell can't I join?
There are many reasons, Mr. Larson. I told you, my job is to investigate, to inspect for safety. Well, you've been inspected and found to be patently unsafe.
Why? What are you talking about?
Oh, I think you know already, don't you? Adolfo was a simple man, a crude man in many ways, but he hardly deserved to be thrown off the top of a Ferris wheel.
You knew. All along. You knew.
Well, of course we knew. It's our job to know. How else could we protect our membership? We know, we decide, and we act.
He teased me. Understand? Him, a goddamn drunken pig, called me. Monkey laughed at me. All because he could see and I couldn't. He wouldn't tell me how to do it. I was a toy, a dog, something he could feel better than, something he could tease. I was sick of it.
Please, Mr. Larson, spare me the gory details.
I don't need you, old man. I came here because I thought you needed me. I thought I owed you something for your help, but I don't need you or your tribunal. I would have done it on my own. You know that. You said so yourself.
Yes. You would have found the pool all on your own. Then what would we have done? You would have splashed your talent over as many networks as you could find.
To hell with you! You hear me, Mercurian? I got it, and I'm keeping it, understand? Driving over here, I could feel it growing stronger and stronger. I have a gift, Mercurian. It's mine, and I'm keeping it.
Well, of course you are, Mr. Larson. As a matter of fact, the adjustments I made last night gave you the whole gift. All of it.
What?
The tribunal has made a decision, and through me, it has acted. Anything you do from here on, dear boy, you do to yourself.
Hell, I didn't want to join his organization in the first place. Oh, I thought I owed him, but if he doesn't want me, fine, there's a lot more money in being independent.
Now you're talking, Benny. We're gonna be rich.
Oh, just another monkey laughing at me. I'll show him.
God.
Oh, my God.
You all right? You want me to drive?
Oh, God, Mike, I'm getting all of it, just like he said.
Slow down. Hey, watch the road.
Oh, my God, Mike, I can see everything. People, time, past, present, all of it. Oh, my God!
Give me the wheel. Let go of the wheel. Benny, watch out for the bridge!
Mike! Oh, my God! He's dead! Oh, my God! We're underwater! I gotta get out of here! Let me out! Let me out of here! Please!
The effect is of a swimmer diving in a pool.
God.
Once he succeeds in breaking the surface
Quiet.
entering the pool, he finds the water endless, boundless, totally without limit.
The pool! That's what he meant! Oh, God, I'm gonna drown! Oh, God! Mercurian! Let me out of here! Mercurian! You can't kill me! I can see!
There is
Please,
only
you can't
one
drown me!
Adolfo.
I can see!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mercurian!
step inside and begin a journey into your future. The amazing Adolfo will unveil your hopes, your dreams. Once you meet Adolfo, you will never forget. Your fortune in 20 words or less. Imagine the possibilities.
You have just heard Your Fortune in 20 Words or Less by Larry LeClaire. Featured tonight was David Ferry as Ben Larson, with Greg Rogers as Mike, Jack Wilson as Mercurian, and Wendell Smith as the cop, George Townsend. You heard Brian Taylor as the voice of the amazing Adolfo. Sound recording tonight was by Al Lambden, with sound effects by Eric Wagers. The production assistant was Constance Buer. Your Fortune in 20 Words or Less was produced and directed at CBC Edmonton by Laurie Seligman. The executive producer of Nightfall is Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight you're all invited to join a special club. But perhaps we'd better warn you that you may feel inclined to terminate your membership at any time. The play, a first for this medium by award-winning novelist Tim Wynne Jones, is called The Thinking Room.
Change. You try that again and I'll knock the living bejesus out of you.
What's got into you, you ungrateful punk?
You ought to be glad to be alive, you hear me?
Quit daydreaming, Stink. Stink. Stink.
Oh, no. Not again. This time, for sure.
Miss your train. What? Aren't you going to wait for the next one?
What do you want?
What do you want?
You some kind of social worker? I ended up to here with social workers. No. You're a cop, right? I heard they got cops that dress up like rubbies. Old clothes men. You don't fool me.
Hold on now, hold on. You were going to kill yourself, weren't you?
What's it to you?
Let's just say I'm concerned about suicide.
Oh, I get it. You're some kind of preacher. Next you're gonna tell me, I know how you feel. When you don't, see?
Oh? Well, I suppose you could say I'm something of an evangelist. Yes, but not quite what you expect. In fact, I was on my way to a meeting. Care to come?
What kind of meeting?
It's starting soon. We better hurry.
Who says I'm interested? What kind of meeting? Hey, where are you going?
Across town.
You're gonna lecture me. Tell me I should be glad to be alive, that kind of junk? Well, you can forget it. Hey, why should I follow you anyway? Give me one good reason.
You're a failure. You've got nothing to lose.
Hey, wait up.
You tried before.
What? Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah.
Can't even bring yourself to say it, can you?
Well, I'll do it all right. Once I almost jumped off the school gym. The roof. Another time I almost done it with a razor. One of these days...
Sleeping pills are less painful, from what I hear.
What? Oh, sleeping pills are for girls.
What's your name?
Stuart. But everybody calls me Stink.
I'm Drum. That's what everyone calls me. Drum.
Go ahead. Do it. See if I care.
What?
What was that?
Nothing. I just hear things in my head, that's all. There ain't no meeting. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna lose me down here. I don't even know where I am anymore.
You'd be surprised. I've taken you in a huge circle. We're still in the heart of town, only deep in its heart. You'll find your way out all right. And I dare say you'll find your own way back the next time.
Who says there'll be a next time?
Shh, listen. We're here.
Wherever we are.
like that. You can't expect...
Charlie?
Hey, Drum. We were beginning to wonder. I see. A new recruit.
Hello, Charlie. Stink, this is Charlie. Charlie Dresser. Charlie, Stink.
Welcome, Stink.
Hi.
And then as if that weren't enough, he decided that
Louise, look what Drum dragged in. Just kidding, Stink. Stink, this is Louise Cavshire.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hello? Well, I'd better get things underway, Charlie. Perhaps you could just...
Sure thing. Leave them to us.
Stop daydreaming, Stink.
Well...
Nervous? I was my first time.
Yeah, I guess. I never seen
Isn't it heavenly? Oh, look at those chandeliers.
Yeah.
Years and years ago, it was the most prestigious theater in town. Pavlova danced The Dying Swan, and Melba sang Butterfly, and Ellen Terry. She stood right up there, center stage where the podium is, as Lady Macbeth. It's been forgotten for years now, boarded up. It's perfect for us. Look at those curtains, Stink. They're velvet.
Gee.
Hey, Drum's making his way up to the stage. Hey, you need a drink. Boy, over here. It's just for the toast, eh? The real food comes later.
The toast?
Yeah, it's, a thing we always...
Oh, thanks for the drink.
Shh. We'll begin the meeting in the usual way. The toast.
The toast! Good, isn't it?
Well, I see some new faces and a lot of old faces. Welcome, one and all, to the Suicide Club.
What?
Our seminar topics for this evening have been posted in the usual place, and since there are no reports to be made at this time, I suggest we retire to the more convivial surroundings of the North Lounge. A fire is lit there and a table laid. There's something there for everyone.
Still no results from the committee.
Oh, now, don't you start to fret.
What committee?
I knew this would happen. They can't possibly pick Christmas Eve now. It's too late.
Charlie, you're not making much of an impression.
What's going on?
Oh, you don't mind Charlie. He's high on commitment, but low on patience.
Oh, give me a break. Hey, what about you, kid? When you made up your mind you want to go, right?
Well, sorta. Yeah.
Not quite sure, huh? Like Louise here. Well, you've come to the right place. It's convinced me. Some of the seminars are great, and the food is out of this world.
Oh. What's a seminar?
What did I tell you? Isn't it great? Oh, I love these funny little black sausages.
I've never seen so much food.
Oh, wow, caviar with a taste of lemon. Try some.
Thanks. What's the seminar?
Well, just take a look around you. Everybody's got their problems, their doubts, even me. I'm a pragmatic kind of guy. I want to make sure the family's going to be okay after I'm gone. Now, Drum brought in this insurance specialist who's got all the answers, you see?
It's such a big step. I find that I absolutely need the lectures. Tonight, Dr. Cogliostro is continuing his series on famous suicides. He's so inspiring.
Oh, they got everything, Stink. Sing songs, you name it. Going down to the muddy river just to throw my body in. that kind of stuff. Get you thinking in the right way.
Are you from a religious background?
Well,
we have a defrocked priest here who can justify the ultimate sacrifice, as he calls it, using proof from the Bible itself.
I still don't...
And it's damn convincing, too. Hey, listen to that. Love those sing-songs. Catch you later.
Bye.
Whoops. I better run. Toodaloo. If I don't see you later, I'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye. This sure is weird.
Something for everyone, eh, Stink?
Oh. Hi, Mr. Drum.
You enjoying yourself?
I'm a little confused. But the food is great. It ain't poison, is it?
Stink. You've got to trust us, of all people.
Why? What's going on?
You haven't guessed.
You call it the Suicide Club? Everybody looks like they're having an okay time to me. I can't figure it out. Seminars, sing-songs, a toast to no one. Who are we toasting?
Come with me. I think I know what you need most of all.
the garden just behind the seal's house. They buried him in the garden just behind the seal's house. They buried him in the garden just behind the seal's house. Now he ain't gonna jump no more.
You need to be alone, to think things out.
That's just it, you see. I got these voices.
Yes, I remember.
They're with me all the time. Sometimes they scream at me. I can't think so good.
Well, here we are. What do you think?
What's to think? Don't look like much. Nice carpets. You gonna lock me in? Oh, sorry, Mr. Drum.
Here, test the door.
What is this place?
I call it the frontistry.
What?
The frontistry. But you may call it simply the thinking room. Whatever you call it, it's always the same.
The thinking room. What do I do? There's just this little desk and one chair. There's nothing. Mr. Drum?
He's gone.
Jeez, I don't believe it. Mister? Oh, he's gone. The voices. They're gone too. Oh, wow. The thinking room. So what have I got to think about?
Suicide.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what they're up to. Every one of them?
What do you think?
Every one of them. That's what I think.
They're afraid. Just like you.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can hear myself think. Found it again, just like Drum said I would. And just in time.
Now we'll begin the meeting in the usual way. The toast. Now, as some of you might have heard, the committee has come to a decision at last. They have decided unanimously on Valentine's Day. I realize that some of you are hanging by a thread. The holiday season will be hard for you, but you must hold on if we're to make this work. Please talk with me or one of the counselors. We're here to help in whatever way we can. Those of you who are still undecided, now is the time to get down to it. You might say that we have a deadline. There are arrangements to be made. A lot to discuss, so I won't hold you up. Meeting adjourned.
Always full of fancy ideas, ain't you?
You ain't nothing special. Nothing.
Get back here.
Lousy brat.
Excuse me. Thanks. Steve?
What?
So you made it through the week. Hi, stranger. Hey, are you all right?
It's nothing.
I thought I was in bad shape. What's the matter?
I don't know. Look at his face. He's in agony. Stinky!
You want to help me with him, Charlie? Louise?
Okay.
He hears voices. We've got to get him to the thinking room. He'll be all right. Here. Let's leave him alone.
That's it.
This is what he needs.
Figure it out. Figure it out.
Yes. Figure it all out. You can't go on like this, can you?
How are you feeling?
Better. Thank you. I hear these voices.
Yes, I know. I didn't mean to barge in on your thoughts.
That's okay. This room, it's so quiet. You know, sometimes when people say they can hear themselves think, well, in here it's true.
It's delicious, isn't it?
I've been sorting a whole lot out.
Yeah?
Like, everyone here is going to kill themselves, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
All at the same time.
On Valentine's Day.
Right.
Isn't it amazing? It's such a statement. And it will be beautifully orchestrated, mark my words. Drum will see to that. The whole city just stopped in its tracks. It gives me goosebumps just to think about it.
Aren't you scared?
Oh, I'm scared, but I'll be ready. Professor Cagliostro talked about Virginia Woolf tonight. Did you know she just filled her dress with rocks and just walked into the sea?
No.
Isn't that enchanting? Or was it a river?
And Charlie, he's afraid he won't make it through Christmas.
Oh, that's right. He has a family. What with in-laws and all. But we're sort of outlaws, aren't we? Maybe it was a lake. I can't remember.
He'll make it through, though. Charlie, I mean.
Oh, of course he will. Drum will pull him through. We'll all go together. Doesn't that make you feel good?
On Valentine's Day.
On Valentine's Day.
Why don't you come home anymore?
Get back here, you ingrate. Look at you, blasted up your skull.
And
you
now,
can't even stand up, you're so
the
heavy.
toast.
Yeah? Well, what's it about?
But what about Satan? What do you think
What
he's doing?
about him? What are you up to? He wasn't born yesterday, you know? I've been like this before.
What a profound lecture.
What do you think?
Masada. Oh, how moving.
This guy
I
sent
don't
this
have the
package
blood.
deal. It's great.
It's not like I had to
God, I
do it
wish you'd
myself,
have seen her.
What kind of a slob?
You go to hell for all I care. To get you to see
Look,
what you're
you're gonna do nothing. You're gonna get out of this room right now if you know what's good for you. You're gonna
The
get the
front
hell
is
out of
straight.
here right now.
But you can call it the thinking room. The thinking. Figure it all out. You can't go on like this, can you? Whatever you call it, it's always the same.
Congratulations, Charlie. Congratulations to us all.
Here, here.
Hey, here.
You know, if it hadn't been for Drum,
Do I hear my name being taken in vain?
Oh.
So we made it.
Oh, I never thought I'd do it. The festive season, huh? All that goodwill just about drove me nuts. Then again, sometimes it just made me laugh. The irony of it.
The worst was not having no meeting on Christmas.
Oh, it was ghastly. I thought I'd die.
I'm so proud of all of you.
You know, the delay was kind of good. That consultant really helped me get my business matters straightened out. I didn't want to leave a mess behind. You know what I mean.
Oh, but just think of it. A jumper at every station. Isn't that too much? Oh, it's so important to make a good end. Oh, I'm going to miss it, you know. The club, I mean. I've never been one who could share things with other people.
Camaraderie, that's what it is. The feeling of all being in it together. The last meeting. You know, I may be a sentimental old jerk, but I think everyone should join in the sing-song tonight. Yes, I'm going to suggest it to some of the others.
1 week to go.
1 week till what, Stink?
Till we all commit suicide simultaneously.
That's the spirit.
Yeah.
The voices have been hard on you, haven't they, Stink?
Oh, it's like they know.
I'm going like Virginia Woolf. Thanks, Drum, for getting me the ferry. I'll jump in the middle of the harbor, and I know as I go overboard that all the others are going too.
It'll make a lot of people stop and think.
All over the city. Everything stopped.
I realize that each of us will be lost in the massiveness of it all.
But your loss will be magnified by it.
Oh, look. All the seminars are winding down. Charlie's got everyone to join in the sing-song. Coming, Charlie. Oh, I feel so close to everyone tonight.
Goodbye, Louise. I don't think I'll be joining the others.
I know where you're off to. Good luck, Stink.
Thanks.
No, that's not right. Break a leg.
Say goodbye to Charlie. She's been nice to me. Everyone has. You never knew anyone who I liked. Always hated living until I came here. But I could never bring myself to end it all, you know?
Well, you're one of us, Stink. You won't let us down, will you? I mean, we're counting on you.
Oh, no, sir. What assignment have you got for me?
We are going to immobilize the whole frigging subway system, Stink. A jumper at every station.
Yeah, I heard. At rush hour.
The city will be clogged with lovers rushing home with chocolates and flowers. Oh, what a day to remember. Amongst the membership, the subway stations are a prize, you know. It took a bit of finagling on my part, but I managed to convince the committee to give you the station where we first met.
Well, that's great. Thanks, Mr. Drum. You know, I couldn't have done it without you. I always wanted to, but at the last minute, the voices always called me back. It was the thinking room that changed things around. Hearing myself think was the answer. Mr. Drum? Oh.
Where you been? Don't you got no respect no more?
Yeah, it's no use. He's beyond help.
Little room with gray furniture and walls as white as bone, rugs as red as blood. Thanks.
Say goodbye. You know what you've got to do. Goodbye, Stink.
Goodbye.
Don't do it, son. Don't do it.
We ain't been much good, but we tried.
Goodbye. Good.
Charlie, hi. How are you doing?
Huh? Oh, hi, Louise. Actually, I was thinking about that kid. What's his name?
Stink.
Yeah, that's it. Nice kid.
Charlie, Louise, how are you?
Hi, Drum. We were just talking about Stink. You know, it always amazes me how much it takes to get them to actually go through with it.
Yeah, well, a nudge in the right direction. That's what we're here for. Well, I better get the show on the road. Well, I see some new faces here, and a lot of old faces. So, let's begin the meeting in the usual way. The toast.
The toast.
You have just heard The Thinking Room by Tim Wynne Jones. Featured in tonight's cast were Alan Fawcett as Stink and Henry Raymer as Drum, with Rosemary Radcliffe as Louise Calfshart and Richard Donat as Charlie Dresser. Stink's parents were played by Bonnie Brooks and Hugh Webster. The recording engineer was John Jessup, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott, and the production assistant was Nancy McElvey. The Thinking Room was produced and directed in Toronto by the series executive producer, Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. The Celtic world is rich with stories of vengeance, of treachery, and broken promises. And some of the very best have come from the pen of Sir Walter Scott. Tonight's play, based on Scott's Wandering Willie's tale in the novel Red Gauntlet, has been dramatized by John Douglas. He calls it From My Appointed Place Below.
Oh, thank you, sir. Just your arm, if you please, till we're over the stony ground. 'Tis a hard thing to be blind, though I've often heard tell how the best practices of my poor craft, the poets and the pipers and the storytellers, how they was sightless too. I've heard men speak of the greatest of us all, of the old Greek, him that sang of the lords and knights of Troy, though his eyes was as dead as them he sang of. But you ken, I wasn't born blind to smell my way across the ground like this. 'Twas all on account of the red gauntlets and the curse that followed them down the years, aye, and followed all that served them like me. I'll tell you the tale if you like. I've no other way to pay you for your kindness till I pipe for my supper at the next inn. Listen then, while I tell you how I went a journey to seek my master beyond the grave. You must have heard of Sir Robert Redgauntlet of that ilk, who sowed fire and terror in the Highlands years agone in the killing times. The country will long mind him. Our fathers used to draw breath thick to hear him named, and the man that didn't heed his silver whistle that he blew to command us all was a dead man before he drew another breath.
Dougal McCallum!
Aye, Sir Robert!
There's a whole village of Whigs and traitors at the head of the glen. Ready your firebrands to burn the lot. I want 200 fresh corpses this night to make King Jamie smile.
Aye!
Sir Robert was a fierce Tory, and red-hot for King Jamie Stewart and the bishops. He rode through Scotland rampaging like a lion with the King's commission to put down all the Covenanters and the Whigs and the poor Presbyterians that fled to the hills only to worship the good Lord in their own way and read the Bible for themselves. Stamped them out, said King Jamie. Oh, aye, grinned Sir Robert, and wild work he made of it.
Now hear me, you damned heretics and traitors. Will ye swear allegiance to his secret majesty, King James II, and to the priests of the one true church? Swear, you whimpering curs, or I'll make no more ceremony with ye than a Highlandman with a roebuck. Will you take the test? Soldiers, make ready! Present!
Lord God avenge us, give him blood to drink!
Fire!
Sir Robert, is the wee bairn still living?
We couldn't let him away.
Ah, no, my bonny, wee laddie. You see your family lying in their own blood, and you see this good red sword of mine. Now, laddie, oh, sweet laddie, will ye take the taste?
Sir Robert, he's only a bairn. He doesn't understand what you're saying, for God's sake.
Will ye swear the oath? Hmm? I warrant you'll be a good wee laddie the now. Dougal McCallum! Aye. There's some of these damned Covenanters escaped and flitted into the hills. To horse! Unleash the hounds, Dougal! Aye. We'll run them to ground betimes.
Alas the day. What could I do? I'm only Steenie Steenson, a poor crofter scrambling a living on Sir Robert Redgauntlet's ground and behind with my rent at that. Were it not for my piping, Sir Robert would have turned me off long afore. So I rode with his troopers and his lackeys and saw muckle mischief. And maybe did some that I couldn't avoid. But oh, dear Lord, forgive me. I made some fine tunes and tales of it all. Well, at long last there came an end to all the riding and killing. Round came the revolution far away in London town, and it'd like to have broken the heart of Sir Robert Redgauntlet.
Hellfire and damnation! Oh, the devil's scalp with them all. Dougal, where in the hell are ye?
Here, Sir Robert. What is it? Why so hot?
Oh, there's been a revolution in London. King Jamie's down and fled away to France. And that unhanged Dutchman William of Orange is king.
Whigs up, Tories down. 'Tis the way of the world, your honour.
Ah, man, you've got no sense. The bloody Whigs are crowing everywhere what they'll do now to their old enemies, and in special with me.
No, Sir Robert. I tell you, Parliament will pass it or easy.
On a cold day in hell they will. They'll see me swinging from the gallows on Castle Rock or burned alive for a warlock at Edinburgh.
Wisht, Sir Robert, think now. There's o'er many great folk dipped in the same doings to make the world over spick and span.
Aye, mayhap you're right.
Of course I am. Your revel will be as loud and your hall as well lighted as ever was. Barring, of course, the fines and confiscations we used to take from the Whigs, I'm afraid we'll need a wee bit of economy here and there. Money will not flow so free now, more's the pity.
Well, me, you see. Hear me, Dougal, I'll have no more tenants behindhand with the rents. Is not Steenie Steenson missing his payment last Whitsunday?
Aye, Sir Robert. He got it put o'er wi' fair words and piping.
Oh, damn his piping. The man's got the finest finger for a backlilt between Berwick and Carlisle. If he doesn't pay next quarter, I'll throw him off my ground.
He'll have the silver, your honour, he swears.
Oh, the worse for him. Dougal, send him a summons to come with the money on a day precise, or tell Steenie it behooves him to flit.
Sore work I had to get the silver. But I begged and I borrowed and I piped till I had scarce breath left to wheeze. But at last I scraped it all together and away I trotted to Redgauntlet Castle, with a heavy purse and a light heart.
Steenie, man, you're late. The laird's fretted himself into a fit of the gout because you were no here sooner.
Well, the money's all here, Dougal.
It's no entirely the money. He doesn't want to lose you off his ground. Hurry now, and mind what you see. He's in a terrible pain and temper. I never saw him look so gash and ghastly. And the Major is with him.
Major Weir? The jackanapes?
Hush! It is best not say its name. The creature hears through walls. They're waiting for us, both of them, in the oak parlour. Come away, quick.
Sir Robert lay in a great armchair in a grand velvet gown with his feet on a cradle, gurning and groaning in pain. And right beside him crouched his pet jackanapes, Major Weir, like one of them monkey devil gods the heathen worship. An ill-favoured cankered beast it was that ran chattering and yowling about the castle. It pinched and bit and played ill-natured tricks, especially before ill weather or disturbances in the state. The instant he saw me, Sir Robert gave me a look would wither the heart in your bosom.
Ah, ye come light-handed, ye son of a tomb whistle. Oh, zoons if you are.
Here it is, Your Honour.
150, 200, 250. Ooh. Ah, quiet, you devil's heap. Can you no see I'm in pain? Oh, he mocks me, Steenie, my own jackanapes, and he mocks me. But he doesn't like fire, do you, my pretty? How does he like a candle flame in his face? Aye. I named him for a friend of mine, Steenie. A certain Major Weir was burned at the stake for a wizard. I sometimes think this jackanapes remembers the flames, don't you, my sweet?
Please, Your Honour, can I have my receipt?
Oh, aye. Dougal, give Steenie a tass of brandy while I count the silver and write the receipt.
Aye, Sir Robert.
650. You and Dougal, you lazy callant. Bring cool water for my leg, it's on fire.
At once, Sir Robert.
950. 1,000 marks. Well, Steenie, you're out of your lord's danger for the no. Hand me the pen.
Oh, here it is, Your Honour.
Oh, hell and fire! I'm wrapped in flames. Water, Dougal! Water for my leg, it's burning! Burning! And Steenie, wine for my throat, it's on fire.
Here's the water, Sir Robert.
You pour it, pour! Dougal, you burnt me! Oh, the devil rend you, you poured boiling water!
Sir Robert, it just came cold from the well this minute.
Your wine, Sir Robert. Wine for your poor throat.
Blood! Oh, damn you, you're giving me blood instead of burgundy! Kill that jackanapes! Kill the devil!
Sir Robert. Sir Robert! My God! Cover his face.
Is he gone, then?
Where the wicked cease from troubling. Look, the water. Cold when I brought it. Look at it now. It's still steaming.
Do you think the wine...
Taste it?
Oh, never.
Then I will. Thick. And salt. Salt. All the poor people he killed, their prayers were answered.
Well, away I ran after that, with never a thought of the money bag or the receipt. Dougal McCallum, poor body, neither groaned nor wept, but went about his duty directing all the order of the grand funeral. I knew Dougal would stand witness for me, come what might. But on the third night of his watch for old Sir Robert, Dougal got an order. He couldn't disobey.
Another tass of brandy, Hutchin?
No, Dougal. I've watched too long already. I must be getting to bed. Sir Robert in his coffin across the hall there, he'll never miss us now.
He'd aye miss me. I'll have a last bit of brandy myself, then.
It's a lonely night you'll be having, then. Not a soul in the whole tower but yourself and the dead. There's no man that'd be a guest at his wake.
Hutchin, stay a moment, for old time's sake. Will you know?
It's almost midnight, Dougal.
Long life and health to you, Hutchin.
Well, and to you too, Dougal.
No, Hutchin, for myself. I'm no long for this world.
What's that you say?
Hutchin, every night since Sir Robert's death, his silver whistle has sounded from the chamber there where he lies, just as it used to do all the nights of his lifetime, calling me to help turn him in his bed. Being alone, you ken, I never dared answer these last 2 nights, but if you'll stay tonight, Hutchin, when he calls, I'll go to him.
Lord deliver us.
You he may, Hutchin, but My duty is to my laird. Though death breaks duty, it shall never break mine to Sir Robert. I'll answer his next whistle, so you will stand by me, Hutchin.
Dougal,
Aye.
I've stood by in battle and broil. I'll not fail you now.
Save you, old friend.
Will you not say, God save us, Dougal?
I canna. There now, midnight. Let's have a body ballad or two, Hutchin, to welcome the old sinner. Let's have the ballad of Davy Lindsay.
Oh, pray, Dougal, pray.
Hush, 'tis time. Listen. All's well, Sir Robert. I'm coming.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
Walk with me, Hutchin. Walk with me to him.
He maketh me to lie down in green pastures.
Dinna fash yourself, Sir Robert. I'm coming to my duty.
He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
Help me with the door, Hutchin.
He prepareth a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Dougal, 'tis the foul fiend himself in a coffin.
Sir Robert's old acquaintance, Hutchin. A friend.
When they found Hutchin, he lay at the door like one in a trance, and Dougal was stretched upon his master's coffin, cold and dead as any stone. Somehow they hushed the matter up and made all ready for the new laird. He hadn't been up from London a day when I was summoned before him. A marvellous different man from his father was Sir John Redgauntlet. A douce man, a soft and sleekit on the outside.
Come forward, man. Don't hang about the door. I'm not going to eat you.
I wish you joy, sir, of the head seat, and the white loaf, and the broad lairdship.
Thank you for your good wishes.
Your father was a kind man, sir, to friends and followers, and muckle grace to you to fill his shoon.
Shoon?
Shoes.
Yes, of course. Alas, Steenie, his was a sudden call, no time to set his house in order. Well prepared Godward, no doubt, which is the root of the matter, but he has left us a tangled thread to wind. We must go to business, Steenie. Much to do and little time to do it in. The rent book will be familiar to you, I'm sure. Here we are. Stephen Stevenson, or Steenie Steenson, as you seem to be called. You are down here for a year's rent behind the hand, 1,000 marks due at last term.
Oh, please, your honour, Sir John, I paid it to your father.
You took a receipt then, doubtless, Stephen, and can produce it.
Indeed. I hadn't a time in it, like your honour. Your honour's father, Sir Robert, drew the silver to him to count it, and just when he was about to write the receipt, he was, ta'en with the pains that removed him.
Ah, that was unlucky. But perhaps you paid it in the presence of somebody. I want but talus qualis evidence, Steenie. I would go o'er hard to work with no poor man.
Troth, Sir John, there was nobody in the room but Dougal MacCallum, the butler. But as your honour knows, he has e'en followed his master.
Very unlucky again, Stephen. The man to whom you paid the money is dead, the man who witnessed the payment is dead too, and the silver, which should have been to the fore, is nowhere to be found. Now, how am I to believe all this?
I'm sure the man from whom I borrowed the money will take his oath he gave it to me, Sir John.
I have no doubt you borrowed the money, Steenie. It is the payment to my father that I want proved.
Mayhap some of the servants have seen it, sir.
They have been examined upon the point. Not one of them has ever seen either money or receipt.
But what can I do?
Stephen, I beg in fair terms you will end this nonsense. For, Stephen, you must pay or fly the estate.
Oh, the Lord forgive your opinion, sir. I'm an honest man.
Why, so am I, Stephen, and so are all the dwellers in my house, I hope. But if there be a knave amongst us, it must be he that tells the story he cannot prove. Now, sir, where do you suppose this money to be? I insist upon knowing.
Well,
Answer me! I ask where you think it is and demand a correct answer now.
In hell! If you will have my thoughts on it, in hell!
with your father, his jackanapes, and his damn silver whistle.
You devil bankrupt! I'll nail your hide to the kirk door for such a word. Come back, you sly toad! Blood and wounds, I'll cut you into collapse!
Down the stairs I ran, and away on my horse as far and as fast as I could go from Red Gauntlet Castle. I ne'er let up till my horse was well nigh dead under me, and I found myself alone in the wood of Puntmarkie. It's all full of black firs and fearsome dark. At least I thought I was alone.
That's a brave beast you're riding, friend, but a little hard driven, I think.
Good evening to you, sir. Fare you well.
Oh, you don't get rid of me as easily as all that, you know.
What is it that you want with me, friend? If you be a robber, I have no money. If you be a lone man wanting company, I've no heart to mirth or speaking. And if you want to ken the road, I scarce ken it myself.
I am one Steenie who...
Oh, you ken my name?
I know all about you, Steenie. I am one that, though I have been sore miscalled in this world, am the only hand for helping my friends.
Then you know about the missing silver? And Sir Robert's receipt?
It's a hard pinch, but I think I can help you. Shall we ride on?
If you could lend the money, sir, I ken no other help on earth.
But there may be some under the earth. Come, I'll be frank with you. I could lend you the money on bond, but you would maybe scruple my terms. What I can tell you is that your old laird is disturbed in his grave by your curses. If you dare go to see him, he will give you your receipt.
Oh, I'll go to the gate of hell itself for that receipt, sir. Aye. And a step further.
That will be far enough. Look ahead of you, through the trees.
But it can't be. Red Gauntlet Castle here in the middle of the wood. And all ablaze with light as if it was on fire.
I believe you know the man there standing in the road.
Dougal McCallum.
Good evening to you, Steenie. And good evening to your highness.
Good evening, Dougal.
Will your highness accept the hospitality of our roof? Sir Robert would be honoured.
Thank you, Dougal. No, I am otherwise engaged. My regrets to Sir Robert and the company within. Be of good heart, Steenie, and heed what Dougal tells you.
Oh, fare ye well, sir.
Au revoir, Steenie.
Dougal McCallum. Are you living? I thought you'd been dead.
Never fash yourself with me, but look to yourself and see ye take nothing from anybody here, neither meat, nor drink, nor silver, but only the receipt that is your own.
But Lord, take us in keeping. What a set of ghastly revellers they were that sat around that table in the great hall of the castle. There gloated the wild bonshaw that tied the blessed minister's limbs till their blood sprang. And Dunbarton Douglas, twice traitor to the country and to king, and a host of the wicked that served him. There was Mary Queen of Scots with her strangled husband's head in her lap, and Claverhouse, as beautiful as when he lived with his long, dark locks, and his hand over his heart to hide the hole the silver bullet had made. But ever and anon, their smiles were fearfully contorted, and their laughter passed into such wild sounds as made my very nails go blue.
Steenie Steenson, come up to the board head. Come up to the board head, I say.
Good evening to you, Sir Robert.
Well, Piper, have ye settled with my son for the year's rent?
Alas, Sir Robert, your son will not settle without your honour's receipt.
Ye shall have that for a tune of the pipe, Steenie. Play us up, Wheel Hoddled Lucky.
That's a witch's tune from the Black Mass, your honour.
McCallum, you limb of Beelzebub, bring Steenie the pipes there that I'm keeping for him.
Never touch them, Steenie, or you're a lost man. The chanters have white-hot steel to burn away your fingers.
Begging your honour's pardon, but I'm faint and frightened and have not wind enough to fill the bag.
Then you maun eat and drink, Steenie. Dougal, a trencher for Steenie here.
Sir Robert, I charge you for conscience' sake to spread no snares for me, but give me just the receipt you know you owe me.
Here's your receipt, you pitiful cur. And for the money, tell my dog whelp of a son that he may go look for it in the cat's cradle.
I thank your honour. Fare you well.
Stop, thou sack-doodling son of a whore! Here we do nothing for nothing. And you must return here this day 12-month to pay me the homage ye owe me for my protection.
I refer myself to God's pleasure, not to yours.
I am still of a mind to have you flogged, Steenie, but what am I to say? Hutchin has found the money in the old loft they call the Cat's Cradle, just as you said he would. And this receipt, dated this 30th day of April, yesterday, Steenie, from my appointed place below. This is but a queer kind of document, Steenie. We will do best, I think, to put it quietly in the file.
But it's all the voucher I have for my rent.
I will give you a receipt under my own hand this instant. And, Steenie, if you can hold your tongue on the matter, you shall sit from this term forward at an easier rent.
Oh, many thanks to your honour. You're a deuce master after all.
I would be well advised to be, Steenie. I have no mind in future to be gathered to my father in his appointed place below.
So you may think it ended well for me, sir, with a kinder landlord and a lower rent. But what's forgotten is no forgiven. We had all to sup the sauce of it sooner or later. Sir John Redgauntlet went down in his own blood fighting to bring back Jamie Stewart in 1715, and 'twas there I lost my eyes. His son, you ken, Sir Redwald Redgauntlet, he was a rose among the thorns. He loved my tales and my tunes, and he took me blind as I was into his own house, and many's the merry year I had with him. But ways me, he went out with other pretty men in the 45 and gave his life for bonny Prince Charlie. I'll say no more about it. My head never settled well since I lost him. If I say another word, devil a bar will I have the heart to play this night for my bit dinner. Look ahead there, my gentle sir, kind sir, and tell me if you see the lights of Broken Burn Glen.
You have just heard From My Appointed Place Below, based on Wandering Willie's Tale by Sir Walter Scott, and dramatized for Nightfall by John Douglas. Featured in tonight's cast was Hugh Webster as Steenie Steenson, with Chris Wiggins as Sir Robert Redgauntlet and John Douglas as Sir John Redgauntlet. You heard Sandy Webster as Dougal McCallum, Frank Perry as Hutchin, and John Bayliss as the Rider in Black. Other voices were by Grant Cowan. The recording engineer was John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson, and the production assistant was Nancy McElveen. From My Appointed Place Below was produced and directed in CBC Toronto by Fred D.L. The executive producer of Nightfall is Bill Howell.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we have something rare, almost miraculous for you. It's the kind of surprising accident that sometimes occurs when two artistic forms meet to the benefit of each. The play, by John Douglas, has grown out of a song by Stan Rogers. It's called Harris and the Mayor.
Harris, my old friend, well met here at day's end. A welcome sight behind yon quiet mare. As hearth is made of stone, by heart a man is known. By heart we've known each other from of old.
Hey, Nielsen. Mark Nielsen, hold on there.
I'll do, Harris. Out for an evening spin, eh?
Whoa, go, whoa. Yeah, take her out just about every afternoon now. Usually earlier than this, though. I don't often meet up with you on the road. Must be ahead of you most days. Hop in, I'll drive you off home.
Thanks, Harris. I've been walking a lot lately. I think I just maybe will.
Yep, hup. Come on, old girl, get those legs moving. Yeah, how are things going at the mill?
Oh, same as always. Had to design a new roller for one of the feeder belts this week. Some smart aleck engineer they brought up from Toronto. He was real surprised a dumb millwright could actually do it. Harris, my old dad and me built half the machinery in that place.
Engineers, what do they know? Have us all in them damn automobiles if they had their way.
They mostly have, Harris. Haven't you noticed you're about the last man left around here driving a buggy?
Last man of sense, you mean? Besides, you ain't got a car neither. It isn't as if you couldn't afford it. Millwright's the best paid hand in the mill, so don't say you couldn't.
I like walking. I live in town and no long ways from the mill. Don't need a car. Never did like the way they roar along. Just like they was going their own way, not yours. The mill wheel now, she just does what you build her to do. The car, it's just like an angry man. It can go, you know, crazy, smash everything.
So? There you are. You'll never own one of them stinking noisy things now, will you?
Well, sure I would if I had to. Everybody does what they have to. You know something, Harris?
What?
You're turning into a grouchy old bachelor.
Well, I am a grouchy old bachelor, and I like it. I don't know why you had to marry after so many years, either.
Got run over by a car.
Huh?
Name of Jenny. Best thing ever happened to me. Now, you should, too, you know. You're, well, lonely, like I used to be.
Oh, hell, Nielsen. The both of us are outsiders here, and, well, you know it. You 'cause you wouldn't fight in the war, and me because...
because you're the town atheist and you drive around like Grandpa in your one-horse shay.
But I fought in the war. Oh, sorry.
You too?
I didn't mean it that way. Don't know why I said it.
That's okay. Just gets to me sometimes, having to take the wife for a drink in a beverage room called the Vimy Ridge. All the war photos, they keep giving me the eye.
But you'd do it again, wouldn't you?
Sure, of course. Nothing justifies killing a man. Nothing.
Never saw what Kaiser Bill's boys did to the Belgians, did you?
It doesn't change anything. Adding killing to killing.
You know, Nielsen, I guess I just don't understand Christians. I mean, real all-the-way ones like you. I know all about the Bible thumpers and the Jesus howlers who got their number all right. But, tomorrow's Good Friday.
Yeah?
He just let them take him to the killing ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got preached about it when I was a kid. Like everybody else, of course. There never was a time I didn't think it was just dumb.
Hey! Hey, Harris! Put a motor on that mare!
Give her some oats, at least.
Yeah, she's running out of gas!
Well, go ahead, you damn fools. At least I won't end up in a mess of blood and glass.
Their blood and fire and steel. Do they wonder how I feel? That never raised his hand to fellow man. Lost of war and thrill of speed. What life is this to lead? And how they do torment us when they can.
Jenny, got home early. I met Harris on the road from the mill. Jenny, what is it? What on earth?
That damn Pat Clary's been at it again.
Jenny, I've told you before.
If I had his stupid smirking face here right now,
I've told you before, you can't let him get to you like this. What's he done now?
Oh, same as he always does, coming up to me in Melcher's hardware like I was his, as if we were still going together like we used to.
Jenny, that's dead and gone.
Will you tell him that? Always tried to put a fence around me all the time he knew me.
Maybe he loved you.
Oh, love? Him? He wanted to own me. At least he tried.
Nobody owns you, Jenny.
Not unless I want him to. Oh, that poor dumb lout's got no more idea how to please a woman than fly. Pride's hurt because I married a man near old enough to be my father. You married him because he gets big wages, he says. You married him because he's a conchie and you get to wear the pants, he says.
Jenny, that's enough.
Yeah, I know. And sometimes I almost feel sorry for him, but...
He has every right to be bitter about the war after what happened to him.
Yeah. A woman looks at Clary, first thing she sees is that dead eye.
I guess I just get in the line of fire sometimes.
Oh, if he ever knew what a real man was, Bart, he wouldn't ask why I married you.
Because you're little and fluffy and need a big brute like me to protect you?
Bart Nielsen, I'm just about as fluffy as a she-bear with cubs, and well, you know it. Hey, give me a kiss.
Oh, yeah. Ah, Jenny. I guess it's been one of those days. Hey, after supper, let's go to the hotel and have a couple of drinks and see who's there, eh?
Oh, sure, Bart. Sure, whatever you like. Well, if we're going to get out, I'd better get supper right away. We'll be closing early because of Good Friday. Oh, but Bart, you got to promise me one thing.
Oh, anything at all.
You promise me you won't get wild drunk and smash the place up.
The wife and I came out for a quiet glass of stout and a word or two with neighbors in the room. I say neighbors, never friends. It's lest we forget again. But they treat us well enough, and we do them.
A couple of these make you feel better, eh, Jenny?
I guess so.
Oh, come on, Jenny, old girl. Finish that one up and let me get you another.
No, it's okay, Bart. I'm fine for now, thanks.
Ken, could I have another stout, please?
Sure, Nielsen. Just a minute.
How's business, Ken?
You're like the old gray mare, Nielsen. Ain't what she used to be. Hard times and worse coming. Here you are.
Thanks.
You haven't heard any talk about the mill closing down, have you?
Talk's cheap. You don't want to believe everything people say.
Oh, I don't. I don't. I just thought it'd be a terrible shame for you and the wife. You having such a good job and all.
Yeah, I sure would. Hey, Gord, can I buy you a drink?
I'm fine as I am, Nielsen. Thanks anyway. That you I saw in the trap this afternoon with old Harris?
Yeah. Your car sure made us eat dust.
That man's as crazy as a loon.
Oh, Harris is okay.
I wouldn't drive with him for nuts. That old Mary Hizzle dropped dead in the traces one day, and then where'd you be?
Hi, Nellie. How's things?
Hello, Nielsen.
I say he's crazy.
You know, Bart, I think I'll have that other drink now.
Oh, sure thing, Jenny. Ken, can we have...
But young Clary came in, as drunk and wild as sin, and swore the wife would leave the place with him.
Well, well. If it isn't the yellow conch, Penny's with my girl.
Pat, Clary, you're drunk.
This is ladies and escorts only, Pat. You know that. I'll get across with you to men's beverage room. Now go on.
I have so got a lady. I've got Jenny. She may not have come here with me, but by God, she's mine and she's gonna leave with me.
Clary, let go of her.
Get away from me.
You're going to go with me.
But the wife, as quick as thought, said, "No, I'll bloody not," and struck the brute a blow about the head. Bitch! He raised his ugly paw, and he lashed her on the jaw, and the wife fell to the floor like she were dead.
Clary, what are you doing?
Stop with your bloody drunk. Leave her alone.
Gord, make him stop. Stop him.
Now, Harris, well, you know, I never struck an angry blow, nor would I keep a friend who raised his hand. I was a Conchie in the war, crying, "What the hell's this for?" But I had to see his blood to be a man.
Oh, never do that again, Clary.
I took him by the coat, spun him round and took his throat, and beat his head upon the parlor door. He dragged out an awful knife, and he roared, "I'll have your life." Then he stuck me, and I fell on the floor.
Jenny! Jenny! My God, Jenny!
You thought you'd take her away from me, did you? With your two eyes and your yellow streak down your back?
Blood I was from neck to thigh, bloody murder in his eye, as he shouted out, "I'll finish you for sure." But as the knife came down, I lashed out from the ground, and the knife was in his breast when he rolled over.
Killed him. You killed Clary.
Gord, get me away from here. Now.
Please, help us. Jenny's hurt. She's lying like she's dead. And I'm bleeding real bad.
Get out of here, you bloody murderer.
Please, don't let him escape.
Don't worry, he's not going far like that. Look at that blood.
Oh, please, I beg you.
Get away. Don't you touch me. Get away. Go on now. Get away.
Now with the wife as cold as clay, I carried her away. No hand was raised to help us through the door, and I've brought her half a mile. Now I've had to rest a while, and none of them I'll call a friend more. For when the knife came down, I was helpless on the ground. No neighbor stayed his hand, I was alone. By God, I was a man, but now I cannot stand. Please, Harris, fetch thy mare and take us home.
Harris. Harris. Luke Harris. Harris.
What is it? Is that you, Nielsen? This is a hell of a time of night to be. Oh, my God.
Thanks, Harris. I knew you'd answer. If I called, hold up the lantern. That's it. Look.
Oh. What happened? There's blood everywhere. Oh, man, you're in a bad way. And my God, that's Jenny.
Pat Clary went after her at the hotel. He hurt her bad. He cut me up some. And I turned his knife and killed him.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Harris, get the mare. Please. Get the mare and take us home.
She's so slow. Better you
No one with a car will help us. Oh, Harris. It broke my heart. They were all of them on Clary's side.
Were you surprised?
Yes.
You shouldn't have been. What day is this?
It must be Good Friday by now.
Therefore, when they were gathered together, Pilate said unto them, Whom will ye that I release unto you? Barabbas or Jesus, which is called Christ? And they said, Barabbas. And for the other one, his blood be on us and our children.
Very good.
Told you they raised me Bible strict. Stay here. I'll get the mare.
Oh, Harris, fetch thy mare and take us out of here. In my 45 years, I'd never known that to call myself a man, for my loved one I must stand. Now, Harris, fetch thy mare and take us home.
You have just heard Harris and the Mare by John Douglas, based on the original song by Stan Rogers. Featured in tonight's cast were Hugh Webster as Harris, and Frank Perry as Nielsen, with Elva Mae Hoover as Jenny and Richard Donat as Pat Clary. You also heard Marion Waldman and Ken James as Gord and Nellie Mason, and Arch McDonnell as Ken Dockett. The musicians were led by singer-songwriter Stan Rogers and included Bill Garrett, Jim Morrison, Garnet Rogers, Grit Laskin, and David Allen Eady. The recording engineer was John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. The production assistant was Peggy Este. Harris and the Mayor was produced and directed by the executive producer of Nightfall, Bill Howell. And now, before we hear from your host, here is the complete original version of the song Harris and the Mayor.
Harris, my old friend, good to see your face again. More welcome though yon trapping that old mare, for the wife is in a swoon, and I am all alone. Harris, fetch thy mare and take us home. The wife and I came out for a quiet glass of stout and a word or two with neighbors in the room. But young Clary came in, as drunk and wild as sin, and swore the wife would leave the place with him. But the wife, as quick as thought, said, "No, I'll bloody not," and struck the brute a blow about the head. He raised his ugly paw and he lashed her on the jaw, and the wife fell to the floor like she were dead. Now, Harris, well, you know, I've never struck an angry blow, nor would I keep a friend who raised his hand. I was a Conchie in the war, crying, "What the hell's this for?" But I had to see his blood to be a man. I grabbed him by the coat, spun him round and took his throat, and beat his head upon the parlor door. He dragged out an awful knife, and he roared, "I'll have your life." Then he stuck me, and I fell onto the floor. Blood I was from neck to thigh, bloody murder in his eye, as he shouted out, "I'll finish you for sure." But as the knife came down, I lashed out from the ground, and the knife was in his breast when he rolled over. Now with the wife as cold as clay, I carried her away. No hand was raised to help us through the door, and I've brought her half a mile. Now I've had to rest a while, and none of them I'll call a friend the more. For when the knife came down, I was helpless on the ground. No neighbor stayed his hand, I was alone. By God, I was a man, but now I cannot stand. Please, Harris, fetch thy mare and take us home. Oh, Harris, fetch thy mare and take us out of here. In my 45 years, I'd never known that to call myself a man, for my loved one I must stand. Now, Harris, fetch thy man and take us home.
And now, here's a final word from your host.
Hello again. Next week, we'll return to the predictably unpredictable on Nightfall. And you'll have to be in shape for it.
I could wait. And meanwhile, I could get in better shape. Next time, he'd meet the #1 member of the Miles Athletic Club. I discovered that my body was no longer the kind of old friend I could use or abuse as I liked, because it would still be my friend. I had ignored it for too long for it not to know how to betray me. But I had one thing going for me. My body's memory of itself, of how it used to serve me without my knowing it. It might lay cunning traps for me, like muscle cramps or sudden searing aches. But it couldn't ignore or unlearn the secret knowledge of the power it used to own. It had nothing to do with me, beyond my will. But it meant everything.
The Jogger by Tony Bell, radio that never runs without a second effort. That's next week on Nightfall. Until then, careful of the edge.
Have you ever felt just a bit strange about starting a new job, wondered if maybe you didn't quite fit in? This evening's story is about someone who learns that finding out the truth may be more unnerving than staying in the dark. It's called The Dentist. It was written by Vancouver writer Bill Gray. So sit down, relax. We've made an appointment for you, one you won't forget.
All right, there you are, Mr. Rogers. The dentist will be in a minute. He's just finishing up in the other room.
Thank you. Will this take long?
Oh, maybe 20 minutes. And don't be so nervous. Dr. Stewart is very good. You won't feel a thing. He's the most popular dentist in town for a reason, you know.
Yeah, and the cheapest. Hope that doesn't mean he's going...
Well, no. Rogers, isn't it? George Roger... Let's see. Ah, yes, the fourth cuspid. It's quite a cavity you've got yourself there, right along the edge of the tooth. Been a little lax with the flossing?
Well, it's... I always seem to forget, but I did try. My last dentist said...
Don't you worry about it. I'll be able to fix this up in no time. Have you had gas before?
Oh, yeah. Well, this seems silly, I guess, but I don't want you to do it without it.
Oh, fine, no problem. I prefer using it. All right, Mr. Rogers, And just let me get this over your nose.
Aren't you going to freeze me first?
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Hey, wait a minute. What's happening? That's not... This doesn't feel like the gas I've had before. What are you doing? Can't see.
That's it, Mr. Rogers. That's it. Sleep. You want to be awake for this anyway. Donna, is everything set up? This one's ready.
Could you pass me the toothpaste, hon?
Yeah. When I finish school, we'll live in a house with 4 bathrooms, all big. Mark of a successful lawyer is how many bathrooms you have.
I think a mansion is still a few years away.
Oh, I'll climb the corporate ladder like a greased cat with a Malamute on its tail.
Fine. But right now I need to get finished here or I'll be late for my first day in my new job. And you'll run the risk of starvation before graduation.
Oh, it's only 6 o'clock in the morning. What time do you start?
I told you 7:30. But I want to be early on the first day in case the joint. Being a dental assistant isn't only following orders, you know. They all have their quirks and office politics. Excuse me. This guy Stewart seems pretty good, though. Real no-nonsense operation from what I could tell at the interview. But friendly, too.
Well, I still don't see why he has to rise with the roosters.
It keeps up his volume. I guess that's how he keeps his rates so low.
Good morning, Dr. Stewart's office. Yes, just a moment, please. Let's see now, Tuesday the 5th. Yes, he has an opening at 5. All right, that's Mr. Seminac. Fine. We'll put you down for 5 on Tuesday, then. Pardon? Oh, yes, those are the correct rates. Dr. Stewart is a big believer in inexpensive dental care. Okay, fine. Bye.
There, she's finally off the phone. This is Evelyn, our receptionist, a front office gal. Dr. Stewart's Girl Friday, you name it. Ev, this is Sandra, the new DA.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Sandra.
Nice to meet you.
I'm sure you'll enjoy working here, Sandra. Alan, Dr. Stewart, he runs a close unit, like a family. I'm sure you'll fit in just fine. And if you need anything at all, just let me know, and I'll do whatever I can to help you out. Oh, excuse me. Duty calls. Dr. Stewart's office. Good morning.
Evelyn's the greatest. This place couldn't run without her. She seems very nice. Oh, she is. Give you the shirt off her back. She's been with Dr. Stewart for years.
Yeah.
Really keeps the place
fine.
on track. Now, let's go to the doctor's office and you can meet your new boss again.
There. That takes care of the tooth. As far as this little lady will know, she's had a filling, and that's the end of it. The rest is virtually untraceable.
As usual. You're very talented, Alan, in more ways than one.
You're very flattering, my dear. All right, I'll put this in the safe, and you get this equipment out of here. Can't have our new girl seeing any of this. Not yet, anyway.
Do you think she'll work out?
Promising. From the interview, she seemed clever enough and ambitious. That's what we need.
And quite pretty.
Don't worry, my love. Your position is secure.
I hope she's more understanding than the last one.
Yes, so do I. That was unfortunate.
Fine, then, Mr. Rogers. We'll see you in a few days.
Oh, yeah. Right. When do I come back in again?
Evelyn, I wonder if you could tell me what the situation is. Oh, excuse me.
Well, that's fine. Mr. Rogers was just leaving.
When do I come back?
I told you, Mr. Rogers, in a few days. I'll call you and remind you.
Oh, I see. Fine. Yeah. Fine.
What's with him?
Him? Huh? Nothing. Nothing. He just has an adverse reaction to the gas, but he won't have any work done unless we give it to him.
Will he be all right?
Oh, heavens, yes. He just sounds a little groggy is all. Nothing wrong with him. You wanted something?
Oh, yes. There's McQueen, Denise McQueen, in with Donna and Dr. Stewart in the yellow room right now. I can't seem to find her file.
What do you want with her file?
Well, I've been here a week now, and I seem to have the routine pretty well worked out, so I thought I'd familiarize myself with some of the patients' files.
I don't think you need to concern yourself with all of the patients.
But
I think you do well to keep busy with those you're assigned.
But where I worked before...
Well, you work here now, and we have our own ways of doing things. You will have your patients. Donna will have hers.
But why would a patient's file be missing?
The files are in the room with the patient.
No, they're not. You see, that's what made me
Miss
wonder
Logan, it's none of your concern. But Dr. Stewart has taken on some special patients. People who can't afford even his low rates, but people who need work done. So he pretends they've never been here. He keeps no record of them.
But how would he know what work still needed to be done?
He has an excellent memory. I don't know. I don't feel it's my place to question his methods, nor yours.
I'm sorry. I was just curious. I didn't mean to pry.
Well, don't worry. There's always a simple explanation for things. Alan simply doesn't like to broadcast his charitable acts. I'll tell you what. If you just forget all about this, I won't mention anything to the doctor.
Well, sure, but I don't...
I'm sure you'll fit in here fine, Sandra, once you get the hang of how things work.
Yeah, right. So I guess I better get back to work. Who's next?
Doncaster, Alex B. He's out in the waiting room now.
Fine. I'll take him in.
Good. See you later.
Yeah.
Dr. Stewart?
Yes, Ed?
Are you?
I'm alone. The patient has gone.
Alan, you're going to have to watch out for that new girl. She's already asking some tricky questions.
What do you mean?
She's been snooping around the files. Alan, you're going to have to do something about her. One way or another. And soon.
Yeah, more wine?
No, thanks, Jeremy.
Well, I suppose I'll simply have to take it upon myself to drain the dregs of this noble bottle.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what do you think about what I told you? About the office?
I don't know, Sam. There doesn't seem to be any problem that I can make out. Unless you don't believe what you were told.
I'm not sure I do. There's something funny, Jeremy. I know there is. Who ever heard of a dentist not keeping files? They thrive on them.
You said he was a friendly sort?
I know, but... Well, what about that spaced-out guy, Rogers? I've seen lots of people after nitrous oxide, and none of them ever looked like that. He was really out of it.
How old was he?
About late 20s, I guess.
Yeah, maybe he was stoned on something.
Well, then why did Evelyn try to cover it up? She would know people don't come out of gas that way.
I don't know, Sand. I'm going to be a lawyer, not a detective. Maybe your Stewart uses a different kind of gas. Something you're not familiar with. Maybe the guy was sick. What are you getting at?
I think something's going on over there. I don't know what exactly, but something isn't right. The second day I was there, last Tuesday, I overheard something that didn't seem to make any sense at the time, but now I wonder.
Sandra Slade, dental detective. Send us your enamel scrapings.
Jeremy,
and we'll...
will you lay off? I'm serious.
All right. Well, what new evidence does your eavesdropping bring to light?
Jeremy, that was accidental. Anyway, Stewart had been with this patient for quite a while that morning. I remember because we got really backed up. I was in the waiting room talking with one of the other patients when I saw the woman leaving. So I went to reception to see if it was okay to bring in the next patient. The door was open a bit, and before I could walk in, I heard Stewart and Donna talking with Evelyn. Stewart was saying that they could use that one only one more time. Something about how they'd better not go any further with her. She'd never last. And then Donna said she wanted to remind them both not to let Sandra, me, see her when she came in the next week.
What do you mean about using her?
I don't know. At the time, I thought it was something I hadn't heard properly, but now I'm not so sure. You see, when I saw that woman leave, she looked really strange. I didn't think anything of it at the time. There are lots of strange people in the world, right? But now... Well, now I think she sure looked a lot like Mr. Rogers did today.
Sometimes things can fall into place when you want them to.
No, there's something going on.
Well, why don't you confront them with all this? Match clues and see who comes up with the strangest story.
Jeremy, I do have a plan. I get the feeling a lot of files aren't where they should be. More welfare cases, I guess. So, remember that filling you're supposed to have redone and should have had taken care of a year ago?
Oh, no, my little Poirette. Solve your own mysteries.
Jeremy, if you don't have it done soon, you'll lose the tooth.
Well, it'll cuten up my boyish features. Sand, I hate dentists. All I can handle is one dental assistant. Speaking of which, why don't we forget all this nonsense and retire to the boudoir? We have other mysteries we can work on.
This is not nonsense. I want to get to the bottom of this, and you're going to help me. Innocent people might be getting hurt.
I don't see what I could do anyway. I know beans about dentistry.
It doesn't matter. All we have to do is get you in there and looking around. They don't know I'm married.
Oh, I embarrass you?
Oh, hardly. I just didn't think my marital status was any employer's business. They think I'm single and unattached.
Maybe the good dentist is putting the rush on you and in your own sweet, naive way.
For God's sake. We could drum up a story and get you in as one of the charity cases.
Seriously, Sandra drills and clamps and things at the best of times.
I'll make sure I assist. That way you'll be safe.
And what if we don't find out anything?
Well, you'll save your tooth, and I'll have to come up with a new plan.
And if I don't agree?
That'll be 2 mysteries we don't work on.
Well, there's no doubt about it, Mr. Jones. That filling must be replaced. Do it right away if you like. Save you coming back.
Oh, sure.
Fine. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back. Sandra, you can get things ready.
Yes, Doctor. Well, Jeremy?
Well, what?
It seems creepy around here, doesn't it?
Oh, you mean because the doctor has a humpback and stitches around his neck? Oh, come on, Sandra. He seems like a really nice guy.
It's an act.
Come on.
Just before I brought you in, I saw Donna and Stuart whispering to each other. And when they saw me, they stopped.
Oh, for God's sake, what are you expecting? A bogeyman with a drill? Just what is it you expect to happen here?
I don't know for sure.
I mean, I'm the one who should be worried. I'm terrified of dentists. You know that. You wouldn't believe the things that go through my mind when I even look at some of those shiny things you're flinging around there.
Jeremy, I think he's conducting some kind of experiments on some of the patients.
Well, then let him go ahead. I feel more relaxed than I've ever felt on a visit to the dentist. Seems like a good experiment to me.
You don't understand. There have been a lot of people who...
So, how are we doing? Everything ready, Sandra? You all set, Jeremy?
Everything's ready to go, Doctor.
Jeremy, would you like some gas to make it all a little easier?
Well, I suppose. Although I feel less tense than normal, I must say.
He doesn't need any gas.
Well, a little won't hurt. Take the mind off things.
I talked to him. He doesn't need it.
I don't mind.
No!
Sandra, what's the matter?
I don't want you to give him...
It's all right.
Please don't do
Sandra, if you don't mind... What was that?
I don't know.
My hands are full. Go and see what's happened, for God's sake.
It startled me.
Go and see if everyone's all right.
All right. It sounded like glass or something. I'll be right back.
Now, Mr. Jones, you just take another good whiff of this.
Hey, wait a minute. What's going on? Can't...
Good. Now, I guess we might as well get the cavity out of the way before we get down to some real business.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness.
Evelyn, what happened? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. It half scared me to death. I was working on the books there, and I guess I was lost in what I was doing, and I don't know. I somehow managed to knock that vase onto the floor. Scared me half to death. Lord, Dr. Stewart will be just
everything
furious.
All right here? What happened?
Oh,
some broken glass. Oh, dear. You go ahead and finish helping Ev, Sandra. I'm free. I'll take over with the Jones man.
No, wait, don't. I'll do that. I must... help.
Now, you just give me a hand here. Can't have broken glass all over for people to step on, can we?
Mr. Jones shouldn't have gas.
I am sorry I frightened everyone like that. I've always been like that, you know. Completely go to pieces when I'm startled. Seems silly, but when I get concentrating... Here, you take these pieces out to the garbage chute, and I'll make sure we don't have any little chips.
Jeremy? Jeremy, are you all right?
Yes?
Well?
Yes?
Well, what happened, for God's sake?
Happened?
At the dentist.
Oh, yeah, nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? Are you all right?
I told you, I'm fine. The doctor fixed my tooth. I'll go back next week for more work. He found some other cavities. He's doing it for free.
Yeah, that's great. But what happened when Donna came in? They locked me out, and they slipped you out of there when I was busy. What happened?
Sandra, you're being paranoid. Dr. Stewart fixed my cavity, that's all. He's an excellent dentist.
God, Jeremy, you can be so infuriating. I know something's not right around here. I know that.
You're wrong. Look, forget about your mystery, Sand.
Well, I'm still not sure about... Oh, I've got to go. Evelyn's just coming back from lunch, and I'm using the office phone. See you tonight. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Sandra.
Have a nice lunch?
Oh, excellent, of course. Dr. Stewart always picks a nice spot when he takes me for lunch. The guardrail down on West 4th. Do you know it?
No, I don't think so.
Very good, if a little expensive. I had a lovely shrimp and artichoke salad.
Sounds nice. Well, I guess I'd better get back to it.
Oh, Sandra, the doctor would like to see you for a moment in his office.
Yes? Come in.
Evelyn said you wanted to see me?
Yes, come in. Have you spoken with your acquaintance, Mr. Jones?
No. I barely know him, really. He's someone I just ran into at a party.
Well, he'll be back. Needed a little more work done.
Oh, good.
You seem to be taking quite an interest in our little operation, Sandra. Evelyn and Donna tell me you're quite the busy one, no detail too small and all that.
As I said in my interview, I don't like to waste time.
Well, you certainly haven't been. You probably know more about what goes on around here than I do.
I was only trying to be helpful, Doctor. I didn't mean to upset anyone.
Upset? Oh, you haven't upset anyone. Much the opposite. But I must make a confession, Sandra. We've been watching you. Closely, I might say.
I was afraid of that.
Well, what did you expect? We had to be sure. And I have to say, I think my first impressions were correct.
Your what?
I think you'll fit into this organization extremely well. And as a vote of confidence from us all, I'd like to increase your salary by 30%, if you have no objections.
30%? Well, no, of course, that's fine. But I thought...
No, it won't all be gravy. You'll have to work for it. I'd like you to take on more of the business around here. Learn all the nooks and crannies. Evelyn's going to need a bit of help, and Donna takes her holidays soon. And I'd like you to take on her patients for a while as well. Think you can handle it?
Yes, of course.
I've asked Evelyn to leave me some time Monday morning. She and you and I can go through all the files, fill in any gaps you may have in the daily operation, all right?
Yes, fine. Dr. Stewart?
Yes?
Dr. Stewart, I'm grateful for the opportunity. And I'm sorry if I've seemed a little too curious.
Oh, not at all. You've shown an encouraging ambition. I like that. You'll be a valuable member of the team.
Thank you.
Oh, and Sandra, everyone here gets free dental care, of course. I've asked Evelyn to schedule you for a check before our meeting on Monday. We must present a good impression to our patients, mustn't we?
Yes, of course.
Monday, then.
Right. Monday.
Everything's fine except for that one filling. Get that redone and you'll have a perfect mouthful of beautiful chompers.
I had that one done the last place I worked.
Not his fault, just one of those things. Cavity started up under it.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, Donna, you're early. Say, would you mind assisting? Sandra needs a replacement. May as well get it over with right now. Okay with you, Sandra?
Sure, why not? Give me a second, I'll be ready.
Make sure the gas is hooked up, Donna. No point in making Sandra uncomfortable.
Oh, I don't really like gas. You see...
Oh, we'll just give you a quick shot to relax you.
All right.
Before we start, though, Sandra, I have a question, a curiosity you might be able to help me with.
Yes?
That Mr. Jones you brought in on Friday, the student who couldn't afford to pay?
Yes.
How well do you know him?
Not well at all. We met at a party.
Well, you know, that's very interesting, Sandra. You see, you called him Mr. Jones, but he told me his name was Logan. Jeremy Logan.
He did?
Now, why do you suppose he said that?
I don't know.
He said he was a law student and that he was married.
Well, as I said, I don't really know him. I never met his wife.
That's interesting, too, Ms. Logan. You see, he said you were his wife.
Well, I'm sorry, Doctor. You see, I thought something was funny around here. I was trying to find out
To find out what? Jeremy said you thought we were experimenting.
Well, sometimes I have this crazy imagination. I'm sorry, I really am.
Oh, no need to apologize, Mrs. Logan. No need. You see, you were quite right.
I was?
Indeed, we are carrying on experiments, and I think you'll be valuable in assisting us with them.
Ready when you are, Alan.
Now, wait a minute.
You can bring the machine in now, Donna.
Mm-hmm. I didn't mean any harm, you know. I was just
no
trying...
harm done, Sandra. We'll carry right along, and now we'll have you to help us up our productivity.
Oh, no.
You'll be a big help.
Look, I don't know what you're up to, and I don't want to know, okay?
You'll need a little practice, of course. You see, what we're up to is quite simple, really. This machine here looks quite complicated and is extremely so, I'm told. But running it is rather easy, just a matter of practice.
What is that?
It doesn't have a name as far as I know. It's made available to me from some colleagues out west. It's one of only 3 in existence, apparently. Anyway, they supply the machine. I provide the service.
I don't want to know about any of this.
You know a lot already.
Nothing about that thing.
Well, let me tell you. It operates on some sort of laser principle. Drills a hole up through the roof of the mouth into the brain.
Oh, my God.
Then this little mechanism here drains off some fluids from various parts of the brain.
Oh, my God, what do you
The
do?
result goes into these vials and is sent off to my colleagues, and that's where the experimenting comes in. Refined, these fluids create a serum which can extend life and increase intelligence. In return, we get a lot of money and go for regular treatments in Honolulu.
You're crazy.
Oh, not at all. The whole system works quite well, except for the patients, of course. The process tends to destroy brain cells, leaves them lacking in emotion, and, shall we say, somewhat simpler than when they started.
Someone will find out.
We're always careful to pick people who are loners, where personality changes won't be too readily noticed. And with the aid of a very powerful hypnotic drug, none of them ever recall they've ever been here.
Jeremy.
He was your mistake, unfortunate. You would have been better as a willing assistant.
What do you mean?
This machine is quite versatile once you get the hang of it. It can pinpoint a number of parts of the brain. It can make you help us.
Sit down.
No, you won't. I'm getting out of here.
Where you
The
are.
gas, Donna.
Don't move. You're not going anywhere.
No, what are you...
All right, Donna, I got her.
Don't you let
Put
go
this
of
over
me.
your nose and breathe.
Oh my God. I can feel it.
There. Good. Now, Donna, let's see what we can do about getting our little lady here to be nice and helpful to us. There. Always like to keep the dental work up as well. Least I can do for them. Sandra, suction.
There. Do you want me to turn the machine on now?
Yes, please. But this time I'd like you to have a try at operating it. Think you can handle it?
I don't know.
But you'll try, won't you?
Yes, I'll try.
Good. Now, you've watched me do it a few times. Just do what I did. Right up through the roof of the mouth. You'll get used to the smell.
Right through here?
That's it. No, a little more to the right. You'll probably miss the first few times, but that's normal. Oh, that'll do in most of his motor controls, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Don't worry. You're bound to make a few mistakes at first. You just keep poking around and practicing until you get the feel of it. This gas is very effective. Jeremy won't feel a thing.
If you have a little bridge work you'd like looked at, write to us. We'll pass along a referral. The Dentist was written by Bill Gray and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalczyk. It starred Beth Kaplan as Sandra, Lee Taylor as Dr. Stewart. Terry Kelly played Sandra's husband Jeremy, and Doris Chilcott was Evelyn. The old dental assistant was played by Nicola Cavendish, and in the role of Mr. Rogers, we heard William Samples. Sound engineers were Jerry Stanley and Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Jay Hyrene. Production assistant, Dagmar Kafanke. If you've ever really wanted to get back at someone, desperately, listen. This is Nightfall. Good evening, dear friends. Frederick Hend, your guide into small-town life for this evening. Have you ever wondered about rumors and about what might happen if you actually tried to trace them? Tonight's story takes us to a remote village where the town gossip leads to a deadly conclusion. It's called Lazarus Rising and was written by Toronto writer John Douglas. For all those who have longed for a second chance, here's your opportunity to learn a lesson.
Yeah, walk right in. Just walk right in, like you own the place. And first thing, right off, he starts asking about them.
About them?
I knew it. I told you so. I told you we could never keep it quiet.
Started right away asking where's their farm. How's the missus taking it? Most of all, he says, what about him? What's he like since he,
Since he done it?
Since it happened.
You never told him where they lived, did you?
Me? Tell him? Let him find out if he can.
Oh, nobody tells him. He'll never find him way out there.
Don't be a damn fool, Leroy. He can read a phone book, can't he? This fella, he a reporter?
I never asked him. Give him a chance to ask me things if I did, wouldn't it?
He is a reporter, I told you. I told you we could never keep it quiet. He'll be only the first. They'll be coming here from all over the country now it's gotten out.
He never said he was a reporter.
What else could he be? City fella asking all them questions? He'll only be the first. Somebody's talked. They'll be coming like flies to honey. Reporters, them TV crews, interviewing us.
Not if we don't say nothing.
And what kind of good will that do us now that they're starting to dig? We should talk now.
Somebody's coming, look.
It's him. That's the one.
Tell them the story our way. That way they don't find out what they mustn't, you see?
Shut up.
Is this Putter's store?
That's what it says on the front.
Well, hello again, Mr.
Hurlbut. Ezra Hurlbut. Told you half an hour ago.
I remembered you, Mr. Hurlbut. And you're Mrs. Puddester.
Ella Mae Puddester. And you're...
Cliff Martin.
Pleased to meet you. And this here's Leroy Gant.
Hi. I guess Mr. Hurlbut's told you I'm interested in finding out a bit about a man called George Sannox.
You do know him?
Yeah.
And he lives around here with his family?
If you say so.
Well, is it true? Did he do what they say? Did he?
Who told you?
Leroy.
Maybe you better ask him yourself, Mr. Martin. The rest of us, we just hear things, same as you do.
Mrs. Puddester, there's nothing I'd like better, but there's just one problem. Everybody I ask gets real vague about where the Sannox farm is. I'm beginning to think George Sannox doesn't live anywhere.
I'm afraid that's about the size of it. Mr. Your name was,
Martin. Help you if I spelled it?
2 miles straight ahead, Mr. Martin. Left at the crossroads and left again at the lake. Can't miss it.
Oh, bless you, Mrs. Puddester. I promise I'll give your store a real boost.
You some kind of reporter, maybe?
Yes,
TV, eh?
newspaper.
Oh, the papers.
Yes, but if I find out what happened here is true, why, Mrs. Puddester, there'll be TV cameras everywhere, I guarantee it.
My.
Yes, and thank you for your kind help, too, gentlemen. Oh, while I think of it, does anybody know a room for rent in the neighborhood? I might need to be here for a few days.
Nearest motel is in Dungarth. 70 miles back the way you came.
Oh, yeah, look, tell you what, Mrs. Puddester, if you hear of anything, will you let me know?
I surely will. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
LMA, you told him where the Sannoxes was.
Yeah, she's likely right, Leroy. Once they start poking around like this, there's no way we can just run them out of town.
Maybe we can arrange a few problems for them.
Leroy Gant, don't you dare.
Suppose you just leave the ideas to us, Leroy. When the time comes for action, we'll tell you, okay?
Oh, okay. Anyway, bet you anything that guy gets one look at George Sannox and runs off screaming.
Don't bet on it. What we all gotta do now is build a fence around Martin. Like he was an animal. Watch everything he does. Head him off if he starts digging too deep.
How are we gonna watch him then?
You and me and Leroy here, we got the same party line on our telephone.
So?
And so does Brunner. And Mark Brunner's house looks right down on the Sannox farm.
I see. The 4 of us can cover Martin wherever he goes.
5.
Huh?
Old Theta, the operator.
Good for you, Leroy. That'll be part of it, too. Hears everything, knows everybody. Perfect.
Ezra, you got yourself a deal.
This town's got itself a deal. Martin's surrounded. What's he gonna do? Get blood from a stone? Ugh. What the hell's the matter with you?
Blood from a stone. George Sannox knows how.
Who is it? Who's there?
Hello, Mrs. Sannox. My name is Cliff Martin. I'm here on business to see George Sannox.
My husband can't see anyone. He's been very ill.
Yes, I understand, Mrs. Sannox, but you see...
Sannox. You're from away.
Yes, but I'm here as a friend. I guess you probably realize why I've come.
You're prying. What you've heard, it's a mistake. It's a lie, so you go away.
Mrs. Sannox, believe me, I'm not here to make trouble for anyone. Of course it's a mistake. These rumors can't be true, but if you won't let me in to talk to him, there'll be 20 guys like me here the day after tomorrow. 100 next week. And wouldn't you rather have it over with before a small army descends on your family?
Come in and see for yourself.
Mrs. Sannox, how
This
I'd
is
like
the
to go...
door. Knock on it.
Beg your pardon?
Knock. Louder.
You're not paralyzed, you know.
Sari, you come out this minute, you hear? Now, there's a Mr. Martin to see your dad on important business. You come out right now.
Why, Mother dear, I'm so sorry. How do you do, Mr. Martin?
Well, Hi, Sari. Now, I hope you're not going to add you're from away like everybody else.
That depends. Are you a reporter?
Yes, I am.
Good. That will make things much more interesting. We're all going to be famous, aren't we, Mother?
Go outside. Go on, get...
Is the door unlocked? Why, so it is. You must have been magic indeed to get her to do that, Mr. Martin. I know. I'll call you Prince Martin. I think I have an unusual task to set you. Princes have to perform tasks, don't they?
Well, yeah, they try.
I want you to put a wide-awake beauty to sleep forever. Better go in there now. Oh, and Prince, when you see Daddy, don't jump.
Go in now.
Well, after you, ma'am.
No, I don't go in there. Sari takes in his food, what he eats of it. Go on.
Mr. Senex? I'm sorry, my eyes aren't used to the dark.
Close the door.
What?
Close it.
Oh, yes, of course. Forgive me, Mr. Senex. Oh, my God.
Please don't be frightened, Mr. Martin. Almost everybody is, you know.
I
Come sit down here by me. Sorry it's so dim, but the light hurts my eyes, you know.
I'm sorry you've been so ill, sir.
Haven't been. Mr. Martin, I haven't much patience for preliminaries and dancing around, so just you never mind them. You just say straight out what I know you want to say anyway.
Mr. Senex, how does it feel to come back from the dead?
So, it's coming out at last. Oh, of course it would. How'd you hear about it? Not from folks round here, surely.
No, the doctor from Dungarth.
Not one of us.
No, that there was no one closer to really...
Pronounced me dead, and then alive.
And were you?
Dead. Ah, yes.
And how long were you, like that?
3 days, they tell me, for the visiting and the wake and all. Oh, and a day in my grave.
4 days? How did you get out of the grave when you, came back?
Didn't they tell you?
I'd rather hear you tell it.
Well, my daughter, Sari, there, she was real cut up about my death.
Well, yes, of course, your family. Of
My
course
daughter, Sari, she was grieving. Stayed right by my grave the whole night afore, they say. When I found myself back, well, I started banging on the coffin lid, and she run and fetched the sexton. He was digging another grave close by for Maisie Angus's funeral that afternoon. So he got me up pretty quick.
All that earth, you couldn't have been buried very...
Far down? No. Thin topsoil over rock up here. Hard ground in winter. They leave us in a shed till spring melting.
Us?
You know what I mean.
Yes. Well, at least now I know what to think. Mr. Senex, you were in a coma, a very deep one. Life signs are often completely undetectable. I can tell you cases I've run across. Well, how can you be sure?
I know.
Look, let's start from the beginning. The doctor told me you were face down in the water trough in your barn. Now, you must have slipped, struck your head on something, and fallen in. You remember hitting your head. Mr. Sanix? You remember hitting your head? Mr. Sanix?
I told you about coming back. I won't talk about my death. Not anyway at all.
But why?
It's kind of hard to explain, but when you've been dead, you don't ever want to hurt nobody ever again.
But why would you want to... I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Ah, Mr. Martin, sir. You gotta wait till you've been dead yourself, and you'll understand.
What? What?
Party line. Long and short is us. Do you mind taking it while Sary's out?
No, of course not. The Sanix house?
Oh, Mr. Martin. Just the man I wanted to talk to. It's Ella Mae Pudister.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Martin, the strangest coincidence. I remember you wanted a room to rent, and I was wishing our extra room at the store wasn't reserved already, when what do you think happened?
Your guest canceled out.
Oh, you're just a mind reader, Mr. Martin. The room's free now if you'd like it.
Well, you know, a minute ago I thought I'd be going back tonight, but, well, something's happened to change my mind. You know, I'd be delighted to stay with you.
Wonderful. I'll get the room ready. See you soon.
Bye. Know something, Mr. Sanix?
No.
I'm going to bust this little conspiracy of silence wide open.
Are you?
No chain is stronger than its weakest link, and I think I've just found which one's going to give.
That's so. Mr. Martin, if you keep on prying...
And if I do?
Churchyard's gonna be full. Soon.
Leroy, are you there?
Right here.
Mark?
I'm on the line.
Zeta, you sure Ella Mae can't hear us?
Ezra Hurlbut, are you suggesting I've been operating this exchange for 40 years and can't hear the sneaky click when somebody's eavesdropping on the line, are you?
Sorry, Zeta.
Well, I should just hope so. Of course Ella Mae can't hear us. Why, you're so keen she shouldn't. She's in on this.
I don't trust her. She's sucking up to that reporter. Did you know she's rented him a room up at the store? She what?
Leroy, just you calm down. Of course she has, Ezra. I listened in when she called Martin at the Sanixes. Can you think of a better way to keep him under her eye all the time?
No, but...
And whenever he's out, she can search his room, intercept messages, everything.
I still don't like it.
Me neither.
You men are so stupid.
Mart, you watching the farm?
Like a hawk.
Martin talk with Sari?
Maybe inside a bit. Don't know. Sari bounced out in a real huff couple of minutes after Martin got there.
Oh, keep Martin away from Sari. She knows too much.
Oh, what the hell can a kid know?
Ezra's right, Mort. She's been saying real funny things about her mother all over town.
Damn. Everybody know about Martin by now?
Everybody except Cal.
We can't tell Cal.
Lord Jesus, don't nobody tell Cal.
Oh, he'll find out for sure.
Not from me.
Nor me.
Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
No way.
Here's an extra blanket, Mr. Martin. Nights get pretty nippy up here, even in summer.
Thanks, Mrs. Podesta.
Mr. Martin, if this Sanix thing gets really big, will I be on TV?
But in your case, Mrs. Podesta, I can guarantee it.
Only nobody must know I was the first to say.
No word of honor.
Yes. Well...
Why don't people want it talked about? Isn't a miracle something to be proud of?
Not this one.
But why?
'Cause it isn't. Mr. Martin, the good Lord brought Lazarus out of the tomb as a comfort to them that was grieving for him.
And George Sanix?
He come back for vengeance.
For what?
He come back to get her for what she'd done to him.
She?
His wife, Lucy. She and her man, Cal Tompkins. They killed him. They must have. Else why's he back? That should be resting in the graveyard. Tell me that.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mrs. Podesta.
I ain't done yet. When they pulled George Sanix out of that water trough, there was a cut on his head, round the back. Way round the back.
He hit on the ledge when he fell.
Forwards into the water. He fell forwards. Everyone has seen him says so.
Well, then why didn't anyone go to the police?
You don't know Cal Tompkins, do ya?
No.
A place like this, Mr. Martin, the police is a long ways away. And Cal Tompkins is close, real close. These days they catch murderers red-handed and the lawyers get 'em off. We know. We see it on the TV news. There'd be a lot of noise and reporters like you, and you'd all go away again. And we'd be alone with Cal Tompkins, see?
Yes. Yes, I do. Now I begin to see why the rest of you keep quiet.
Until it got out. I told them it would. Now, whatever happens, will happen to you too.
Sari is talking to him. She's been seen with Martin twice.
What's she saying?
Can't tell.
What does she know?
Who knows?
What if George tells him about how we...
Cal!
They.
What if George tells him how Cal and them killed him at the water trough?
George isn't talking. I don't know why, but he won't tell.
What do we do about Sari?
Get Cal.
Cal was afraid of Sari.
Even Cal?
Even Cal.
I've been watching you, Prince Detective. You're doing very well.
No, not really. Apparently everybody for 20 miles around believes Cal Tompkins tried to murder your father. The only witness was the victim himself. He won't talk.
But he doesn't need to. All he has to do is kill them.
He doesn't seem to be in a very killing frame of mind, Sari.
He's afraid to go back to the grave as a murderer. But I'll protect him. If he dies again, I'll bring him back again, just like the last time.
Sari, what are you saying?
I brought Daddy back so he could kill them. I called and called, and at last I heard his fists on the coffin. Oh, but Prince Martin, he won't do it. He wants to go back there with clean hands. He hates it here. He'd kill himself, only he knows I'd drag him back again. Oh, help me, Prince Martin. Please help me. Make him kill them.
Mr. Martin,
Yeah.
I'm going out for a bit. If the phone rings...
3 long, 1 short, I know.
Don't answer it.
Why not? Don't you want messages taken?
Just don't answer. Okay?
See ya. Now it's phone secrets. This place is not only criminal, it's crazy enough to cop a mass murder plea. Maybe it'll need to. I don't know why I shouldn't eavesdrop. Every curtain and every window twitches when I walk down the street. Cliff, baby, let's two play I Spy. Softly now.
By fire, I said.
Why by fire?
What else will get rid of him? They kill him any other way, she'll bring him back. Fire's clean.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Thought I heard something.
Nothing.
When does it happen?
In about an hour.
Better be no blunders this time.
There won't. 4 walls soaked all around. He'll go like a torch. There's someone else on the line. Cut the...
Oh, God. Oh, God. No.
Get an earful?
Mrs. Puddester, they're gonna try...
I know. That's why I told you not to answer. Just to make sure you would. Just like I warned you. Now you're involved in it, too.
The hell I am. I can go up there and stop them.
Can, but won't.
Why won't I? Because there's more of them?
Nah, because you know he wants to go and stay when he gets there.
You really do hate him. You all hate him.
Nah. First time he was just in Cal's way. Then when he came back, he was going to bring the whole country down around our ears. You any idea what 100 nosy reporters find in a place like this once they start looking?
I do now.
Well, there you are. You look through that window there. You'll see the red light over them trees.
He was the only good man here.
Well, why do you think we're burning him?
In on itself, leaving only ashes remaining. Full stop, new paragraph. Grieving neighbors were still combing ruins for the remains of Sannox and rallying round to comfort his widow, Lucy Sannox, as only communities like this know how. Full stop. Regional police, meanwhile, have issued an APB, all points bulletin, in their search for the Sannox missing daughter, Sari. Yeah. S-A-R-E-Y. A spokesman for police said they did not believe the 15-year-old girl was implicated in the suspected arson, but may be wandering somewhere in the area in a state of shock. Full stop, and that's the end. You think you got it, Grace? Yeah. Tomorrow afternoon if I drive most of the night. See ya.
You leaving us then, Mr. Martin?
Afraid so, Mrs. Puddester.
Will you be doing more stories like this, then?
I don't think so. I've applied for the transfer to the foreign desk.
Well, ain't that something? Where'll you be going?
Well, if I get it, now that I know Canada a little better...
Yeah?
Maybe I'll be asking for the Middle East.
Lazarus Rising was written by John Douglas and starred Neil Monroe as Cliff Martin, Ruth Springford as Ella Mae Puddester, and Eric Peterson as George Sannox. Also featured were Murray Westgate as Ezra Hurlbut, Ken James as Leroy Grant, Marion Waldman as Theda, John Stocker as Mort Bruner, Alva Mae Hoover as Lucy Sannox, and Melanie Brown as Sari. Technical engineering was by Derek Stubbs, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. Production assistant, Peggy Este. Lazarus Rising was produced and directed in Toronto by Bill Howell. And now your...
For those who believe what they see but mistrust what they know, this is Nightfall. Good evening, dear friends. Frederick Hend, your scout on tonight's backwoods stroll. Righteousness is a pillar of fundamental Christianity, and it was no more so than in the year 1690 in the town of Salem, Massachusetts. Tonight, we team up with a young man whose self-righteousness is questioned by a new friend who has a large stake in the young man's views. It's called Young Goodman Brown and was adapted by John Douglas from a story by Nathaniel Hawthorne. So, come for a walk with us, but watch carefully the scenery that you pass.
I beg your pardon, Goody Cloyce. I didn't see you until I was...
Until you'd almost knocked a poor old woman right into the mud, you good-for-nothing young rascal. And she your godmother to boot.
Well,
and
I
just
didn't...
where are you rushing to so fast, Goodman Brown? Has the devil lent you his heels, boy? Eh? Eh?
I have a journey I must make.
Tonight? 'Tis almost sunset.
My journey must be done, forth and back again, between now and sunrise.
Your journey?
Goody Cloyce, I beg you, let me pass.
Goodman Brown, not a step do you move beyond your own door here until you tell me why you are going out into the wild forest tonight of all nights. There are wolves and devil Indians enough there at the best of times, the good Lord knows. But tonight, when the powers of evil are exalted...
'Tis a private business.
Private indeed. Do you not hear the good people of Salem in the meeting house lifting up their voices to the Lord that his own elect may sleep in safety this night?
Well, yes.
What ails your wife? What says good woman Brown of such madness?
Oh, she would stop me if she could.
Then she's more sense than you have.
Goodman! Husband! Pray you do not go.
Take it.
Goodman, did I hear you blaspheme?
I but said she will hate it, good woman Cloyce. She does not understand.
Husband, I beg you. Oh, the blessings of God upon you, Goody Cloyce.
And upon you, Goody Brown, but none for your man. He leaves you all alone this night, is not so?
I must.
A loving husband, truly.
Well,
a wife must obey her husband in all things, Goody Cloyce. You taught us so in catechism.
Ha! And now you turn it against me. Aye, he's too big now to thrash with a hazel switch, as I used to do many a time when he forgot the Psalms or the prophets. So, you'll not hinder him, then?
Not if it is his will.
Then there's no more to be said. I came to bring you to meeting, Goody Brown, that we might rejoice in the Lord together. Say goodbye to your foolish husband there, and mind you follow me prompt. For myself, I'll not miss a syllable of the word of God. And for you, Goodman Brown, when you're alone in the darkness of the forest, remember your scripture. For the devil is a rampaging lion, seeking whom he may devour.
Goody Cloyce is a holy woman, but somewhat harsh in the tongue.
Oh, dearest heart,
Why not put off your journey till sunrise and sleep in your own bed tonight? A lone woman is troubled with such dreams and such thoughts that she's afraid of herself sometimes.
Dear Faith, my darling wife, this one night in all the year I must tarry away from thee. Does my pretty wife doubt me already? And we but 3 months married.
No, no.
Then go in now. Fetch your shawl and follow Goody Cloyce to holy service yonder. Faith, I'll kiss thee farewell.
Oh, you must not kiss me in the public street.
Well, then I'll kiss the pink ribbons on your cap, Faith.
Oh.
There. Now say your prayers and go to bed at nightfall, and no harm will come to thee.
Husband.
Go now.
Then God bless you. And may you find all is well when you come back.
Poor little Faith. There was trouble in her face, as if a dream had warned her what work is to be done tonight. No, 'twould kill her to think it. She's a blessed angel on earth, and after this night, I'll cling to her skirts and follow her to heaven. After this one night. How far now in the forest, Goodman Brown? Too far. Too far. But you don't stop, do you? The sky is still bright above. But here, beneath the trees, it's like a river of ink. Lonely. Lonely everywhere. Too lonely to be safe. Below the boughs could be an unseen host of watchers. There may be a hellish Indian behind every tree. What if the devil himself should be at my very elbow? Who's there?
A friend. You expect me, Goodman Brown.
Who? I know you not. The man I was to meet
was very different in form and figure. Since I am a guest everywhere, Goodman, I take many forms. The kind stranger who spoke to you yesterday and promised sweet things, forbidden things, that godly Salem turns its face away from, you could have, if you would come this night into the forest. Did I not say so? See how I am everywhere, everyone. Look, Goodman, who I am tonight.
I know your face. From childhood.
Most men do.
It is my own grandfather I see. You mock me.
By no means. There are many coming to my service tonight who knew him well. I wear his face and form in compliment to his memory and to you. You are late, Goodman Brown. The clock of the Old South was striking as I came through Boston, and that is fully 15 minutes ago.
Faith kept me back a while.
But not for long. Come now. This is a dull pace for the beginning of a journey. Shall we walk on?
Friend, hear me. I have kept covenant by meeting you here. But you know I have scruples concerning the matter you know of. I am going back to Salem, now.
Are you? Well, let's walk on a little, reasoning as we go. If I fail to convince you, of course you'll turn back. See, the moon is rising to light our road. We are but a little way in the forest as yet.
Too far. Too far. My father never went into the woods on such an errand, nor his father before him.
Oh?
Never. We have been a race of honest men and good Christians since the days of the martyrs.
I have been as well acquainted with your family as ever one among the Puritans, and that's no trifle to say.
It cannot be.
Oh, yes. I helped your grandfather when he lashed the Quaker women so smartly through the streets of Salem. It was I brought your father a pitch pine knot to burn the Indian village to the last woman and child. They were my good friends, both. And many a pleasant walk we have had along this path, and returned merrily after midnight. I long to be friends with you, for their sakes.
I marvel they never spoke of these matters. Or rather, I marvel not. The least rumor of the sort would have driven them from New England.
You don't say.